Infinity Curve, Lamentations to Unseen Friends Across the Vastness of Space. Copyright 2019 by Blade Cort, an AI auto-narrated audiobook.
Episode 56, The Air Brings Death. Rick. Sophia cried, rushing into his small bunker and causing all 6 dogs to bark at the commotion. She was panting. Anxiety contorted her normally placid, pleasant face. I just found a disabled mini-drone in the barn. They've discovered us, I fear. Rick fell asleep after his last recording, and had awakened only a few minutes earlier to do muscle rubs and attempt to relieve the tetanus spasms with acupressure. He spun around on his old oak and leather office chair, its springs screaming, and held out both hands to grab hers. I heard the alarm. Are you sure it got inside the barn and under the covers? Did a cat or other animal possibly drag it there? Its motors were still running, and the little bastard was squirming around the floor with broken propellers. I wouldn't have known it was there except for that telltale sound. When I lifted the foil cover, I saw it flailing aimlessly with its lights on. We must assume the camera was working and transmitting. Shit! Rick screamed. After all these years, they finally found us. He paused for a moment and peered up at his wife of 40 years. Sophia, too, was thinking the same thing. This is the time. It is the end, my friend, like that sad old Doors song I asked you not to play years ago. Too sad for me, she lamented. Rick was blinking to push the tears from his eyes. He knew they needed to scramble to execute their plan. Any idea how long? How long what? She questioned. How long it was in there. Her flowing gray hair rustled across her purple jacket as she shook her head. Don't bite your lip, she thought. It's a sign something's burning inside. Manage any fears in this moment. We must assume it was concurrent with the alarm, she replied. What was that? 3 minutes ago? He released his grip on her hands and spun around to the array of vidscreens on his desk. My God. 224 seconds since the alarm sounded. We'll run out of time. No, she assured him, pursing her lips in defiance. You'll execute the plan you've practiced too many times, and I'll perform my duties. But I don't plan on leaving you. We'll die together today if it comes to that. Rick bolted from his chair, hugging Sophia. He breathed in slowly and rubbed his chin up her neck, kissing her earlobe. I always loved your neckline. The softness. That scent. Pulling back, he looked at her for what might be the last time. We have 2 to 3 minutes, and we must move quickly. Leave me with Pete and Molly, and take the others with you. Don't forget to grab your bags. I hope you and I are both too well matched in our paranoia. No drones will arrive at our abode today, bearing gifts of ordnance. At most we'll be red flagged for this, don't you think? We'll see each other soon. Sophia looked at him and smiled, her warm gray eyes also filling with tears. Don't bullshit me, my love. You said similar reassuring words before we were separated those 2 times after the debacle. But we made it back together, he boasted, his head tilting to the side. Rick, we lived good, long lives, many of those years with each other. I will execute to our plan, as much as my heart says not to. I'll take the 4. You grab Pete and Molly, because you know they'll want to come with me and the others. I'll see you on the other side, wherever that may be. She turned hastily, raising both hands to wipe her tears, then exited through the heavy wooden door. As she did so, Rick noticed her long white cotton dress with a simple angled pattern along the hem, a gift from their Navajo neighbors. He recalled the many times he had removed that dress from her smooth shoulders. Rick swallowed hard. I cannot let these emotions interfere with my resolve, he meditated beneath his breath. I too will execute to our plan. He released Pete and Molly from his grasp, and they barked wildly at the inability to follow their mother. These two dogs, one a Scotty mix, the other a Westie, were named after a friend of Rick's from long ago, Peter Scott and his long-lost girlfriend. Rick wished he was with him now. He sensed that Peter would have loved to die there with him, to perish for a just cause, a larger purpose, or even to assuage Peter's long-held guilt that he was responsible, at least in some small part, for the cataclysm 38 years prior. The great debacle. I don't have time for this, Rick grumbled. Kid, stop that barking. I need quiet to get my act together. The dogs scampered to the carrying crates beneath his desk, their favorite places to sleep or hide, with eyes peeking out and barely noticeable in the dimly lit room. Rick had to keep the lights low to monitor the vidscreens without ambient light interference. He pounded at his keyboard rather than issue voice commands. It was just his way of keeping the discipline intact for this monumental moment he and Sophia had planned during the last decade. Sophia hopped into her 1962 International Scout 80, a relic from the prior century and long since converted to electric. She appreciated its lightweight and how it managed its way through the snow, almost gliding on top of the white fluff in the wintry weather of northeastern Arizona. Her grandfather had been a dealer of these vehicles and saved this one in his garage for his only granddaughter. She glanced to the rear of the Scout, ensuring the four dogs were taking their places on the makeshift bed of blankets she kept in the back. A suitcase, always packed in anticipation of this immediate exit, was on the front seat. Racing down the dirt road from the house, Sophia suddenly heard multiple sonic booms. Not a good sign, she knew. While she always gripped the steering wheel with two hands, given the Scout's lack of power steering, she took her right hand off the wheel momentarily and crossed herself, something she had not done since attending her last Catholic Mass decades earlier. Rick was too busy in his bunker to watch Sophia leave the house. Embedded in the rise of a small hill, they lived there the last 22 years and had done considerable construction from its original structure. Most of their effort was to build directly into the hill, carving out sections of the hillside to add rooms, and finally to excavate a small set of rooms for Rick's bunker. Given his circumstance and the secrecy of his personal mission, most of his activities in the last 5 years occurred within this bunker and its few adjoining rooms. It was deep enough in the metallic hillside to be concealed from the prying eyes of the technologies the oligarchs deployed to keep the populace in check. Rick was monitoring the signals caught by the dishes he had surreptitiously constructed at the top of the hill. The hillside was replete with old mining equipment, the perfect place to erect multiple well-camouflaged dishes intended for this moment. They were actively relaying tracking signals to his monitoring vidscreens, signals he could not ignore. He calculated how much time he had on a scratch pad. Damn. This will be cutting it close, he groaned, speaking to the dogs as if they understood. I have less than 3 minutes to do 200 seconds of work. From the corner of his eye, he saw an explosion a mile away in one of the perimeter cameras. The shockwave hit him immediately. It was Sophia, he was certain. A small drone missile had either hit her Scout or impacted nearby. Either way, he knew what this meant. His heart beat faster as his eyes filled again with tears, dripping onto the old black keyboard. God, don't take my girl and sweet dogs. Don't do this. Go, Rick, move forward, he whispered. This is your one chance to execute your plan, to save another species, to make amends for humanity's collective ignorance. He glanced at the vidscreen above his desk that displayed multiple feeds from cameras positioned around the house, vertical gardens, and barn. Jesus, more damn mini drones coming. With a few keystrokes, he released a dozen small defensive drones, intended specifically for this purpose. If my drones destroy these babies, I hope they'll knock out the tracking signals for what's surely to follow. The execution process was now in full swing. He watched as the barn's roof receded, pulling back its layered metal sheets in sequence and stopping just beyond the vertical plane of the barn walls. A simple barn, he mused, trying to purge Sophia's circumstance from his mind. No cows or horses here, but a convenient facade for all these years. Its outer walls then collapsed, shaking the ground beneath him. Beautiful, just as planned. The barn's exposed floor revealed one more thing that needed to occur for his laser arrays to gain unhindered access to the evening sky, but something had deviated from plan. The laser array platform was only at 89% of its extended length from the underground vault. Having designed and installed it, he knew that any variation from spec could mean catastrophe. "What the hell?" he screamed at the dogs who were still in their carriers, frightened by his frenzy. "Come out, guys, we're taking a quick look." Rick threw the heavy bunker door open and ran through the house, something he had not done in the last 5 years. During that time, he had been a prisoner in his own bunker. Self-imposed. In order to evade the constant snooping of drones flying around his house, as well as other devious mechanisms employed by the paranoid oligarchs to spy on its citizens, Rick was forced to exile himself into a 1,000-square-foot set of rooms at the rear of the house, deep in the hill. After all, the government considered him dead or missing. He and Sophia had to make sure they continued to assume so, at least until this final moment when it mattered no longer. With killer drones or even military jets likely screaming across the high desert plains to reach him, he didn't care anymore if a mini-drone or hidden camera or satellite caught his image. This was his time, the first time outdoors in 5 long years and likely the last. As Rick ran through the house, he glanced at the changes Sophia had made to the furniture and decorations. He wanted to stop and take it in, the beauty of this desolate home in a destitute and neglected part of Vista, one of 3 domains in Westridge, comprised primarily from the western portion of the former United States. His mind raced back to Sophia, perhaps dead, hopefully not wounded and helpless, or alive and running from the wreckage. Seeing that first small explosion, he felt they'd both be dead soon, since his bright signal would likely bring quick and lethal retribution. Aside from being hypersensitive to embarrassment, oligarchs were quite ruthless when it came to doling out punishment to any citizen who deviated from expectations. The signal was the product of 10 years of planning, deception, and cunning. The plan to construct the signals was decided the day he heard his friend Rodney went missing, after getting red-flagged by the Vista government for speaking out against the oligarchs. Rodney was a Navajo silversmith, one of the few remaining craftsmen who knew how to make everything useful with the metal. Rick had known him for years, long before he and Sophia moved from Farmington to this isolated home 17 miles east of Tuba City. Rodney was fearless, outspoken, and truthful, and he carried his culture with pride in everything he did. Rick was only officially aware that Rodney was still missing, but in Vista, that likely meant he was dead. The government had devised so many methods to monitor and control individuals to ensure compliance within their system, recording and analyzing their movements, using connected intercom systems to hear their whispers while sleeping, or invading one's thoughts through hypersensitive sensors and AI algorithms. That was old technology by now, but effective in controlling or eliminating aberrant members of society. After the Great Debacle, nobody questioned authority or the diminution of personal freedoms, as long as that authority kept them safely alive. Rick scampered towards the barn, with Pete and Molly striding along, recalling his thoughts of that day. The end of disgust in humanity's foibles. The end of our mistakes. The eventual dissolution of the species. But Rodney's death and so many others cannot be for naught. I must tell somebody who might care. I must warn them. Upon reaching the barn, he stopped for a moment to survey his work. Here was the mechanism to enable his brief signal, an array of the most powerful lasers he could construct in concealment given the circumstances. They weren't the most powerful in the world, but they were strong enough to do the job he needed. He had spent untold hours just below the ground's surface, constructing the petawatt power storage facilities to enable the short transmission. 12 10-second microburst of condensed information. 120 sequential ticks of the clock, with a few seconds in between for power recharges and cooling. Such a bright light sent into the sky would, for those few brief moments, outshine the sun by many factors. This was his decade-long dream, and a minor platform glitch was not about to stop him. Rick fell to the ground to peer under the array, cursing that he'd forgotten to grab a flashlight in his haste. He heard a strained hum of motors at the array's edge, evidence that they were attempting to push the platform upward to its full extension. Grabbing the side of the structure, he shook it with vigor. It was too heavy to yield to his arm strength. "Dogs," he yelled as they jumped on him. "Not now. Go." They scampered away, wondering why he was on the ground but not playing with them, as he always did. "Let's see," he considered. "Stay calm as per your training. Don't worry about the power sequence that will begin in 25 seconds. Survey the hinges. Are they the same height?" Then he saw the problem. "No, look there," he cried as if the dogs understood. He crawled over to a thick metal hinge at his right. It was not as extended as the others, causing the entire platform to shift downward on one side from the horizontal plane of the ground. "I'm out of time, and it's heavy-gauge metal. No choice but to kick the damn thing," he shouted, pounding his bare heel against it. "Idiot. Going out in your bare feet, and no time to put shoes on." He kicked it again. With that effort, the hinge righted itself, and the platform sprung into its locked position. "Deep gash," he mumbled, sensing a warm, steady flow of blood trickling across his ankle. It mattered not, for he was certain death would be imminent in the next few minutes. In these last moments, he considered it a good thing to feel the pain of life. Rick hobbled quickly back into the house with both dogs in the lead. "I must get to the bunker before the first sequence begins. I must see that it executes per plan." The dogs shot through the open door, and Rick followed, leaping into his bunker as the first flash began. He closed his eyes hard and slammed the heavy door shut, yet heard whimpers from both dogs. "Damn it. I hope you're not blinded," he lamented. He was breathing hard and hyper-aware of the warm blood now pouring from his torn heel, but he needed to center himself before proceeding. Sitting back in his chair, as he had done thousands of times before, he forced his stress and energy to drop from the top of his head to his one point. He then imagined it dropping through his feet and into the floor. "You've got this, dude." "Envision the black obelisk," he uttered, a reference to his favorite point of focus at the start of his meditations. Rick's eyes opened to the vidscreens in front of him. 4 cameras, one at each edge of the laser array, were catching the sequences of microburst as they continued to fire off per his plan. He checked the gauges for power and battery storage, which were within spec. It was finally happening. His decade-long dream was in process. To his right, a vidscreen readout from the dishes on the hill indicated multiple images were approaching at high speed. ETA 92 seconds. Damn. I'll not get each of these transmissions completed. 10 or 11. Sorry, people. I mean beings, whatever life you might be on distant planets. I did my best for you, did my best to warn. One of the dogs was whimpering loudly. "Pete, Molly, come sit on my lap." He watched as both dogs stumbled their way to his chair, sniffing for his scent. "I've blinded you poor kids. But here, come up on my lap and I'll tell you a story." Rick grasped their chubby bellies and set one on each leg, hugging the dogs to keep them from falling onto the floor, partially blinded as they were. Molly began licking his face, her eyes closed. "And the story begins," he started, ignoring the scream of an approaching projectile. "A man and woman once lived on the Navajo reservation. They had 2 dogs. No. 6. The air exploded around him. In the haze, he opened his eyes. A vidscreen remained active, showing a blue screen, the only working light in the disheveled room. The bunker door was mostly intact, but Molly caught the brunt of the weight as his body flew against the wall. She was crushed under his shoulder. Pete was whining, wondering how he'd gone from a happy state outside to blinded and in pain in just a few moments. Rick was bleeding from his ears and his heel. Blood from a 4-inch gash in his forehead obstructed his left eye's view. He couldn't tell if the throbbing pain in his head was from his tetanus or the impact against the wall. "I see another one coming, and this is where I die," he murmured. Episode 57, Trillionaire's Massacre. Sophia walked inside the house, her hands covered with soil. "How'd you get so dirty?" Rick inquired. He knew the hydroponic gardens, the business that sustained their existence on leased reservation land, included no dirt per se. In fact, the vertical garden buildings they had constructed were comprised mostly from scrap materials collected over the years. The garden's business was a livelihood in which they both were engaged. Sophia managed the gardens, the choice of crops, and the irrigation systems, while Rick focused on the business aspects, like selling to local retailers in the Navajo community and shipping their products to distributors via drones or other transportation. It worked out well for them, and the profits were enough to live on, as supplemented by the monthly inducements from the oligarchs running the Westrich government. Everyone considered those payments more as a loyalty bribe than a real attempt at a universal basic income. The Great Debacle of 2037 annihilated over half the population on Earth, and things were far from back to normal in 2065. Despite the extensive, finely threaded oversight of the oligarchy's AI planning mechanisms, commerce was slow to resume at a pre-debacle level for a variety of reasons. The 2037 event changed many things, including the levying of additional taxes to support allocations for the multiple new requirements of the day. The front burner of government spend was directed at defensive systems to protect citizens against another genetic disaster. And there were so many ways another disaster might occur, given the widespread use of gene editing. The government could hardly control the legitimate gene research and development taking place, much less the surreptitious and malicious. It was this threat more than any other, the threat of another global pandemic, that brought humanity to its knees in the years following the debacle. This democratization of lethal tech forced the oligarchs to seize and maintain control of matters in the midst of the chaotic governmental and societal disarray in the aftermath. Alone, any single individual might create the next genetic horror. Alone, no individual had the ability to prevent that horror from happening again. As a result, humans were not only lenient toward extensive, oppressive government control and intrusion into their lives, many expected and even demanded it. And so began the impetus for the enhanced surveillance state of the oligarchs, aided in substance by myriad new technologies available to them, including highly evolved artificial intelligence systems. Monitoring devices and systems were deployed ubiquitously in businesses, homes, and streets, and also in the remotest territories. Drones were consistently used across the oligarchies to efficiently deliver payloads ranging from subsistence food and living essentials to knockout mists or lethal missiles. In a small way, the spark of this societal dynamic of control started much earlier in the century, after 2 jet planes crashed into the World Trade Center towers in New York. With a mandate to prevent similar terrorist attacks, governments across the globe gradually and increasingly instituted active surveillance of their citizens. As social media grew to become the de facto repository for storage of aberrant ideologies and radicalism, some of the responsibility for monitoring citizens naturally fell to large corporations. They were already doing it anyway to enhance advertising revenue and profit, using algorithms to predict purchase behaviors. It was an easy reach to extend this tech to monitor and control individuals. After the debacle, the previous distinctions between corporate entities and governments became further blurred. A typical person never knew or cared much about who had what data on them or how it was being used, as long as they continued living without the threat of a debacle repeat. Many considered these controls rational and just, given the alternative. When the obelisk crash landed on a Saskatchewan farm in August 2037, just before the debacle, humanity took on additional burdens. The obelisk was an 80-ton platinum-gold object from space, and many considered it a legitimate warning from an extraterrestrial race. After the debacle, people demanded that their oligarch protectors develop systems to protect them from any presumed alien invasions. To others, however, it seemed ridiculous that any government in its post-debacle state would waste resources on developing defenses against an interstellar race of beings or machines. In addition to these societal burdens, the Great Debacle created a punishing climate of paranoia and surveillance among the new nation-states. Whereas pre-debacle annihilation tech was primarily comprised of nuclear armaments, post-debacle tech layered the additional threats of genetic weapons, offensive AI systems, robotic soldiers, and multiple systems of personal and organizational intrusion. The list of such protective and controlling tech investments went on. And investments they were, draining the coffers of the numerous oligarchic technocracies that controlled most of the world's resources, assets, and people. Sophia shook her hands, and some dirt fell to the floor. "Don't worry," she grinned. "These dogs track with them more dirt than that whenever they run inside." Rick smiled. "I've been watching the news feeds this morning. I know you've been outside and didn't hear the latest." "Hear what?" "Hang on a second," he requested, bounding up from his chair. He ran to check on a few small devices at the corners of the room. "Any of these plugged in?" Sophia sighed. "Rick, you are so paranoid. Do you seriously think the government or any AI listening on the other side of those devices cares about your opinion regarding what you just viewed on the vid screen? God help us if they find you that interesting." And he grimaced with raised eyebrows. "Of course they're unplugged." "Okay then. And no baby drones flying around here, that you can tell?" She rolled her eyes. Though she loved Rick dearly and appreciated his concerns, she knew he was often unreasonably vexed by the thought that someone, whether a government or a commercial entity, would attempt to gather information to control him. "Yes, dear. No drones, no nothing. I'm sure the perimeter cameras would have warned us of any flying visitors, including those sweet little nanobot bees or insects, of which there are none here because it's too damn cold for them to operate in this northern Arizona autumn." "Thanks, sweetie. Thanks for putting up with me." But today is a big day. A sad day. Sophia's brow furrowed. She brushed her hands together again and pulled her hair back, grabbing a rubber band from her pocket to tie it in a ponytail. Sophia was half Native American, but she never cared to delve into her ancestry. "I'm from a long line of New Mexicans back to the 1600s, and way before that," she'd recite. Noticing Rick's solemn face, she sat down on a chair as the dogs fought to jump on her lap. Pete and Molly made the leap, being the smallest and quickest. "You know the protests that were happening around the globe, at least in certain countries?" he asked. "Why do you say were happening?" she wondered. "These have been regular occurrences for months." "Not anymore." "What?" "You don't want to know what just occurred. I should warn you first, to prepare you for the horror." "What horror?" "The horror in the streets. It's the great debacle all over again, but applied only to these protesters. It's as if everyone protesting just collapsed and went to sleep." Sophia's brown skin paled and her eyes sank. "How many?" "The news reports millions. I guess this was so big that the state-run media outlets couldn't keep it off their networks. Hard to hide that many deaths. It's on social media now, too. You'd have to believe the oligarchs finally pulled themselves together for once and agreed to stop the global protests, the complaints about their power-mongering and entitlements for the ruling classes. One might call it the reverse of the French Revolution, except in this case, the royalty have their heads intact, and the revolutionaries all died." "God help us oppose this wretched scum," she pleaded. She bowed her head and whispered a silent prayer, then looked up, smiling at Rick. "For me, though, I've had a good morning. The gardens are wonderful, strong, and healthy. We have a great crop to sell for winter. You know, we're having a cookout tonight in the empty garden shell, with Rodney and others. All is good with our little world, as good as is possible, given the circumstances. God, I hope none of our friends or relatives were hurt. Regardless, things are getting steadily worse, it appears." Rick's head sunk backward to rest on the rear of his chair. Just another harsh message from those in control, harsher than the previous. They red-flagged a few million protesters and wiped them from the planet in an instant with some godforsaken new tech. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking? You're serious on this plan?" "I need to let this event stew a bit. I don't know if I'm mentally prepared to go through with it. But this is another signal in a long line of similar ones that points to the dissolution of our species. Oh hell, you don't want to hear my preaching again on the topic. We're approaching the end of the experiment, our human petri dish. It's been 28 years since the 2037 event, and we could have so much going for us. Just no ethical construct to guide us beyond the dish." Rick thought of his old friend Peter Scott, who often used this petri dish metaphor. "I've seen too much, Rick." Her hands were shaking as she petted the dogs on her lap, and tears dropped from her gray-blue eyes. "We do the best we can, of course. That's our stoic way." Sophia looked up at a picture of her home in Farmington, framed above the fireplace. Her mother and two sisters were standing outside. The photo was taken in 2011, long before the debacle. She was a millennial baby, born in 2000. Her mother always told her she was a gift to universe and would do great things in her life to help many. "Funny," she mused, "I always thought my mom was right about that." "About what, honey?" "About doing great things for many." Maybe she intentionally didn't say the word humans or people in that sentence. Maybe she had some prescience that what we do would not be for humanity at all. Rick grinned. He seldom got the chance to sit and talk with Sophia about her childhood in New Mexico anymore, since they were so busy with the business. "Shall we proceed?" she inquired. "It needs soak time, so let's see what passes. The plan is fraught with risks, and it obviously disrupts our lifestyle entirely. It means I'll be outside the country for a long, long while." "I have my girls and boys," she reminded him, wiping the tears from her eyes. "They're better company than you most of the time, after all these years of being together." Rick rubbed his chin. "I admit, we've had many fine children along the way." Sophia was rocking back and forth in her chair, contemplating what life might be like the next 5 years without Rick. "It still makes sense to me. I prefer to go out warning somebody than simply having considered but never executed the plan. Even if ours is a violent death in the end, who cares about the pain after you're dead and gone?" "Aha," Rick responded. "Things are finite, Rick. We know that. Everything comes and goes. I prefer an exit with a bang of an ethical and forthright life versus a whimper of complaint and victimhood. I want to do this plan to make my mother proud that she raised a daughter so independent and fearless. I miss her every day of these last 28 years. Every day, but she remains with me. And God only knows if I get to see her and the rest of my family again." "I understand. The cascade of cataclysms is upon us, and I too fear that if we don't act now, we'll never execute our plan. Worse yet, we may run out of time. Some intransigent part of me continues to hope that humans will suddenly change. That we'll finally begin treating each other with respect and kindness, unconditionally. Isn't that batshit crazy? Anyway, I still think we should let it soak. I'm not sure I'm over the edge yet. It may take one more vicious action." "I require no more vicious actions, my dear. If you choose to proceed, I'm already there with you. No need to ask my opinion." "Then you're okay with me disappearing in Bolivar while you gather more materials? I'll pull it all together once I'm back." "Certainly." She paused for a moment. "Still think you'll go ahead with them?" she grimaced. His eyes opened wide. "The anti-aging shots, you mean? I'd hate to be out in the extremes of the southern hinterlands for 5 years, feeling 65 to 70. You always have that option as well. Dear, if you do it, you'll return as a younger man, but don't make it too young. I still need to recognize you. And no teenage versions of Rick. I couldn't tolerate your angst and constant sexual advances, if you get my drift. Either way, as soon as the Westrich or Vista governments discover our little indiscretion, we'd be separated forever, or instantly annihilated by God knows what drone or hybrid mech in hiding. Rick, if my intuition serves me as well as it always does, we'll die in the end. It doesn't take an AI wizard to come to such a conclusion. I'm okay with that, and have always been." "I know," he conceded. "The hardest thing will be to convince myself and others that you never made it back from your trip to Bolivar. That you're missing, and Mia. It's not so uncommon in that land these days, I suppose. I'll need to evade the government mind-reading tech, however, which will be tough when I go into town. I'll hide disruptors in my hair or hat, and that's fine. And I'll do my best to steer clear of those excorporeal signals that force me to do things against my will. I hate those prying signals. Right, per the plan. We'll let you know when I'm ready." That same evening, Rodney didn't make it to the cookout. Rick and Sophia both knew what Rodney's unplanned, unannounced absence implied. The oligarchy possessed numerous arrows in its quivers to selectively target any individual, even someone far out on the reservation. Nobody previously red-flagged for being too outspoken would likely survive after such a red-letter day. This was the vicious action tipping point that secured Rick's decision to proceed. Both began executing the plan the next morning. Rick would disappear in Bolivar for 5 years, and Sophia would file a missing person report. Going missing or never being heard from again while in the oligarchies was not uncommon, so they expected little to no government inquiry. When 5 years passed, Rick would return incognito, crossing the border undercover and making his way back home. If all went as planned, the monitoring snoops of Vista and Westridge would never find out. Unlike the nation-state of Westridge, Bolivar remained bereft of substantial surveillance tech. The large oligarchy formed from most of the former Latin American states was therefore a haven for anyone not wanting to be found or remembered. For Rick, however, it still wouldn't be easy. He'd need to minimize traces of his existence once he crossed. No DNA left on restaurant glasses or utensils. Face putty. Gloves. Wigs. He'd avoid cameras, speaking, and people in general. And his eventual return to Vista would be long and arduous, relying on his military survival skills to cross the 400-plus miles on foot, evading border security, and sneaking back to the reservation without getting caught. Episode 58, Unseen Friends. He spoke into the microphone, comfortable with the intent, but uneasy with the delivery. Rick knew he was boring, and was reminded of that fact every time he talked with Sophia. Within 10 seconds she'll yawn unconsciously, he mused, like every other person I've known. My God, my dear sisters did the same, bless their souls. Even now in 2075, 38 years since their deaths in the debacle, I still remember their instinctive yawning at my fragile ego's expense. Even Rodney often yawned, and he was my best friend. Was it the topical content? I doubt that, since what I discuss excites me greatly. And I'm not that odd, am I? How the hell can I be captivating or interesting for unknown, unseen friends who can't truly appreciate the language and its nuances? Ha, he chuckled. Perhaps they won't recognize how boring I am. Perhaps my plan will wither and die, and Sophia and me and the dogs along with it. If so, these aliens will never get to listen to the world's most effective sleep aid. He peered into the wood-framed oval mirror on the wall above his desk, its gold leaf peeling in sheets. Then again, it might be my drab appearance combined with the monotone rhythm and droning tempo. Ah, so nice to have my hair back, though. Too bad those anti-aging shots couldn't make me a more vivacious and interesting speaker. No tech for that, not yet. Rick was uneasy that his first recorded message was intentionally unscripted. Such lack of planning was very unlike the engineer in him. From buckets of scraps, I created a dozen high-powered laser arrays in the space of a barn, constructed the power plant and cabling, and executed a plan to inform future unseen worlds about humanity's flawed evolution. I did this surreptitiously, avoiding the prying eyes of the oligarchs. Funny though, I never developed a damn outline for my doctoral thesis, so it never got written. He tapped his desk nervously. Hell, I'll wing it for most of this because it's the only way I know how. Whoever they are, somewhere out there, perhaps many billions of years from now, I hope they capture my momentary burst of light as bright as 1,000 suns. Sitting back on his chair, he imagined again for the umpteenth time what the signal might look like at a planet 1,000,000 light-years from Earth. They won't care if I was Shakespeare or an ignorant street urchin. I sure as hell won't care unless I'm wrong about my concepts of a supreme being. Supreme creator possibly, since the word being personifies something that exhibits power or control over us. I don't believe there's an external controller in this life. Not the lives of humans. Not the one I've lived, given what we've done with what was available to us in the first place. Now shut up, Rick, and proceed with this next step that took you both a decade to develop. He began the first of his recordings. For my unseen friends across the vastness of space, I only wish someone sent us this same communication long ago. They either failed to or we were not listening. Perhaps we were too presumptuous about how we might hear from you. Did we not care enough to discover your message? Conversely, perhaps every sentient race failed like us, and I'm the only being in this infinite universe of infinite planets who has tried such an ambitious but likely unfruitful thing. Yet, I believe in infinite likelihoods, so I seriously doubt it. We must have overlooked the obvious, like how you played with spectrum or photons. Some way you found to communicate that we never understood. Gravity waves. Short EM bursts. Whatever. Either way, humanity observed no easily decipherable messages. However, you should discover with relative simplicity the content I am transmitting in a momentary flash of visual brilliance, assuming you have eyes to see. By the way, I don't intend to fail. Failing is not in my fiber. Commitment is. Perseverance is. Horsepower and energy is. Disgust and disdain for human ignorance is. Freaking, head-rattling cynicism is. I endured far too much in the last decade to flub this now. It has been my entire focus and purpose. But I digress. I have much to share with you, and this is my beginning. Allow me to explain the format for a second, since it may not be obvious. I will speak to you as if you were sitting here with me. I am vexed that we can't engage in face-to-face conversation. As a result, this is less of a conversation and more of a narrative, a playing out of the recent, disturbing and declining story of the human race. While I speak into this microphone, I am watching the words fly across my screen. This means I'm doing occasional editing on my keyboard in real time, so you will notice some naturally unnatural pauses. Please forgive the lack of excitement and intrigue you might find in an action novel. This is no hero's journey. It's not even an interesting story or adventure, unless you consider the birth and death of a sentient species such a thing. An adventure develops a plot line and characters, tying you emotionally to protagonists and antagonists. To your misfortune, however, I'm the driest character on the planet Earth and a stoic to boot, so I am riled nominally by the emotions of humankind. In my life, emotions are for the careless. Emotions are the nectar of manipulation for the ruthless and hateful. Thus, don't look for much excitement in what I impart. It's sad we weren't granted emotions once our psyches were capable of tolerating them. Instead, humans are birthed with emotions first and foremost. By some effort, a fatally small number of humans eventually grow to manage them. Too few. I sincerely hope your species is more disciplined than ours in this regard. Please be aware. I intend to describe key characteristics of humanity and the missteps we took, leading to the demise of our species for reasons you'll find within. My monologue will cover roughly 25 categories using on this or on that set of topics. I'll try to be brief, hitting what I perceive as my biased high points. I'll attempt to avoid the incessant chatter and repeats my wife always chides me about. I don't claim to know it all, and by God, I know very little, he admitted. If I'm able to complete this as planned, you will receive these bright laser microbursts of my thoughts, along with a comprehensive albeit brief history of humankind. Humans were smart in certain ways, but they were also dumbass but ugly pig suckle stupid in many others. We had no ability to extricate ourselves from our unimportant daily lives and develop, either as individuals or as groups, a long-term direction for our species. As a result, we are now in the death throes of our civilization. It is too late for us now. Anything we might do to stop the inevitable cascade of folly, to allay or even reverse the damages, we will not do. We lack the motivation and have given up hope. The psyche of our causal purpose is flushed down the proverbial toilet, devoured by the ravenous vermin in the societal gutter of birth and death that is the universal, entropic constant. You might wonder why I am doing this when I have no assurance you exist. Let me restate what I just said. We could find no evidence of intelligent beings elsewhere in the universe willing to provide us guidelines for long-term sustainability. As humans, our species, we had proven ourselves wholly incompetent to do this ourselves. Worse yet, we were so incompetent that we didn't even recognize the existential requirement for such a thing. You might think us lazy, stupid, and short-sighted, and that's on target. But there is much more to the story that I will broadcast to you, out there in space and time. I'm hoping you will capture this photonic transmission, contemplate it, and even implement a few learnings. Consider that I am compelled to do this. I must execute my plan or die trying to explain how we humans thought so little of these wonders gifted to us by God or nature. Will I catch you in enough time for you to do something about your own societal misdirections? I'm grasping here, praying someone may use this rise and fall of humanity, this utter desolation into which we are headed, for their own benefit. In our waning days as a species on this planet, I am comforted that I may have helped you understand how societies rise and fall, how swiftly technological prowess can advance compared to societal progress, and how the growing mismatch and imbalance of those two elements, at least in our case, greatly accelerated our demise. When the end days come for me, and I expect that to be far less than a full rotation of this planet around our star, I will be glad on that day. Glad that I attempted to expose and broadcast to you our frailties and idiocies, our entitlements, our fears. Those are the things that contributed to our self-inflicted march to annihilation. I say contributed to denote that it wasn't just one existential risk of our own creation that consumed us. It was multiples, and the multiples were simultaneous and compounding. Our many peoples on the planet did not agree on a single thing. Not a single thing. Not a common wish for the Earth, our planet. Not a hope or plan for humankind's livelihood through the decades or centuries. Not a collective hope for our children or their progeny. But I digress, as I will do many times. I am without an outline, and my brain will repeat these key considerations for you. Please don't get upset by the repetition. It's an unplanned discourse, but well-intended. On a good day for you, in the very distant future from this date of my recording, I hope you visit what remains of our planet. You will dig up the bones of our destruction, the sinews of our desecration, the muscles of our distractions, and the organs of our debasement. You will find our detritus buried in the sediment. Only then will you understand the full picture, as there is just so much I can impart to you in this forced brevity of the medium. If your arrival should happen on that good day, please visit my northern Arizona and New Mexico and whatever remains of these lands. You'll find the evidence of animals come and gone through the millennia. You'll imagine what it was like to live in this arid place of beauty and color. You'll gain an appreciation of the natural wonders I have known and the majesty of this land, should they survive our cataclysms. And if, in some spiritual way, I survive beyond this flesh and can perceive your activities, I shall look upon your arrival on Earth as a small vindication of my minimal, pathetic efforts at nudging your species the way I wish we had been nudged by others more contemplative than ourselves. It wasn't enough that we had holy books suggesting how we might treat each other well. No, there was too much doubt, I suppose, that those were books written by men. Had the lessons fallen from the sky, from a society deemed viable and long-lived, maybe then we'd have taken the words to heart. No words attributed to our God, our presumed creator, or to ourselves seem to work effectively across all the members of our species. So where should I start? How we destroyed the ecosystems on our planet? The rise and dangers of AI, sentient or not? Our grotesque political misdirections and calamities? Societal inequities and biases? Our persistent and pervasive lack of care and concern for each other? I have stories upon stories, and will gladly share with you the multi-level ignorance of humanity. I am filled with sadness, disgust, and cynicism, yet those emotions are essential to impart my calm but burning anger at our species. Beyond my opinions, I mentioned that I am also sending separate bursts of data in these brief but powerful laser transmissions that include thoughtful, well-analyzed views of our human activities over the last few thousand years. It's a history of humanity, humankind, mankind, our species. Please note that those historical ramblings are not mine. No, scribes much more learned than me created them, imbued with finding the truth in the histories of our species, as much as that was possible. They depict multiple viewpoints and opinions on the same topics. However, what most of them don't impart is that which I intend to amplify for you. Better yet, I hope to consolidate and summarize our missteps rather than force you to deduce them from those historical facts. This should help guide you, as we say, to separate the wheat from the chaff. In other words, scribes often look at history and describe what happened. Unfortunately, this is done with the expectation that you will learn ethical and behavioral lessons by absorption. There is no absorption in my words. I will tell you directly. I will speak to you openly and without fear of retribution, something I cannot do in my own society. You will hear the voice of a logical being, a frustrated human. We were given this great planet with its many gifts, and we mistreated it, despoiled it, and despoiled each other. Most of what we discovered along the way, we despoiled as well. We felt entitled, and believed the earth and our fellow humans were God-given for us to abuse, and that our own genetic makeup was God-granted for the same purpose. We might have done so much good here, so much good. But we were lazy, undisciplined, and short-sighted, among many of the other vile attributes that we allowed to poison, corrupt, and obscure our sensibilities. Lacking courage, we used the written words we attributed to our God to do terrible things to each other. Why? Because we needed an excuse, a scapegoat, a silent, effulgent being who could not speak or respond for itself. Then we'd use that same divine being to hand off responsibility for our evil and entitled ways. I must catch myself, as here I am, already stepping down the path of my favorite topic of entitlement. Should I save that for last, that human condition which has fomented humanity's downfall? Or should I start with its fraternal twin, fear? Fear is always a good one. For a long, long time, I thought fear was humanity's singular proto-evil. I wanted to believe all evils and vices like greed, avarice, and bias started with fear as the base proto-evil. Later, I realized certain people are immune or insensitive to fear. What they are not immune to, however, is entitlement. Either way, multiple times along the discussion, you'll find I speak of both fear and entitlement as humanity's two proto-evils. There are no others, not that I have found. Of the bad things we've done to our planet and each other, one or both proto-evils are always at the root of the deadly weed that consumes and corrupts the good fruits of humankind. As you listen to me, I ask for your forbearance. I'm no wizard, no genius, and no educated philosopher. For God's sake, I'm an unremarkable photonic science engineer. I observe, however. Observe and assess. Because of this, people find me boring. I spend much of my time listening and evaluating that which is beyond the words, or the meaning behind them. And I'm not accustomed to speaking this way, not into a microphone, so I must imagine that I'm speaking to you here, in the room with me. Rick peered at the top of his desk where the microphone, pop filter, and mixer sat on his writing pad. Diffused, reflected sunlight illuminated the otherwise windowless room, his bunker. Be aware that I will keep apologizing for my poor planning and delivery. I will not disgorge this content like a Hemingway or a Chaucer. I'm no writer and no speaker. I am a thinker, though, and one who determines when to act, as I did in this case. My efforts are not to beguile or impress you. They're to educate and inform, so deal with that, okay? I hope to God you don't let expectations for excitement or an interesting storyline obscure my larger message. As mentioned previously, there is no intended entertainment in my words, only the harsh, dry reality of our existence, our inadequacies, our inborn laziness, and our lack of foresight. Rick turned the mic off and stopped recording for a minute. The vision of his laser arrays captured his mind. His efforts to record these sessions for unknown beneficiaries would be futile if his arrays, hidden beneath the barn, were discovered by the authorities before he transmitted his signal. Every so often during the day and evening, he'd send poor Sophia outdoors, as if she were again checking on the dogs or the gardens. She always performed a visual check of the barn doors to ensure they were locked, and that no human or hybrid or drone had discovered their little secret. Little, but so important to his efforts. He recalled his years in the service as a laser technician. Nothing special. It was not unusual for a person like him to be allowed to tinker with electronics. Those types of freedoms were still not prohibited, perhaps perceived by the AI-driven, oligarchic overlords as low risk. It was the other prohibitions that incessantly poked at him. Westrich, as it was now called after the Great Rift in the United States, was like the other nation-state technocracies that had developed across the globe during the 4 decades since the Great Debacle. The first few of those decades were turbulent, with humanity adrift in a frothy sea of political and technological overload. Governments were always collapsing or teetering on the edge. Media networks would claim they had the singular truth. Profit drove every decision, and every decision seemed to have an incrementally negative effect on Earth and its inhabitants. In these years of disarray and delusion, someone had to take control. Why the world's trillionaires, now oligarchs? Because it was pragmatic. They had the resources, whether legitimate or ill-gotten, to seize control of the various warring factions within each country. At a critical stage of societal anarchy, the trillionaires decided to stop warring and split the booty among themselves as inequitably as possible. Taking a cue from the crime organizations of the 20th century, they met in secret, finding contentment and consolation with each other despite their warring. Sure, they had lined the pockets of many politicians and influence organizations, and they controlled wide swaths of industry. They had used their algorithms to sway public opinion their way, and they controlled many of the financial systems and mechanisms of exchange. After their meeting, the few hundred consortiums of families, business, and government ministers took control. By then, most humans had tired of the post-debacle warring, the risks, the disinformation. Nobody knew what to believe. Political voting and elections were beyond the status of being shams, diminishing the role of representative forms of government. Their progress in limiting any semblance of old constitutional rights was simply a formalization of what was already transpiring in Earth's disrupted societies. The trillionaires fixed all of that. Most of the global technocracies now operated similarly, irrespective of the family and friends communities in charge. A bastardization of the word demagogues, these demigods, as they were often called in dark corners of bars and gene parlors, deployed similar technologies to keep their citizenry in line, relatively secure, effectively managed, consistently fed, and even hopeful for the future. Indeed, Rick considered, we're lucky that the cartel of plutocrats running Westrich are generally aligned to be forward-thinking, even though our domain of Vista suffers woefully from a wholly incompetent and dangerous oligarch. And total control by these oligarchies has now become perennial, given the widespread use of anti-aging technology in the upper castes. It doesn't matter who they are. They're in control and always will be throughout time, pending unforeseen disaster. He closed his eyes and envisioned this remote corner of northeast Arizona, the terrain he loved so dearly. The ruling oligarch in Vista cared nothing for the native tribes that lived there, beyond the rent-free acquisition of their land for the occasional wind or solar farm. Governmental treatment of native peoples was no different than how they were treated in the prior centuries. It was just a new set of faces who occasionally harassed them and utterly abused what once belonged only to them: the land and its resources. This was why the reservation was the perfect spot to execute his plan. Using the gardens business as the foil, he and Sophia could quietly and covertly acquire or construct equipment to build his laser arrays and energy infrastructure, deploying them into the barn and underground. This would occur over multiple years to avoid suspicion from the omnipresent AI or snooping transhuman. They'd use cash and barter wherever possible to avoid leaving traceable records of related transactions. Steered clear of drones. Stayed far away from cameras on the streets and avoided centers of towns and traffic lights. Traveled and performed transactions at night. Used various forms of transportation, including mule, horse, wagons, autos, even the undersides of trains. Stuffed their clothing. Applied face putty, shoe inserts, and fake fingerprint tech. Avoided spreading skin cells anywhere they might be collected. There were so many ways to evade the broadly deployed AI-enabled sensors and identification technologies, but also as many ways to get caught. But that time, he pondered, was long ago, when he officially went missing. It had now been 5 years since he'd returned in the stealth of night. 5 years since he had been outdoors to see the real sun, to feel its heat, grasp the high desert gravel in his hands, and view the stunning beauty of the mountains. This desert was still with him, beyond the walls of his bunker, but the constancy of the surveillance state and the advancements to technology prevented him from ever going outside again. He sat back in his chair and spoke aloud. "I'm doing the best I can with what I've got, folks. This cannot be Orwell's dystopia come to life without a shout-out to anyone else, anywhere else, that they will suffer the same fate if they allow it. I won't let it happen. I'll warn them, whoever they may be." He turned the mic back on. "Forgive me," he pleaded, "and I hope you stay awake long enough to hear me out." His head wavered back and forth. "I'm angry, you know. Angry. We let this happen to us. We let it get this far, increment by increment. It was our own ignorant, moronic, and perhaps even demonic stupidity and victimhood that got us here. God, assuming there is one, gave us this huge brain to think, but He didn't tell us how to think. We fumbled along and survived a number of years, many decades even, where we had many chances to fully annihilate ourselves, yet we did not. Maybe it was a sense of self-preservation. Nuclear. Well, it had its minutes of destruction. Yeah, World War II. You'll read about that in what I'm sending you. Then there was that skirmish, not to belittle what happened in Asia a few years back, that killed a few 100 million of us. You'll hear about that too, in the history. We went through multiple instances where we collectively thought, yep, this is the end. Go hug your kids and family and say your goodbyes. But we didn't reach an end state, not even during the Great Debacle. Oh, and you'll learn that the word great does not always mean good. Self-annihilation didn't happen then. Things are different now, way different. We are facing cascade upon cascade upon cascade, a kuhenga of existential risks. I doubt we'll duck out of this by the grace of God, or whatever deities you may believe in, if at all. You'll hear more on deities and incrementalism later, the tick of time, the drop-by-drop persistent tearing at social norms. How we should have treated each other. How we failed. How our technology allowed us to exact revenge on each other, or carry out our anger publicly and loudly at times, but silently and anonymously at others. How we almost always took the cowardly, easy path that required little thinking or long-term effort at repairing and building human society. He needed a drink of water before going much further. So nice, he thought, not to have that nagging back pain. The science we have today is wonderful, or most of it should have been. Rick had taken his first anti-aging shot 10 years prior when he arrived in Bolivar at 65 linear years. His long brown hair had turned to gray earlier in his life, and he hated having to dye it brown to appear more like the age he felt. That was his vanity reason for taking the shots. Indeed, his hair was a unique kernel of vanity in an otherwise unexcitable sense of self. The series of 3 shots did amazing things for him. It enlivened failing hair follicles and brought most of his original hair color back. His skin blotches disappeared, and the daily aches and pains that he felt he'd live with until death had mostly subsided. Muscle mass returned to his body, and his eyesight was much improved. In those 10 years, he had reverse-aged 10 years. Rather than feeling like 75, his chronological age, his body functioned as it did in his early 50s, with the added benefit of 20 more years of experience. He thought this positive, less of that old age, stuck-in-your-ways mentality, and more physical flexibility, coupled with improved mental acuity. The flip side of these benefits, however, was seeing Sophia age as he got younger. They had been together for 40 years, having met in 2035 at a musical event in Taos. And now, despite his lasting love for her, she seemed more like a mother to him. Sophia had considered doing the same. She knew there were few downside risks, and the technology was available to anybody who had garnered enough social credits and money to purchase the series of shots. But she was tired of the constant press of the oligarchy and how it intruded into her life. The thought of living longer under such circumstances was no thought to her at all. She experienced directly the widespread devastation of human and animal life during the Great Debacle. Upon reflection of that event, and those whom she and Rick lost, she felt as if she had already cheated death. That it needed to take her in its own time, not in a distant future contrived by the preternatural workings of mankind. Despite her valiant attempts, she was unable to fully extricate her memories of the debacle they both suffered through, often apart, sometimes together. Rick and Sophia were camping in the Colorado Rockies when it happened. The virus, man-made and highly transmittable, was designed with a limited 5-day window of viability. To their benefit at the time, they were a long distance away from the major population centers. Most who survived the Great Debacle resided in small towns and rural areas. This was true for the United States and the world. Roughly 3 billion people died in the week as a direct cause of the virus and related plagues, primarily in the cities, and another billion-plus perished from nuclear detonations and plant meltdowns, as well as deadly, post-debacle wars and other repercussions of the event. Though the virus persisted for 5 days as planned by its deranged creators, its effects were still being felt 38 years later, in 2075. Sophia certainly felt them. She had suffered the miserable years of anarchy and societal disarray. Blame, persecutions, irrationality, and hatreds. Earth was a place of hell, and they both went through things she preferred not to recall. The reign of the demigods finally brought the disarray to an end by forcing order and discipline, although to a heightened degree. For Sophia, it was enough to have lived through it. She wanted no more of what humanity inflicted upon itself in its reckless quest for species disintegration. 75 years was more than enough. She preferred as natural a death as she could hope to have. Sophia opened the heavy wooden door to Rick's bunker with a glass of water in hand. "I thought you might want this, considering how you'll blather on." He laughed and held his hand out. "Thanks. You read my mind as usual." The 6 dogs remained on the other side of the bunker door, barking and scratching. "Shall I let them in?" he requested. "No, they're okay for now. Besides, how could any external monitor pick up our conversation with the racket they're making? No, we're good, but I need to let you know that I just received an inquiry." "What?" he grumbled, surprised at this news. She spread her hands out, palms down, attempting to calm his concerns. "It appears to be a friendly one. The local authority is wondering why our speakers are not plugged in and active. Basically, they're wondering why I'm not reliant upon them. They must be assuming I'm doing nefarious things with the neighbors, or abusing the dogs, or cursing the oligarchs. I'm not worried." "Did you reply?" "Not yet. It came across as an email, and I expect a text soon to my mobile to back that up." "Any ideas about how to respond?" Sophia frowned with uncertainty. "I'll tell them I did it on their behalf so they don't have to hear the dogs bark all the time, as if they do that much anyway. Then I'll plug one of them in for a short period, so they can do their typical AI snooping of my activities. I find it hard to believe they want to harass a poor 75-year-old lady with 6 dogs just for kicks. Could be it was a directive from the oligarchs, and the typical dog shit is rolling down the chain to these local guys." "Anything else?" She shook her head. "The jerk offered to come out and assist me, if required. As if I don't know how to plug in an intercom unit. He even used the old line, 'It's for your own safety.' What if you fell? What if severe weather was heading your way? We need to stay in touch with you." Rick looked more vexed. "How did you respond with that?" "Said thanks but no thanks and I'd get to it. Told him I was a busy woman tending to the gardens, the business, and the house. It wasn't like I was ignoring their mandate on purpose." She laughed. "I'm sure they'll be fine if I activate one of them. I'm thinking the one in the kitchen. It's farthest away from your bunker, so won't pick up any ambient noise you might make. Plus, the kitchen is the noisiest place given the dogs and my cooking. I'll put a rotating fan nearby and let it run day and night. They'll love that." Rick took a deep breath. "God, honey, I'm at the very start of this recording process and was hoping to have at least a few months to get my thoughts out. And the array is just about ready to rock. I hate to think we're suddenly on their radar after all this time with no prior red or yellow flags, and not even a simple inquiry like this." "Don't worry, big boy. It was the local enforcement dupes, not a higher level. Might even be someone who knows me, though he didn't identify himself or herself. Let me try the simple method I just mentioned, and we'll see if it settles the kettle of the controlling AI godheads. I'm sure you'll have time to complete your mission. Our mission." He sighed. "Worrisome. Please set worries aside and get your work done. Let me handle the interface to the outside, earthly world, while you manage the interstellar, okay? I have considered multiple other options to placate the requirements. Besides, everyone else I know has had an inquiry or two the last few years. Maybe certain risks are growing. It's been a full decade since the Trillionaire's massacre that killed so many, and they might be flexing muscle to keep us peons in line. Rick sat up from his chair and strode to where Sophia was, sitting next to her. "Where's your comb?" he inquired. "Pocket, as usual." He began combing her long gray hair. "Guess I'll think of it like a tax audit. It just so happened that our audit came right at the time I started recording," he quipped. "Dumb luck. I've seen no evidence of intrusion in the house, barn, or otherwise on the grounds. Besides, who'd want to hassle a beautiful woman who can hold her own? Not me," he proclaimed, kissing her neck. Episode 59, On the Nature of Human Beings. Despite my burning desire to give you a view of the risk we are undertaking in executing this project, I'll spare you the details. I sense growing paranoia about being discovered before I finish this project. Though Sophia knows I ramble far too much in general, I'll try to scurry through these topics out of necessity. My apologies. I feel you need an introduction to who we are, this sentient species on a planet in a solar system at the far end of a spiral galaxy. Of course, you'll have the benefit of reading about who we are in the data I'm sending along with this transmission, including a fulsome history of humanity. However, within that data, nobody will speak to you intentionally with warnings that you must consider as you move forward with your own society. Let me begin with the birth of a typical human. We bring another human into the world, and we have an unplanned approach to how we'll educate and nurture this being. It's a disorganized process with lots of hope and dreams, but it generally lacks any concrete objectives. I speak in generalities and bell curve distributions. Sure, there are likely some sentient societies at both ends of the curve, those who plan and educate to an extreme and those who could care less. Understand my meaning of the term "we" is intended to broadly cover humanity, but not include those few at the distant edges. As we began to integrate synbio, meaning synthetic technology that includes synthetic DNA and biologics, either in vivo or in vitro, the edges of humanity began to expand considerably. Relative to the increasing numbers of uber-capable synbio babies, few parents wanted to see their children born with disadvantages. So, as one might imagine in a competitive world, this technology caught fire years ago, even before the Great Debacle. Sorry, I'm deviating already. I'll cover that topic later, since the focus here should be on human behavior. To say we were a frail and fearful species is a gross understatement. Humans are born with fear as an innate, animalistic legacy. Rarely do individuals overcome many of the substantial ways in which fear dominates their lives. You could assume it was because fear provided us great advantages in our early days of evolution. Hey, I watch my poor dogs here, my little guys who came from God knows where before we adopted them, and they go scurrying as soon as I pick up anything bigger than a glove. You can always tell a mistreated dog. In this post-debacle world, most of the raw basics of life are guaranteed by our God-forsaken oligarchs. There are many downsides of having them in control, but if you follow their rules resolutely, you can at least have food, clothing, and shelter. We are trained in our schools to know facts in mathematics, history, and science. We are trained on things of the world, but are not trained on how to contend with our world or how to manage ourselves within the world. Neither are we trained on how to eliminate doubt and fear from our minds, nor how to manage our grotesque, expansive senses of entitlement, victimhood, and thanklessness. As a result, we have a long and dreadful history of engorging our senses of self-worth by gaining possessions and attaining power over others. Added to that is a dynamic of hoping those possessions and power will enhance how others perceive us, and therefore, how we perceive ourselves. We are born as individuals, separated physically and mentally from others. We become more social creatures as we age, and through that process, we create natural comparisons of strengths and weaknesses relative to others. I think that is natural, and possibly has something to do with mating genetics. It's sad, however, that we haven't moved from this legacy throughout the evolution of our species. Our society feeds and thrives on possession of things like household goods, land and housing, money and social status. Perhaps I was also this way some years ago. Whatever desire I may have had at one time for possessions and power outside of me was expunged from my person via the disciplines of martial arts and meditation. Humans do not easily recognize the transience of material possessions. After the Great Debacle, when manufacturing and commerce effectively shut down for years, the scarcity of items made them even more valuable than before. Massive hoarding occurred, resulting in extreme disparities between the haves and have-nots, far exceeding what was already a gross imbalance before the debacle. I thank my kung fu master and his masters for teaching me austerity. Oddly, it was never a direct teaching. He never told me, "You have too many things, and you spend your efforts collecting that which weighs down your spirit." The teachings came through in a more subtle way. As I worked at these disciplines and grew more comfortable with who I was, I stopped wanting so much stuff to fulfill me and close any gaping holes in my psyche. This grave illness of our species was supercharged to the extreme by social media, digital technology, and artificial intelligence. These technologies perfected the art of amplifying a human's next desire. An advertisement was placed, however subtly or directly, and the product or propaganda was purchased or consumed by the unwitting human. I recall walking into homes of friends where you could barely make your way through their house without tripping over the next possession. Worse yet, we became indelibly coupled to our information devices, often cell phones or the like. This led to a dependence on these devices, but more importantly, a reliance on the pleasurable feedback the information sources provided. Social media was the worst of these, exploiting the weaknesses in our natural systems of dopamine and other emotional mechanisms. Our nose rings were the devices we used, and we became oxen to the knotted, twisted information ropes that spewed from them. This constant assault on the senses ensured we'd miss the larger purpose of our existence. Over time, those information sources were managed by fewer and fewer controlling entities, but finally by the oligarchs and their corporate minions. Humans became products of those entities, tools and chattel for profit of others. Our brains were sponges, and we were too enamored with the continuous supply of desire and belief confirmation to recognize what was happening to us. Did our responses or reactions improve as information technology advanced toward the boundless upward inflection of the infinity curve? No, hell no. We got worse, much worse. In fact, I'd say the only ones I ever saw who were able to manage the constant news and entertainment feeds were either my friends in martial arts classes or some of my augmented chipper acquaintances who were inherently connected to those same feeds. Somehow, out of all the information their gray matter consumes, many of them voiced that they excelled at shutting their feeds off, thereby creating moments of silent clarity in a splattered world of information clutter. I do not fault technology for humanity's rapid demise. Technology is only a tool, and any tool in incapable hands is dangerous. I don't mean that we couldn't handle the technologies. We were masters at that. It's just, in our latter years, these technologies became the levers, the accelerators, of things both good and bad in human society. We used AI to do wonders, from helping assess illnesses in people, to creating vast new capabilities for industry. Yet we also used AI for nefarious, evil things. As you will hear me repeat too many times, humanity has no basic ethical system that we operate within, nothing agreed upon generally. Without an ethical system, our technologies became like our psyches, pawns to whims, jealousies, hatreds, fears, and entitlements. Funny. I was at work one day when a friend showed me his kid's kindergarten playground rules like, "We will be kind to each other, we'll treat each other respectfully, we'll take care of our surroundings." These rules or norms are sometimes taught to youngsters, but forgotten and subverted as they get older. We let the complexities of life obscure the management of life. We became selfish, entitled, self-centered, and self-absorbed. This carries through to what we do as adults. Like any root cause analysis, our bad behaviors percolate to the top, and society becomes the combination of those negative piece parts. Back to the point. I cannot blame our technologies like AI, gene editing, media, and social networks. These have provided wonderful benefits to improve humanity's lot, but they've also been tools of the worst in humans. In our case, these negatives now far outweighed the positives. That's not technology's fault. It is humanity's fault, given our lack of understanding about how the infinity curve works in its latter stages. Technology advances to infinity, rapidly ascending the y-axis. Meanwhile, societal progress plods along slowly across the x-axis of time, sometimes degrading versus improving, as in our case. The inevitable imbalance of these two variables invariably expunges the species. Humanity's problem was a graphical problem, perhaps a mathematical problem. A lack of knowing we should have managed the layered complexities of that infinity curve. I've said enough for today. Please note I will try to point out for you the things we might have done differently. Again, I'm no sociologist and no expert. Just an engineer, so I look at everything as an engineering problem. Perhaps this is my poor attempt at social engineering, I don't know. Regardless, it's long after the fact for humanity to do anything about our declining situation. As an engineer, I can't claim great insights on what ethics we should have employed to ensure the long-term continuation of our species. I only know they're much like those playground rules. My old engineering friends might have called me namby-pamby for suggesting such, that implementing rules was simplistic, even impossible. I think not on both accounts. We're just a lazy, short-sighted species that lacked the self-discipline to establish and execute such rules. Episode 60, on Unfortunate Circumstances. Sophia knocked on Rick's door. "Come in," he beckoned. She opened, then quickly closed the door before the dogs could rush in and disrupt things. "Just wanted to give you a status update on the inquiry. That I can tell, my resolve not to have this local person come out to visit is working. I plugged in the kitchen monitor unit and set the fan beside it. The fan is buzzing away happily and noisily as we speak. No word back from the snoopy bastards." Rick smiled. "I noticed the dogs barking more. Though that door is thick and soundproof, it's not like an audiologist's booth. I can still hear 6 dogs blasting away, but just barely. It might even be more the vibration of their noise through the ground, rather than the barks themselves." Sophia chuckled. The sound of barking dogs never bothered her, as it did Rick. She well might have worked in a kennel all her life, though kennels were in short supply after the debacle. The same agent that killed so many humans had a similar effect on others in the animal kingdom, particularly mammals. I'm sure those bastards are hearing a good dose of noise on the other end, as the AIs try to decipher just what the hell is going on. They must think I'm the dog version of a cat lady, living wretchedly in a home doused in urine and feces. Ooh, Rick shuddered. I appreciate that you have to manage them, while I can't. No problem. Then is there a new issue? He inquired, watching her expressions. Not really. She paused to pick up an autographed baseball on his desk. Careful, please, he requested. No smudges on the names. You know you can't take this with you when you go. Rick smiled. If heaven is as your old Catholic teachings describe, then I'll be able to play ball with these Brooklyn Dodgers and other great and not-so-great players in history. You'll not get me off that field except to eat whatever they feed you there. Never gave much thought to what people eat in heaven. I'm sure it's not gruel. Rick dropped his chin and stared up at her as she stood near the door. Still, you look concerned. She sat on her usual chair, adjacent to the door. It was 10 feet from Rick's desk to allow for the dogs to surround her as she spoke with him. It's a bit concerning. I sent them the email back that I had plugged in the intercom speaker. And the response thanked me, but they also asked about the gardens business and how it was going. And not the full story? I'll get there. It implied they might want to send out a person to review the gardens and surroundings. I'm not sure if this is tied into the earlier inquiry on the intercom or a separate issue. You know, it's not an unusual request. They're only trying to assess if the business is on the up and up, and all of our financial transactions are visible to them. Yeah, I know. Remember that visit you had 4 years ago? We thought they'd found us out. And it was only their concern that barter was happening on the reservation to a much greater degree than anywhere else, and they needed to tamp that down or get their unfair share of taxes and skim. Sophia stood, signaling she needed to get back to the dogs barking outside the door. Yep. And no tamping has occurred, not that I can see. Our Navajo friends continue to openly defy this autocratic control by the oligarchs and our laughable relic of a constitutional democracy. I don't blame them for their courage. They've lived through external imposition on their lives for the last 500 years. This is just the latest version of a government screwing them out of something. Still, it's odd that the same source hassling you about the intercom is now suggesting a look at the business. Did you reply? No. The note didn't ask for a reply. I'd take it more as a heads up. If I made any move to suggest they should not visit, their AI would pick it up instantly, and we'd have a swarm of nasty bees heading our way. Yeah, he agreed. The best approach is no response. If I had my health monitor attached, you'd see a 10-point rise in my blood pressure on this news. Sophia placed her hand on the doorknob. Your face already indicated it was 20. I can't tell you to hurry, but I smell unpleasantness in the air, wafting this way. And your intuition is always right, my dear. I promise not to ramble too much. Everything will be truncated and done in proper haste. It's more important to get the message out there than to make it pretty and interesting, or even pretty interesting. I know that. He winked at her before she shut the door. Rick continued recording his narrative. I note in other places how this planet we live upon is very large, relative to a human's own physical size. We were not a fleet-footed species, and nothing about our nature allowed us to travel long distances quickly, like a winged bird. Throughout our history, as a result, we have been closed and clannish, coalescing around our proximate locations and commonalities. In the distant past, that typically meant you'd interact with people in your same physical geography and likely related to you genetically. In fact, geography had much to do with the development of our languages and culture. I don't need to repeat that for you, as it will be apparent from the historical information I'm coupling with these recordings. This physical separation of groups amplified an innate desire to be around people with the same religion and belief systems, similar occupations, same language or dialect, and critically, the same or similar appearance. It's a vestige of survival instincts, no doubt. Like any cautious animal, humans of one group were fearful of other groups who had substantial differences. You'd think these cautious behaviors might have dissipated as our more recent forms of communications came into play, from print to radio to television to the internet. You'd think because we were able to now share information about all peoples, we'd get along better. But the effect was, unfortunately, the opposite. In a world where so much information was being blasted at people, hyper-accelerated by the advent of digital communications, we became much more insular. The AIs fed a constant stream of content that confirmed a person's own biases and also narrowed their social groupings. This piling on of one's belief constructs served to further amplify the fears and other negatives inherent in those constructs, effectively hardening people further into their systems and making them less accepting of anyone who didn't believe as they did. In the span of a few decades, we changed from being a race that coalesced based on geography to one that cowered together, in a virtual sense, based on human or AI-designed fears and misinformation. Simultaneously, our minds were being commercialized and commoditized, and our personal preferences and biases were whored by social media. We became social media's prostitutes, in other words. I plan to highlight this effect of our digital age in greater detail, but I can't lose the brief, important point on this dynamic of civilization. We once lived in small groups, reproduced rather quickly, were nominally mobile. Belief systems spread slowly, and there was time to ponder the rightness or wrongness of the next belief that expanded our psyches. It's a big planet, and ideas traveled slow, but I shouldn't imply that we were ever in a great period of humanity's acceptance of others not like them. Indeed, we were never even close. Ignorance was always widespread, the common human condition. Slothfulness, anger, angst, blame, and victim behavior. I can review our deadly sins at another time, but we had no effective means to train people how to handle their psyches and manage their natural tendencies toward negativity. Hell, we didn't even recognize the need to do that. We developed no global mandate to ensure self-actualization in as many humans as possible, again, not even seeing this as valuable. Religion might have done some of that, but it clearly failed, given grotesque exclusivities born in religious entitlement and dogma. As technologies arrived that allowed us to communicate more swiftly, our little cave sharer or village farmer mentalities became overwhelmed. Good intentions were flattened and scattered by the next deluge of bias-confirming information and attention-getting scandal. Ancient, positive lessons on how to treat each other well to advance species longevity were subjugated and suppressed by this continuous shotgun blast of stories pelleting our gray matter at all waking hours. We are the products of a few unfortunate circumstances in space, time, and evolution. Big planet. Short lives and fast turnover of humans. Crappy memories. Easily distracted. Disconnectedness between us. An abominable lack of foresightedness and planning. Fear-driven. It's a long list, whereas with our positive attributes, the list is rather tight, and the attributes only display in short sprints. courage, love, fearlessness, patience, giving, selflessness. Those appear and disappear in any one human's timeline, like shooting stars in a night sky. Then we have the latter stage variations on humanity, an envisioned transhuman or post-human future. A new hope was there. A bright light of possibilities. Hybrids with instant access to facts, and a very expansive view on history. But that hope too was shattered in multiple ways, as I'll explain later. I know. I'm Debbie Downer today. That's a saying from my father that you may find nowhere else. I intentionally pointed out the negatives, but there are positives. There are ways to extricate yourselves from the same maladies that we are facing. You'll hear me talk again and again around this topic of education, of focused and purposeful teachings. It would have been possible to teach the few positive ethics, norms, standards of behavior to greatly enhance survival of the species, if we had established them for humanity in the first place. And some of us did such teaching, but it always was exclusive to the believers, the clans, the groupings of similar individuals, those who perceived they had a special entitlement because of their belief systems. Never have I found such teachings were generically human species focused for the good of all on the planet. That just wasn't in our nature. No, our innate sense of entitlement made each of us want to be special and unique within small groupings of people who possessed the same belief systems. It wasn't in our nature to do unto others. I hope it's in yours. We had no agreed-upon plan for managing ourselves as a species. You might think it's impossible to attain such a thing in any sentient society, particularly one as fractionalized and disparate as ours. But I think not. I believe people can agree on a few very simple tenets, rules, and ethical constructs. There are so few. In fact, some are encoded into the old U.S. Constitution, the poor thing, as it chokes on its last gasps of air in the bastardized nation-states that followed the dissolution of that once great nation. Some rules and norms exist therein that transcend human differences, rules we could have gotten everybody to agree upon. The same goes for holy books and other teachings. If I count them, I'd say there are no more than a dozen common tenets. Surely we might have gotten everyone to agree on 12 tenets. You treat people well, irrespective of who they are in any aspect, including the variant classes. You accommodate new forms of humanity, also later, where I'll discuss the severe oppression of transhumans, meaning the non-special transhumans. You give everybody equal voice, equal rights, and equal power in government, regardless of who they are. You do your best to treat all fairly and give them equal opportunities. You resolve differences congenially. You train each person, again regardless of who they are, to achieve or at least be on a path to self-actualization. You treat Mother Earth well, as if it was your own parent, since it is in many ways. There, that's 6 or so of the dozen. But now my mind moves to a different thought, as clear as the cloudless night sky in northern Arizona. I'm just starting these diatribes, and this topic keeps rummaging around in the back of my mind, so I'll try to spit it out here. Imagine a species on the cusp of greatness. It was all within our grasp, there for the taking, for the using. We had uncovered most secrets of physics and quantum physics. We discovered how to stop and even reverse our aging processes. We were resolving problems of illness and frailty. Our technology had advanced such that we had the capacity to feed and educate everybody. We had an open door and credible communication systems to befriend each other, despite our different backgrounds and belief systems. Nothing prevented us from treating each other fairly or training people to be self-actualized, open to change and growth. We might have had a world where every human and hybrid or post-human was given the chance and tools to be happy, self-controlled, self-managed. We had ethical learnings, norms, and values. We had the ability to extend what it means to be human into new dimensions of thought and existence. Everything was at our fingertips. You'll hear me repeat this message because it's so important. We had but to pursue a few disciplined paths, and easy paths at that. The door was open, but we weren't seeking a door. We were so slothful, so full of ourselves and our specific entitled thoughts, that we assumed a door was not required, that we'd muddle through as a species and come out okay. Engorged with an unending sense of entitlement in myriad forms, we were perennially looking for advantage, for ourselves, our immediate families, and those like us. Consumed by fear and entitlement, we were seeking cover and protection through unequal wealth and possessions. Even if we had received a self-evident message about how to act to extend the species into perpetuity, whether from a Messiah or tablet of God or advanced civilization, we would not have taken it to heart, I'm afraid. Each of us were far too self-absorbed to listen to any voice of reason and compassion, particularly if the voice prompted us to exert effort or move beyond our comfortable belief constructs. Instead, humanity fucked up. In our zeal to outpossess each other, we ran headlong past the cliff and are now too far over the precipice to prevent a tragic conclusion for our species. Episode 61 on Sloth and Laziness. Rick took a deep breath and peered up at the indirect sunshine permeating the room from the skylight. The terrain cameras indicated it was a beautiful day outside. He longed to leave his hovel to stretch his legs, which had grown anxious for exercise. Not the exercise of a stationary bike, or even the circle walking he did daily, but a firm, brisk trek over gravel and high desert. He thought of his Chinese kung fu instructor, a great and humble master, and wondered if he was still enjoying Santa Fe, an odd place for him to live after spending so much time in Farmington. Rick knew he was there, still teaching, and he often dreamed of escaping this self-enforced isolation, even for a few days. If he could, he'd go straight to Willie's studio and engage him in an active push-hand session. But Rick was rusty at the exercise, having done no push-hands with anyone for 10 years. His body was a decade younger than it might otherwise have been, given the anti-aging shots, and he might even prove a more worthy opponent. But then that was dreaming, a dream of hope and longing. Rick had made his choice 10 years ago. No longing would change the path he was on. Like Rick, Willie was a stoic. The pain of practice and general pains in life. Physical and mental discipline. Wanting little, possessing little, expecting less. Working day and night at times, hardly conscious of the difference between life and work. Willie was visiting San Antonio when the great debacle occurred. The agent spread so rapidly that most people in the city died in the first 48 hours. Rather than risk going outdoors to investigate, Willie stayed in his hotel room, closed the door, blocked off the ventilation, and meditated, only breathing the dank air of his room during that time. No food. No water. On day 8, when there were signs of life in the city, citizens were in the streets with bullhorns spreading the news about the causative agent, that its clock ran out and it was now safe to go out. This was Willie's story, and, not wanting to dwell on it as was typical of him, this was the end of his description. Indeed, all survivors of the event had stories, and every story was horrific. In hindsight, many of them might have preferred death to what they faced during the decades of the post-debacle period. It's not that Rick didn't occasionally partake in life's little pleasures, despite his stoic lifestyle. He had Sophia, the essence of pure serenity to be around, and a life partner in every good sense of the word. Beyond the pleasure of her presence, he allowed himself one daily soda, a modest dessert, and avoided ingesting the crap that others seemed to place within their bodies for the sheer insatiable pleasure of it. I must refrain from these brief reveries, he considered. I wander to thoughts that have passed with the wind, and they are of little value. I have work to do and time is running short. I can no longer waste hours perfecting the platform construction and related processes while subtly rationalizing time away from narration. I must continue with the content, fulfilling the intent. Yes, my daily repeat of purpose. He fired up the sound mixer and microphone. My friends, he began, we have a common saying on earth about to each his own. I try to stick to that, since it keeps my nose out of people's business and theirs out of mine. I understand what you hear from me may sound like a complaint about their business, and this is likely the case. Again, my purpose is not to complain. To expose, yes. To describe, definitely. I hope you'll take my words to heart. I try not to pass judgment, but only to be an oracle. Like a good engineer, I'm always assessing how to resolve a problem, which requires a critical analysis of contributing factors. Consider my views as that assessment. Forgive the occasional repeats like this one, but humans were as a lot lazy and short-sighted. Slothful. I don't doubt this may be something innate, even selected for in evolution. In fact, if you look at similar life on the planet, animals typically spend a large part of the day lazing around, resting, staring, and doing little other than foraging. The great apes, anyway, spend much time just lazing away. Humans avoid painful things and gravitate towards that which is pleasurable. Gravity, that's a good term for it. The gravity of the pleasurable exceeds the pulling power of the good. There is a book of learnings called the Upanishads, and I'm paraphrasing, but it says to tend to the good versus the pleasurable. Worth a read. Therein lies the problem, though. Humans possess no pleasure meter that tells them to shut off, that they've had enough and should get back to the positives of creation and growth and care of others. Look, I can't tell you this slothfulness wasn't just a part of our fiber. We lived in caves and as hunter-gatherers for many, many years before we started getting positive works done like substantial trade and commerce and industry. And during that time, those early humans were close equivalents to us today, at least in terms of gray matter, not accounting for the chippers, those humans augmented with active intelligence technologies. Not to digress, but in their case, gray matter is antiquated when compared to their accessible databases and processors. For them, I assume human brains matter very little anymore. I imagine we got by in those caves by not doing much, not thinking much, not planning, and living like my dogs do, always redirected to the need or pleasure of the moment. It must have been a good life, if not entirely useful. Had we stayed doing the same these last 10,000 years, I'd be sitting in a cave also, no different. It's not that I don't lay blame, as we all must be blamed on the whole and as individuals. We watched in stupid silence as the risks piled up. We knew about them, but we didn't grasp their relative speed. We were far too distracted by the divisive politics and policies and personalities of the minute. We did not discuss or debate or embrace the things that bound us together. No, those cohesive norms and behaviors only generated the most tepid, palest of emotions. They are far less interesting and reactionary. To our everlasting misfortune, human minds are attracted and activated by the inane, the outlandish, the outrageous. The media caught onto that centuries ago, and in today's hyper-tech world, the important and fundamental principles of living together as a species are subverted and subjugated as our minds are shotgunned by the absurd. Humans have an unparalleled ability to procrastinate and rationalize away unpleasant things. We hope others will take care of problems and resolve common issues while we sit back, wring our hands and complain. We procrastinate, failing to act or make changes unless we are sorely pressed to do so, often when it's too late. Climate change was a case study, but more on that later. I can describe the last 4 decades for you, but you'll get a dose of that history in the other information I'm sending. The history focuses on facts and speculation, and like the lazy-ass humans we are, we prefer to analyze the symptoms, talk about the symptoms, react to the symptoms, and shame the symptoms, because the symptoms are easy. Pleasurable endorphin highs are aroused by frustrations, complaints, and confirmation that others in the cave think like me. Rarely is pleasure gained from hard things like work, effort, vision, and planning. To net this out, we are fearful, lazy, rationalizing creatures, with an innate sense of inadequate self-worth. This is not a good underpinning for developing a long-term plan of viability for the species. Sloth is a thing of entropy. Soaking in the latest news or targeted advertisement, or even kowtowing to the latest commands from someone or something, including AI somethings, is so much easier than thinking for oneself. Combine it all together, and you get a sit-back humanity that lets others rule them and tell them what to do. The tugs today on our nose rings are both devious and subtle, and they come from so many directions. Our minds are feebled and clouded consciousness with many voices vying for attention. You lose track of who or what is in control. At this societal stage, with the demigods augmented beyond my understanding into different planes of intelligence and power accumulation, it is possible everyone on Earth is enslaved by the oligarchs' overarching and highly effective efforts of control, especially via the media. The insidious noise of the media became grossly amplified at the beginning of this century, leaving the human brain overpowered, outstretched, and exhausted. As a result, the mind holds little quietude and easily surrenders to the siren's call of entropic pursuits. Technology arose so fast, and humans are so overwhelmed, they scream to be guided by a larger hand. They give up their free will, willingly, lacking faith in their ability to guide themselves. It's a self-induced, relinquishing hypnosis, with little conscious awareness that their power has been ceded to the dominating other. Suddenly, a small lizard darted out to the corner of his desk, its back to him. There were hundreds of these lizards in proximity of the house, but Rick couldn't risk the possibility of this one being a monitoring bot. He grabbed his glass, poured the water slowly out on the floor, then captured it. Surprised at its transparent prison, the lizard was frozen for a moment. It then tried to run, spinning in circles around the edge of the glass. Rick halted recording and watched with amused interest. I should kill it just in case, he considered, but it's bad karma if I do. He pulled out his desk drawer and searched for the brass-plated magnifying glass, seldom used since his vision was now much improved by the anti-aging treatments. Lifting it to the water glass, he saw the lizard was nearly translucent, and blood flowed visibly through its veins. Your lucky day, he affirmed as he raised the glass. The lizard scurried away. Wish I could join you wherever you're off to, he expressed as he resumed recording. We create societies steeped in laws, but not in rules of humane treatment of each other. This is particularly true as applies to my transhuman or post-human hybrid friends, of which I've had many. Bigotry and blame are heaped upon these augmented humans, who have become unfortunate scapegoats for the debacle. As usual, I diverge too much and may cover this topic later. Though you will find considerable history on the Great Debacle, I'll tell you what the historical writings do not say. Our laziness caused it. This slothfulness caused the lack of a single ethic to ensure and guarantee the long-term survival of our species and the planet we inhabit. That was our deadly mistake in 2037. It continued to be our mistake as we went through the abhorrent post-debacle period, and it remains front and center as the progenitor of our imminent species annihilation. The fact that you are listening to or reading this monologue implies that you are at least somewhat inquisitive and visionary. You might look at yourselves and think you are sufficiently industrious and shouldn't worry. Maybe you have previously been schooled with the wisdom and understanding of how you can contribute to the greater good of your species. Perhaps you already have a more perfect society, a well-oiled machine. Even so, please heed my words. Any society that gets to be as big as ours, as widely dispersed on the face of the planet, as fearful and clannish and entitled as ours, as disconnected with each other in a world overwrought with interconnections, is destined to meet the same doom we will soon experience at our own hands. He sighed. Minutes ago, a lizard ran across my desk and caused me to dump my glass of water on the floor to capture it. I'm sure you are bored to tears on this topic, and my throat is dry. I'll resume later on a different topic. Episode 62 on Entropy. Rick awoke, and after letting Pete and Molly out his bunker door and into the rest of the house, he began his usual routine of exercise. This was a daily discipline, first thing in the morning. A half hour of muscle rubs, massaging joints, loosening up and stretching, followed by another half hour of repetitive warm-up exercises. An hour plus of Bagua circle walking. Tai Chi, Xing Yi, and weapons were added to the routine in his evening exercises. This was his way of staying healthy in otherwise cramped quarters, barely larger than a one-bedroom apartment. To keep from going stir-crazy, Sophia regularly came in to visit, reminisce, and keep him company. Then there were the dogs, a constant source of enjoyment, coupled with their usual stale breath, dirt and dust, and typical dog smells. Occasionally, he would exit his compound to view the array, navigating the narrow passages of his underground tunnel system to access the barn. This activity was fraught with risk, however, since his body movements beneath the surface might be discovered by the infrared sensors of drones or satellites. He wore a special suit on these outings, designed to mitigate and disperse any heat radiation his body emitted. To keep his DNA from being detected by external bots and other biosensing devices, his waste products were handled by himself and Sophia. When a bag was full, he'd detach it from his toilet, hand it to Sophia, and she would dispose of it in her working bath. Sophia normally used this type of bath for mixing chemicals for the gardens. She jury-rigged a special one for Rick's waste products, combining them with hydrochloric acid, then venting the airborne waste into a room they had excavated in the hillside for future needs. They always employed an abundance of caution, and for good reason. Snooping drones were a fact of life, as were human hybrids, each possibly sporting advanced imaging and olfactory receptors. Given the extreme security the oligarchs implemented to prevent another debacle, DNA monitors were deployed virtually everywhere there were people. Perhaps due to their remote location, Sophia never found monitors lurking around their compound, though she suspected the drones regularly sampled the air in proximity of their house, and therefore could find evidence of Rick's DNA. One small mistake, one instance of mismanaging his clothing or waste products, had the potential to expose his presence and their plan. In the previous decades, the authorities began to utilize DNA testing and other technologies to track and manage humans and hybrids. Ironically, DNA testing started in innocence, an elective way for people to uncover their genetic heritage, health indicators, and unknown relatives. However, as the technologies advanced, so did the ability to capture DNA for control and identification purposes. With DNA tracking technology, one could readily acquire and sequence anybody's DNA, record and store the unique signatures in an AI database, and use multiple means of surveillance to track an individual's comings, goings, and proclivities. Because humans naturally shed millions of cells a day, a person's whereabouts could be determined by sampling things like countertops, restaurant utensils, and even ambient air. Like DNA tracking, most of the technologies the oligarchs employed extensively for citizen control purposes were initially used for commercial applications and eventually governmental uses. What soda did that person order at the ball game? Who was driving the rental car? What magazine article did they peruse at the airport? Who visited the store and what did they buy? What sock colors do they prefer? Eventually, DNA tracking was integrated with the numerous other methods of analyzing any individual, including financial transactions, conversations picked up on home or business intercom units, facial recognition, video monitoring, cell phone tracking and texts, automobile travel, stored data, and email traffic. All this information was collected and compiled in requisite governmental and commercial AI databases. Quickly analyzable, this compilation of data enabled a very accurate contextual mapping of predictable activities in which a person would become involved. Any deviations from expectations were constantly assessed, sometimes resulting in yellow or red flags. Rick began the morning's stream of consciousness blathering, hyper-cognizant of the need to get quickly through his task. I have mentioned entropy multiple times, but I never explained what it means to me. There's a textbook meaning, and I'm sure you'll find many physicists and philosophers with differing opinions on the topic. But my version of entropy, my personal definition, relates to the universal constant, implying the eventual dissolution of all things in this dimension of space and time. I'll talk another day about religious entitlement, as it's a most effective topic for providing an example of entropy, but here's an example. In the last few thousand years, certain entitled humans have predicted the end of the world. Much of this prediction rhetoric was encoded in various religious texts. It wasn't just a Christian biblical thing, mind you. Religions often used apocalyptic verbiage to control their rowdy human subjects, coerce them to join the flock, or thrash them into mending what were perceived to be sinful behaviors. Such writings often intermixed ethical teachings with apocalyptic predictions, including warnings that if you didn't change your ways, the detrimental apocalyptic outcome would be inflicted upon you. Well, we got our lesson on this 38 years ago. We'll never know whether it was God-initiated or not, but it was indeed a tortuous lesson. Did we learn anything from that disaster? Did we mend our ways? Did we start following the positive, meaningful intentions in such religious writings? Of course not. We continued doing what we were doing before, only with intensified fervor. In fact, many used that event to personally profit from the pain and suffering of others, whether via power or possessions. Humans tend to learn little from their mistakes. The Great Debacle was one of the last stages of human entropy, but I consider it an appetizer to an unfortunate main course. The 4 billion or so of us that remain are all sitting together at the table of the final meal, though we lack the vision to understand this. As the next course concludes, nobody will be around for dessert. Nobody. Entropy is the garbage disposal of the universe. It's not bad or good. It simply is. We fail to recognize that our societal purpose in life must be to prevent, delay, and reverse entropy. Not a single human mind of the billions was engaged toward this exercise. We were ignorantly unaware that our species was sliding into that caustic vortex, the vile and acidic kitchen sink of entropy. And now we are in the latter stages of the recycling of planetary, celestial waste, soon to be comprised of human flesh and its creations. Speaking of creations, recall I've mentioned before that we lacked a common ethic and lacked the understanding that we even needed one. You can't have the former if you don't recognize the latter. Rick laughed sadly. This may surprise and appall you, but many groups in society are actively working towards a dissolution of everything human. These wizards have concluded that their self-righteous religious constructs and dogma compel them to create the final outcome for humanity, the apocalypse that ends it all. These beliefs, based in fear and entitlement, were in place well before the debacle, even centuries before. Recently, however, the intensity has increased. Some of this is driven by the thought that maybe they didn't get the job done properly the first time around, that they failed their superior belief system and God construct in some way. After all, none of those who died in their rigor mortis contortions were apparently raptured, at least that the zealots can prove. Those poor souls are now desiccated skeletons and sinews hunched together in mass graves. None are enjoying endless bounty and glory of eternal heaven. To explain further, we have had and continue to have believers in ancient apocalyptic visions and scriptures of the religious kind. Some of those devotees feel they need to hasten the apocalypse. Why? Because being among the chosen few to lay such waste to our species, they would become the select, effulgent, and most glorious beneficiaries. Indeed, they believe their actions would elevate their position in heaven, allowing them to suckle at the nurturing teat of God and consume the sweet nectar of their righteousness in the post-apocalyptic heaven state. All others, meaning people who didn't believe and behave like them, would meet their deserved and terrible fate of fire or eternal damnation. Isn't that the quintessential definition of an entitled class? I laugh, thinking of the stupidity of most humans and their inability to separate themselves from their belief systems. These zealots have no concept of entropy, possessing belief constructs so narrow that they didn't allow for its possibility. Their only vision was a selfish one, that they would receive their due rewards by advancing the demise of the species. They are no different than the myriad other true believers in humankind's history. Dead and gone by now, having caused insufferable harms upon our species. When the debacle came, death took great numbers of these apocalyptic power-mongers, since so many of them resided in the cities that became wholesale graveyards of devastation. Yes, they did all they could to accelerate and enable an apocalypse. Yet when it happened, it was far different than their religious predictions. God only knows if it was one of these zealots that created the tiny monster that killed so many. One can only imagine the flavors of this abhorrent belief system in existence now. If the pre-debacle religious world was fractious and divisive, multiply that times 1,000 in our post-apocalyptic, AI-bastardized, post-human splintered, demigod-controlled world of today. The fanatics are at each other's throats with their caustic rhetoric. They think their own personal brands of algorithmic special sauce and genetic mastery will allow them to either survive the next ruinous stage or sit as spectators in their heavenly chariots, observing their deity's fate for Earth and congratulating themselves for being so wise, humble, and dedicated to their scriptures. Bully for them. They can have at it and enjoy the fruits of their fears and entitlements. I'll be long gone, I hope, when that day comes. I don't want to live during the final, entropic days of humanity. Indeed, I'll be lucky to live a few minutes past this transmission by my estimate, given its heretical message in the eyes of the demigods. From my perspective, what's a few more months or years of living only to watch the further decline of our species? Having survived the great debacle, and still suffering my own PTSD after these many years, as most of us do, I don't care to observe our chessboard as it corrodes away from whatever noxious elixir the demigods or their minions pour into the apocalyptic sink. We repaired nothing since the last event. We didn't change our ways, and we're even deeper into that sink, our fingers slipping at the apex of the drain. We look up at a shattered mirror that reflects our own images as we slide rapidly toward that celestial sewer, the resting place of failed planetary species. Episode 63 on Assumed Primacy. Rick was feeling especially rushed and knew his haste would result in confusion for the recipient beings. They'll have to tolerate it, he concluded as he readied his recording equipment. They can't possibly understand the pressure I'm under, the need for speed, and my excuse for these repetitive thoughts and unedited, oft-aired prose. In the past, I always took the time to do a quality job. The engineer within. But in this case, I must achieve the right quantity and screw the quality. However, I must stop fretting about my unordered and unordained delivery of this material and its repetition. They'll figure it out. Have faith, buddy. I'm back at it, my friends. Yes, humans are flawed, he began, and a key flaw was our insistence on assumed primacy. This tentacled belief system encompasses multiple aspects, so I'll describe what it means. We assumed that we were the prime species, certainly on our planet as well as solar system, likely in our galaxy and probably in the entire universe. Placed upon our own pedestal of dominion, we looked around and saw nothing else. At least until a few months before the Great Debacle. There was a seminal event in August 2037. Until that time, we had no credible evidence that sentient life existed elsewhere in the galaxy or universe. We only had very spotty things like suspected Dyson spheres and planetary bodies of other stars, providing certain indications of advanced life through their atmospheric gases and spectrometry. We also captured occasional, repeated signals. These were celestial oddities like short radio bursts that were nonsensical to us. Nothing we could do allowed us to interpret what these were, or why they existed. In fact, nothing since the debacle has convinced us otherwise. In addition to these celestial oddities, we had earthly oddities. Images captured on radar from credible sources. Photographic and personal evidence of flying objects of unusual speed or capabilities. However, nothing ever came from these. It was like obtaining evidence of a killing with blood, guns, and witnesses, yet neither a victim nor a murderer. In our haste to recover from the devastating aftereffects of the debacle, we quickly abandoned all space development efforts. Too focused on preventing the next cataclysm, our governments stopped supporting extraterrestrial research from organizations like SETI and its partners around the globe, among other projects. It was rotten luck that many of the world's best astronomers were not in isolated, safe places like observatories on mountain peaks during the debacle. They were in their research institutions, universities, homes, or elsewhere in the cities, and most of them died. Another large segment of human brilliance and hopefulness forever wasted in less than a week. Apologies for continuing to digress to this catastrophe. It's so defining to who I am any longer, or to who any of us are. It is the only pole around which humans are equally tethered, longing to be freed from its hideous grasp. However, I can't lose track on the concept of assumed primacy. Perhaps it began in our early days as thinking, pondering beings looking up to the sky, and assuming a great god or gods enabled it, the seasons, and the magic of nature to exist. From that start, we told stories, we wrote books, and we envisioned gods who said we were created in their images. We could not fathom that a god might be any different than us, save for its omniscient godlike qualities. Oh, and we wrote stories about how segments of us, the true believers, were the chosen ones in the early days of our collective illnesses. This assumed primacy percolated throughout our societies. As we became more science-oriented, however, some began to wonder how we could be the only sentient beings in the universe. This idea grew roots within the last few centuries, but that tiny seedling of curiosity was already overshadowed by the massive forest of long-established primacy. Our assumed primacy was an outgrowth of the belief that we were uniquely special in God's eyes. Interestingly, we wrote our religious texts such that they would not allow other societies to exist in other places in God's universe. We believed God was unique to us, that we held a special position above all creatures in the vastness of infinity. To consider otherwise would have extricated us from our prime position as an entitled collection of beings guided by the invisible hands of God. As we advanced to the stage of radio technology early in the last century, we were not considering that our speed of light signals might reach other civilizations someday. We were so enamored with our tech that any paranoia we might have had about setting out a lights flashing, horns blaring welcome mat to any marauding species, well, it was just ignored if it ever existed at all. Long before that, though, the Earth had already broadcast its own self-created signals. The complex molecules of life on our planet were capable of being spotted by any advanced society, millions of years prior to our radio and TV transmissions. And our own recent activities were bullhorning our existence and brashness, openly inviting any aliens in proximity to join in our fun. We were naive. Had we thought for 2 minutes, had we planned and discussed, had we considered the risk, I'm not sure we'd ever have exposed ourselves above the plane of the ground. But our existence likely became very apparent so long ago. In fact, the signs of our sentient activities on Earth, which began at least 10,000 years ago, were likely available for viewing by anyone at an intermediate galactic distance. That light from Earth has had those millennia to reach any species with advanced telescopes. 10,000 light-years. They may well be on their way here now to pay us a visit, for better or worse. Rick fretted into the microphone. Not thinking about it, not planning for it, we just assumed it was too late to do anything, and not to worry. It may not happen anyway, they'd possibly even be nice, and we'd welcome them. And they wouldn't dare arrive on Earth as marauders or super-advanced robots, searching for useful surroundings and raw materials, right? Our position in the universe was stable. We were comfortable. And you know what? If it turned out the alien visitors weren't so amicable, it would be such a distant time from now that it wouldn't matter. By the time they arrived, we'd be amazingly advanced, and we could take care of ourselves. That's how we handled things generally as a species. Lazily. It's not a problem right now. We don't see evidence of any other sentient species elsewhere in the universe, and we're probably the only sentient beings in the universe. If aliens ever do arrive, however, they'll either be peaceful or we'll have advanced technologies to defend ourselves. But we failed in our assumptions about how to look for other life. We failed because our first premise was that any other species would be as stupidly presumptuous as us. We assumed the other species would willingly broadcast out to the universe that it was welcoming all visitors, just like we were doing. We placed a big white spotlight on this solar system. This planet. Did we consider there might be a good reason we weren't hearing or seeing anything from intelligent life elsewhere? Did we ever assume that the countless other sentient species might be less presumptive than us and fully understand the negative consequences of broadcasting their presence to the universe? No. Our assumed primacy wouldn't let us take that path of reason. Had we considered that no sensible, forward-thinking species would invite the vast unknown universe of possible robotic or biological plagues into their house, we might have looked differently for signs of life elsewhere. But our indignant righteousness disengaged us from that thought. We punted, as they say. We wanted to avoid the unpleasant idea that we had already started out on the wrong track via our own carelessness. We assumed it was now too late to undo the deed, so we will just continue escalating the risk. Assumed primacy was the unstated philosophy embedded in every aspect of our lives. We couldn't extricate ourselves from it. Then the little event of August 2037 occurred. Indeed, perhaps something similar has occurred for you by the time you get my message. In brief, I'll tell you what we learned. It was late summer 2037 in the Saskatchewan province of Canada. An object fell from the sky, skid along the ground, and landed in a muddy farm field. Some kids found it. The object or obelisk was made of hardy platinum gold alloy, about 80 tons. The obelisk was covered in icons or hieroglyphs depicting a civilization being attacked by marauders from space via nanobots, or so we assessed. It was a simple storybook, from our perspective. Their planet was attacked. The attacked civilization was nice enough to alert others. It then sent out a warning signal in the form of an obelisk comprised of exceedingly rare metals. To this day, a large minority on the planet believe that such an invasion is imminent. They let the obelisk control their lives as a result. Many millions perceive this object, now missing, as the new golden calf, the ball, around which they must worry or worship or prepare for the end of days. That event is regularly recast and reworked in our media to their benefit. As you might expect in the mess of the planet that is ours, nobody knows what the real story is. No definitive conclusions were ever provided to convince me or many others that the obelisk was a result of anything beyond human manufacture. One can deduce many reasons why certain groups would have wanted this event to happen, to ignite the M80 that set off mountains of societal dynamite that existed at the time, much less now. Earth was a clusterfuck back then, to use a term. Genetic engineering was creating so many new variants of humanity so rapidly. Very quickly we saw hybrids with new modes of thought, integration with machines, cloud computing, artificial intelligence. Not to belabor the obelisk topic, but it was exactly the right time for some deviant to toss in a threatening object from space and further disturb the teetering balance of society. Once off balance, the great debacle occurred within a few months thereafter. The obelisk and alleged alien plague of the debacle became the scapegoat for all that transpired afterwards. In my mind, the platinum gold omen was a thing of human origin. A ruse. But I digress again. I know this, however. We did not substantially alter our knowledge of science by its arrival. Immediately after its debut, crazy things started happening. In fact, a friend of mine from long ago named Peter was a Boston podcaster back then. As he described it, people were coming out of the woodwork to be on his show to explain how our species should respond to the impending alien threat. Most of their ideas would result in the dissolution or destruction of humanity, by definition and intent. Be aware that humanity's mental energy was rarely to push forward constructive things. Instead, our vision was too often focused on defensive and destructive things. Too late we learned that such focus leads to very bad results. Can you imagine? Here we were, out on the fifth standard deviation of assumed primacy. Suddenly, an object falls from the sky to inform us that we were actually on the other end of the bell curve, the ignorant and unprepared end of that primacy scale. Death would be riding close behind. Had we not been so presumptuous in the first place, had we been more subtle as a species, a little more paranoid, a little less trusting of the unknown, and less confident in our God-granted primacy, we might have written a different ending to our story. But we let our emotions grab our gonads, and led us around by every jester politician with a microphone up his ass and camera in his face, or do I have that backwards? Anyway, please forgive the anger. We were stupid, terminally stupid, and things have only grown worse since then. God knows our species has been on borrowed time for decades. The card dealer is calling all bets on the table, and our poker hand shows 5 worthless jokers. Episode 64, on Watching Us Fail. Hours ago, I completed the section on the assumed primacy of human beings relative to their perceived position in the vast universe. Thinking about it afterward, I realized that section mandated a more objective assessment of what our actual position might be, and how our primacy is almost an inescapable joke on our species. A fatal one. Some years ago, I wanted to start a family. It's a natural thing for every species on Earth to have a desire to replicate itself. I assume that it must be a universal constant of life itself. However, like many other couples of childbearing age in the post-apocalyptic world, Sophia and I held off, hoping things might get better. Unfortunately, they didn't. I'll cover again at some point the aftermath and utter anarchy that followed for many years before the demigods wrested control. Although I wanted children, progeny, I chose not to bear them in this world of gross uncertainty. Perhaps that decision was unfair to them, whoever they may have become. Perhaps they should have lived human lives, however brief those lives may have been. Sophia and I talked, and we always reached the same conclusion. Humanity is grossly incapable of seeing itself as just another species across time and acting accordingly to extend our viability throughout the ages. An innate attribute of our existence. Immutable. As each day passes, we move closer to this point of dissolution, this final entropic state of humankind, and our decision not to bear fruit is reaffirmed. In a broader sense, it's clear we are not beings who were gifted by their Creator with unique primacy, as if we were the only species on one of a trillion planets in the universe. Why create such vastness of a universe only to populate it with one sentient planetary species, and a failing one at that? If you assess the logic of it, you must consider these alternatives. First, assume humanity is the only sentient species. If this is so, then we clearly have primacy because God made it as such. In other words, how do you do the math around one chance in infinity, or one species on one planet in a universe of infinite planets? It is an illogical mathematical result. Of the humans left on the planet, many hang on to the hope that divine primacy is the case. If we are not prime, then it erodes one of the key tenets of our belief constructs regarding humanity as God's chosen children. In other words, if humans are the only sentient species in the infinite universe, this fact affirms the existence of an all-knowing, all-seeing, supervising God. If that is true, however, then how did such a loving, supervising God allow 4 billion children to die in a week's time? I am no parent, as I stated, but that makes no logical sense. Given the lack of recognizable messages from otherworldly species, I fully understand this postulate. I just cannot align myself to it. Second, let's assume human primacy is false. In a universe of infinite worlds, one must assume an infinite number of sentient species will exist, currently exist, or once existed. From what we can tell of the many other planets we've studied, life indeed does exist on some level, but it's not the kind that actively exposes any evidence of sentient communications. The old Drake equation be damned, in my mind. Its postulate was in error. If one does the math, considering time and space, then the logical conclusion is that many sentient species are active in the universe as I speak. Right now. Again, with the constant of infinity in any equation, every other factor is enslaved to it. I have seen the physicist arguments, and in order to come up with a logical, real number, they always add an artificial constraint upon the infinite. That's a cop-out, a logical error. If you don't assume the first case, you must assume the second. There is no other alternative, only a matter of degree. I'm speculating on the rest of this, but gut instinct tells me that, because the universe is likely replete with sentient life, even infinite sentient life, we are not finding it for a very intentional reason. That reason is this: it does not want to be found. In this respect, I've already covered those species who inhabit their own worlds, so I'm not repeating. The right question to ask is why they are not here right now on Earth and inhabiting our world. In the cosmic view of time, interstellar travel is nothing. Intergalactic travel is a bit more, but still nothing in the span of billions of years. If the universe is teeming with life, why have we not been visited, excepting via the obelisk, if you believe that story? My only conclusion is that they either don't care enough to visit, or they're somewhere close by, patiently waiting. If they don't care, then we'll never know about their existence because they'll ignore us. If they were previously here and considered us a nuisance species, their advanced technology could no doubt annihilate us instantly. Look, we almost did that to ourselves, had whatever creator of the debacle plague not engineered a 5-day shutoff. I can't ascribe to the beliefs of others simply because they believe. I must assume that aliens are somewhere in our proximity, simply waiting. But what would they be waiting for? My speculation again on this is that they are waiting for us fail. To self-annihilate. If you're so advanced that you're doing intra- or intergalactic travel, you don't need nice, oxygen-rich planets to survive. You've created your own environments for millions or billions of years. At their level of technology and skill, one more planet to inhabit and terraform is not that exciting or necessary. Maybe they have a non-interference pact with other traveling species, like the old Star Trek videos one watched with my dad in the first decades of this century. Whatever the reason, the math tells us we must assume they are there, they are here, and they are watching and waiting. If we self-annihilate soon, as we most certainly will, then they can have at it. Nobody will be around to care. Sure, they may be required to do a little cleanup depending on the cause of our final exit, but that's probably not an ominous challenge, unless it's via nuclear devastation. You'd think they've likely done it 1,000 times before. As much as we pretend we're prime and nobody's out there watching us, I'm thinking we are likely very, very average in the universe. Average behavior, average intelligence, average mistakes, average arrogance and primacy, average viciousness, and average species lifespan. This means we'll come to an average end because of our very middling inability to put a few rules in place. A few norms on how we treat each other and the planet. A few agreements on our long-term intention for the species. A few rules for managing existential risks. We had so presumed any message from a superior being might elevate us out of the dire straits in which we allowed ourselves to wallow. Understandably then, it was beyond disturbing to discover the obelisk's warning that the universe may not be a place of wise and amicable beings. The obelisk's icons painted a picture of harshness and severity, destruction, domination and devastation. Perhaps mindless and soulless dominion even. But humans are already experts at these things. We don't need an alien race to teach us what we use so ferociously against ourselves. Episode 65 on Planetary Abuse. It was mid-afternoon outside, though Rick was nominally aware of the time of day. He had been reading old material he authored on optical parametric pulse amplification lasers when a perimeter alarm sounded. Scanning his cameras, he saw nothing outside to cause the alarm. Then he rolled back the video recordings and noticed a mini-drone passing by the solar array. Though he had seen such drones occasionally at higher elevations, this one was lower to the ground and obviously scoping the array. "Damn, I know what this means," he voiced. "Too bad Sophia is away right now, because I'd want her to check the area, particularly the barn." He reran the videos from the 5 cameras monitoring the barn, but saw nothing. "Phew," he exclaimed. "Bastards snooping on our stuff. I'm sure their AI is assessing right now why Sophia requires such a large solar array, if she only has the gardens and house. The answer is, of course," he confided to Pete and Molly, "that they are needed to charge my underground battery systems for the transmissions." Rick breathed deeply, trying to calm his nerves. Another unwelcome sign of interest in what we're doing, what she's doing. I swear she responded earlier to them that most of these arrays are old and inefficient, and that's why so many are needed. They must have reassessed her response. Maybe it was that an AI captured an uncertain wavering in her voice. God knows, they have so many ways to analyze things, given their freaking predictive models. Either way, it's another message to redouble my efforts and pound these thoughts out. Given this new, unwelcome sign from the oligarchs, he pressed forward. The topic of planetary abuse is so wide, so pervasive, that I don't know where to start. We live on a planet, as I assume you do. We evolved on the planet. As we grew in intelligence, we found ways to manipulate the planet to our own benefit. Once we evolved from the hunter-gatherer stage to latter cycles of humankind, we became efficiency-oriented beasts. We could beat the earth to a pulp and care relatively little that it was our sustaining mother. Just look at our mining operations, where we extracted precious minerals and metals from the earth. No longer did we need to stand in freezing mountain waters or search the ground to locate them. We developed a much more efficient means for doing so. At the same time, we let the tailings from these mines run into our rivers, where people drank the poisonous byproducts downstream. This little analogy applies to virtually every area of commerce as our industries grew. Trade out precious metals for plastics, wood products, fisheries and food production, electronics, rubber tires, petroleum extraction, transportation. The list is endless. Did we try to recycle? Sure, with some success. But the locomotion of industry moved much faster than the crawl of responsive measures to restore the planet. I suppose our most visible example of planetary abuse was with climate change, where we failed miserably. Earlier in this century, scientific analysis concluded that our industrial, transport, and farming activities were warming the planet. Given the lack of an agreed-upon ethic for our species, conveniently opposing viewpoints immediately developed. Indeed, the old United States was very much the leader in creating that opposing viewpoint. We elected and installed a series of mentally corpulent politicians who were utterly incompetent in making decisions for the good of the country, much less the world. Instead, their focus was on themselves and those who paid their fare, typically comprised of those who were the biggest polluters on Earth. You can guess what happened. By the late 2020s, ambient temperatures began to noticeably rise. The polar ice caps started to melt significantly, causing flooding coastal cities around the globe. Temperature changes disrupted every aspect of society, and growing crops became far less predictable. Wars over water rights broke out. I shake my head remembering, as I was only in my 20s at the time, and still so impressionable. The idiot politicians even rationalized this ice melt as a positive, a way for shipping to traverse the northern and southern passages unhindered. Simpletons and pathetic rationalizers. The scum. In our country's haste to find a fall guy for the economic turmoil and dislocations it caused, we strung up a number of politicians who were climate change naysayers and stripped them of their possessions. In some countries, those most affected by the changes, these politicians were tortured or killed. It was knee-jerk recompense of our global disgust as we watched many millions die in famines and floods around the globe. It was a sight, a terrible sight. You can blame the politicians, but I say blame humanity. We were too short-sighted to understand the impacts of a society based on burning carbon-centric products, a society that farmed protein-rich animals for us to eat. These and many other factors were contributing to an unsustainable global carbon load. It's water under the bridge now, and it became far less of an issue once the mass destruction of life occurred in the Great Debacle. We engendered a society of creators and consumers. Our consumption habits were amplified by the value we placed in things, in contrast to the value we assigned on ourselves as human beings. So many people wanting so much so quickly, and feeling they weren't wholly embodied, fulfilled, or satiated unless they obtained more. We had an endless addiction of worshipping transitory things of manufacture and pleasure. The debacle highlighted the unrestrained mess our species had created for itself, the mess we inflicted upon our planetary mother. Jesus, never were there more abusive children. And the debacle itself created massive issues. How do you manage the burial or other destruction of 4 billion human bodies? Burning mostly, creating more carbon footprint. But this little phage went far beyond humans. It affected many animal species, further exacerbating the burden. To their credit, the less social animals were safely tucked away in their holes somewhere, but animals like canines and similar social species were devastated worldwide. Back to the mess, though. A few countries used the debacle to unleash their atomic stores, resulting in hundreds of millions of deaths and lasting impacts on every aspect of life on Earth. I don't recall the number of nuclear plants that went into meltdown and ruined vast tracts of land, many of them near the cities already devastated. Industrial operations around the globe languished for some time, and the poisonous byproducts of their manufacture became spread throughout. It was tough enough that plastics were already everywhere in the oceans as microparticles. Multiply that little issue times hundreds of leaking offshore oil rigs, forest fires sparked by God knows what, raw materials exposed to the elements. It was a bad time to be human. A bad time to be Earth. To a great degree, things haven't changed. What could we have done differently? Shunned the idiot politicians with the biased backing of their godhead philanthropists? I'm sure they'd have preferred shunning to what happened to many of them. I know we made efforts, nominal strides, with climate change agreements from which my country at the time had bouts of certainty, much depending on who was paying and who was buying in the roiling graft that was and still is politics. I have no suggestions on how to prevent this beyond what I'll cover later. You cannot fail to agree upon a few simple, understandable species ethics. You must train your citizenry on those ethics and their importance. If you allow your species to be swayed by the trend or fear or emotional tug of the moment, or the beauty and stench of the famous and infamous, you'll proceed unwittingly on the same dark paths of planetary and species abuse that we did. Eventually, your planet will extricate itself from you, its pernicious and poisonous inhabitants, if you don't do that first to yourselves. Episode 66 on Sense of Self. Sophia and Rick were discussing the latest sign of oligarch interest, the mini drone visit. "I know you're concerned, Rick," she stressed, "as am I. It's been a few days now, and I've heard no reply on someone coming to visit the gardens. If it happens, I fear it will be one of those hypersensitive hybrids with the ability to probe into every word, every inflection and intonation in my voice. I can't worry about that now, other than to suggest you keep moving along quickly, even to 3 sessions a day. Can you pick up the pace to 3? Any idea how many you have left?" He was pacing the small room, his hand on his chin. "A dozen, maybe. I could do it in 4 days, at 3 a day, but I'm trying to balance this with final preparations of the equipment and systems for the signals. I'll do what I can." "That's a good window. I can forestall a visit for that long, even if they requested it today. I'll tell them I'm off on a multi-day trip to sell ripening vegetables, and to do it when I return. 4 days is good, barring eventful interruptions, then we can get on with this thing. Are you up for it?" she wondered. He bounced on his heels, something he did when concluding on important topics. "Sure, I'll give it a go." Pointing to his head, he continued, "There's enough up here, unscripted, unordered, to ramble perennially." "Oh, I'm most confident in your ability to pontificate, my dear." "Then that's that. I'll leave you to your microphone. Do you want the dogs in here?" "Just leave Pete and Molly, please, my constant companions. They give me context, the context I need to reinforce my understanding that we humans are a species in time on this planet. We'll have our day, as will they." Sophia threw her hands up in the air. "Okay, you're getting started on your topics, and I'm sure I've heard this dialogue a few too many times in the past. Much is happening outside of this opinion that I impart to you, both in my personal surroundings and the world at large. Again, based on various events that are occurring here with our living circumstances, I fear I will be unable to complete my personal mission to send these messages to you, whoever you may be. As a result, I'm advancing with haste through these recordings, hoping to complete as many as I can before I am forced to truncate my plan and execute the final stage at which I transmit the laser signal and its contents. In doing so, I hope to protect my dear Sophia. I know this will be my last hurrah, that sending this signal into space violates everything the oligarchic demigods represent. Not only will it be an embarrassment to those oligarchs controlling Westrich, our bastardized section of the former United States, and the unholy domain of Westrich that we reside in called Vista. It will embarrass all demigods globally. Of course, there's nominal likelihood that any others will even find out about the signal's contents, unless they are able to capture it via their satellites. Any satellite in the path might pick it up, but that's a matter of chance. 12 by 10 seconds of high wattage laser signal, very focused with little diffusion. And I am not applying any level of security to it, for obvious reasons. Either way, the signal will go out, and my plan will be fulfilled. At least that is my hope and prayer. Sophia understood the risk ever since I hatched the plan with her. We both saw the fatalistic persona that humanity had adopted. We knew the end game, and we understood the likely result for us. Certain death, given that the price of human life has so seriously eroded since the Great Debacle. Not that it was much higher before that event. She knows what happens after the transmission. In an odd sense, she and I both prefer to go out that way, victims of a drone's missile or other ignominious and inconsequential finality. In those last seconds, we'll hope our lives aided someone, even if we have no idea who that someone is. Yet I don't want life to end, nor does she. It's still too early to go. I guess it's always too early. Crimes against these relatively new oligarchic states are met with harsh retribution. Minimal infractions like yellow flags result in reconditioning camps, not places to spend your waking hours. Worse yet, the reconditioning process continues while sleeping, with constant bombardment of signals into your brains to forcibly reprogram your mental constructs. Like any queen bee, the oligarchs have little time for worker bees who can't cut the social mustard as they define it. They are either killed instantly or thrown asunder, far from the hive, to die begging others for help. And the others who encounter them in their reduced state can't help, since doing so diminishes social credit scores and places the helpers at risk. I apologize for digressing. My intent is to discuss sense of self, and not describe the dystopia we have created. That dystopia is a byproduct of the structures of self-actualization that we failed to enact many years, even centuries, before the debacle. This rambling brings me to the topic at hand. I describe elsewhere that humans are separate beings, not connected physically to each other. Nothing unique bound us together in history other than our common languages, circumstances, familial ties, and geographies. I can only guess that, since most of life on Earth is this way, your own society has evolved with similar aspects. If so, you may well understand what I plan to impart. Because these disconnected human units of life have no inborn capacity to socially bond with every other unit, they lack the ability to comprehend that they are parts of a larger whole. Given subordination of the whole to the dominance of the one almost always wins in any battle of human mentality. For example, because I am disconnected from the other, I lack the empathic ability to understand the other, why the other does what he does, his motivations. Instead, I see the behaviors, I pass judgments, and I play my own self-created God judgment role. In doing so, I can segment good from evil and assess where I should step next and where I should place my resources. That example I mentioned a few minutes ago is typical. A human sees a hybrid on the street who was cast out of the reconditioning process and left to fend for himself. The fact that he is a hybrid is tough enough, given the extreme biases and blame placed on hybrids as the presumed enablers of the debacle. This bias has only grown stronger through the years. Because I cannot relate to the hybrid's life experiences, I can readily disassociate myself from him and any feelings I may have for his plight in life. Putting aside the social scoring issues for a moment, any typical human might otherwise disregard the plight of that outcast, seeing the hybrid as something less, something inferior to a pure human being. I wish I could say it's not an outgrowth of the bigotry and violence that was initiated by social media magnates and certain politicians earlier in the century. Such bigotry went unchecked at the time, particularly in the United States, creating a lowered bar of human dignity and adding a great weight to the kuhanga of humanity. That legacy, enabled by a lazy and fearful populace too engaged with their own possessions and social power, continues in more volatile forms today. Freaking cowards they were. Yet I was in my 20s at that time and did nothing to stop their bad behavior, so I am not blameless. Returning to sense of self. It's difficult to explain what this means. To make this easier, I'll use me as a typical human example. There is a part of me that gains a sense of self-worth, of self-value, from what I perceive others believe or must believe about me. Hard to describe this any other way. It is an other-oriented mental construct. I think these constructs occur because I, as a human, am dogged by an innate or inborn sense of self-deprecation, of valuelessness. This results from comparing myself to others around me. Now, some of this penchant to compare has value since it may establish a realistic base of where you are in your mental or physical capacity relative to others. You can imagine what forms this has taken over the past 5 decades in the age of genetic diaspora. The variant classes have created virtually every flavor of humanity, from superhuman physical capabilities to extended mentalities, which I can only reference from observation. Either way, this interesting and vital expansion of humanity was in full swing before the debacle, and it continues after the debacle. However, it's now generally relegated to the backwaters of society, or reserved in exquisite exclusivity to the upper castes comprised of the oligarchic demigods and their tech-encumbered sycophants. Why is this topic relevant to sense of self? Every human is searching for something. Every human believes from birth that it is innately inferior to the other. As a result, it must augment itself to create co-equality or superiority. The larger the inferiority belief, the more augmentation of some sort is required. Human augmentation is far more influential in our history than we give it credit. I'll go back to Egyptian pharaohs who needed to augment themselves with the trappings of royalty, self-absorbing in possessions and power over others, and adorning themselves physically with such trappings. But that's an easy comparison. All human possessions are adornments or augmentations. I say this in broad strokes, as few possessions are truly required to sustain life. Food, water, clothing, shelter, and access to healthcare and knowledge. That should be enough. For humans, however, it's not enough, and I doubt that we are so unlike your societies. Everything on Earth has some element of this, from male birds that sport the brightest plumage to those that build the most complex nests. But I can't imagine our behavior is driven solely by this urge to mate. No, we have a few inborn tendencies such as this God-forsaken one to seek approval and admiration from others in order to like oneself, to gain a feeble sense of self. Those who are weakest, those most cowardly and incapable of managing these tendencies, spend their days and nights determining ways to prove to others that they are the superior beings. They hold tight to the transient things of possession and power, hoping these will last forever and continue to prop up their weak personal constitutions. Alas, given the extension of human aging, those who are most in need of gaining a sense of self, the demigods and their minions, are further removed from ever realizing it. They now can retain their grotesque amplifications of possessions and powers for as long as the world of humans lasts, which will be no more than a few months or years from now in my estimation. Oddly enough, human augmentation should have brought this insanity to a halt, right? Once humans became tied into the AI-driven logic and databases of knowledge, all humans should have been able to experience the ultimate sense of self. They should have become hyper-aware, entirely empathetic, and omnipotent superbeings. As you might deduce, it didn't happen that way. We crashed into the age of AI without an ethic. Like a feather in the wind, humanity's variations flitted to and fro, visionless, amoral, trendy. Increasingly, certain people of wealth and power came to control the driving algorithms, which led to where we are now. Our demise will be self-created. We should have learned the lessons from the late teens and 20s of this century. The lesson that algorithms are biased to advantage the few, whoever that few may be. The poor souls who tied their gray matter into their algorithm master of choice ultimately came to be controlled by that master. It was so innocent at first and went something like this: I know who I am. Sure. I want to augment myself to gain a level of consciousness previously unavailable to me. Sure. I executed on this via various means, including subdermal chipping and direct connections into my neocortex. It was great. It was exhilarating. But a few things are happening that are out of kilter with my ethics, however infertile those may be. The algorithm is doing things I might not otherwise have approved of. Yet it's the algorithm and must be much smarter than me. I trust it knows better than me, better than my sense of intuition and right and wrong. It's a machine. More perfect. Sure. And like what happened earlier in this century, the algorithms were far from unbiased. Instead, they were specially programmed to confirm my biases, exaggerate my tendencies, and led me down paths I'd never have considered. Evil and despicable paths. Paths that resulted in disadvantaging others to the advantage of the algorithm and its masters. I became a part of this dynamic. Willingly at first, then a slave to it later. I was fed by its constant stream of dopamine-inducing information, injecting my body with that drug as if on one continuous orgasmic episode. I give this example for a reason. Yes, this dynamic has been happening for many decades and is now governmentally mandated to a great degree. To function properly in our society, one must be tied into the network in many respects. You therefore become controlled by it, and ultimately controlled by those few who control it, whether biological or machine. Had we created an ethic early on, centuries ago, never to hand over one's sense of self to anyone or anything else? Had we trained our children on what it means to be self-actualized, that it was the only goal for each human being, humanity may not have devolved to this loathsome point. But our laziness, our penchant for beliefs in false gods, in demagogues, in others beyond each of ourselves, led us to this sad conclusion for the species. I will cover more on the human state later when I discuss oligarchic technocracies. For now, I want to give you a slight appreciation for acquiring a sense of self. I've known many people over the years, some who had it and some who did not. One defining factor was whether a person was contemplative, even introspective. I don't mean they had to be a hermit in a cave. No, I've known outwardly focused salespeople who were among the most self-actualized. In fact, because of their strong sense of self, they were often the best at what they did. How does one become introspective? For me, it comes through meditation. Meditation is control of the mind, and it remains the most difficult exercise for me. I can circle walk and do my martial arts for hours at a time. Yes, that is an exercise in discipline, both physical and mental. Coupled with that, I exercise my mind through meditation, the deceptively simple act of clearing my thoughts and focusing on one innocuous thing. A simple act, yet it remains the hardest thing for any human. Meditation is grasping the reins of the unbridled mind, which is its natural state. Once those reins are controlled, a sense of self-worth is infused into the being. Not knowing who you are as a species, or what your physical world and physiology is like, meditation may not be possible within your own mental capabilities. I hope it is. Meditation has made this crazy mess of humanity seem less crazy, and has helped me attain calm and understanding. The first spark of doing this laser transmission exercise fell into my head one day after I cleared my mind of other innocuous things via meditation. It seemed the right action to take, to point out humankind's fallacies and failures. To create a dozen 10-second brilliant blasts of information that might help to redirect you, should you be on the same fatal and despicable path that we humans have stumbled into with eyes wide open. I am partly responsible for this mess we are in, however. I was one of nearly 4 billion left after the debacle, so I have an equal role in the state of the world, as does everyone still alive. This transmission is perhaps my pathetic attempt at absolution, a penance if you will, for not having spoken up earlier that humanity was on a zero path with the doomsday clock ticking its final seconds. Episode 67, On God. Rick was determined to continue the day's marathon and complete his task of 3 topics per day. After a short break, I'm now back. As boring as I am naturally, I decided not to bore you additionally with the history of humanity and religion. You'll get a dose of that otherwise, so I won't repeat it. I will let you know, however, what I've seen and learned. We are in our year 2075, stumbling along in a frantic, grasping world that appears orderly on the surface, but is as shit-faced screwed up as it can possibly be. In this late stage of our species' existence, we are monstrously diverse on the topic of God. And given the great debacle and recent tech advancements, far fewer humans or hybrids have any belief construct around God whatsoever. If there's a prevailing one anymore beyond the minority of zealots, it's a recognition that God does not possibly exist given the horrific death and destruction of 38 years ago. I was born at the turn of this century, and as I grew up Catholic in my earliest years, I was skeptical. Loving science the way I did, I never reconciled the concept of a superior being to the biology I knew so well. Most of my friends felt the same. When the debacle occurred, few pondered God's intentions after the fact. They were living in their post-traumatic stress worlds, shocked and drugged with the stench and taste of death still on their tongues. We were all fatalistic, commiserating at the loss of loved ones, the loss of all we knew, and compressed by the emotional weight of such a terrible and unimagined waste of life. If there was any prevailing view on religion, it was visceral anger at the topic. As I indicate elsewhere, people defaulted to blaming God, not themselves, for not coming to our rescue. This blame has changed little among most humans since that time. Certain religious groups worked their way through it, however. Regrettably, many of them have pursued the dogma that the debacle was God's wrath, cleansing the earth of the sinful or giving humanity a spanking to let us start over again. Somewhat like a second Noah's Ark. Still others believed that they were the sinful ones. Those who died, at least a few entitled and worthy ones, were supposedly swept up in invisible raptures seconds before their horrific deaths. They believe those who died are now living their lives in heaven, while we who remain must toil each day toward an even uglier and deservedly painful demise, followed by everlasting torture and hellfire. They preach you can only avoid this fate if you believe as they do. God, how many times must we tread down this ancient moronic path? Despite our science, despite having controlled the mechanics of life, despite the fact that we've created life that is synthetic and human-made, many still believe in God. They argue and fight incessantly about who are the most righteous owners of the most righteous doctrine, even occasionally throwing nukes and biologics at each other when they disagree. Very entitled behavior? Yes. Very human. Indeed. And considering the illogic of it all, I am still one of those who believes in God, in a very minimalistic sense. Quite the opposite of classical paternalistic beliefs. My revelation, so to speak, occurred after the debacle. I'd realized that no part of my life was spent on the spiritual, that my mental constructs were only practical and pragmatic, like any good engineer. Then this idea of belief constructs hit me like a dozen bricks. I possessed no belief constructs on the topic of God, because I never worked toward developing any. Sure, I held beliefs around lasers and light and related technologies. Those constructs were created from intensive studying and practical realization in laboratories and the field. One does not know a thing simply by assuming one does. As in understanding science, one must work to understand God, if one is to properly evaluate a belief in God. Although I had reviewed most of the world's religions at a peripheral level, I found what I'd term God in quietude, in meditation. I now align to no particular religion, but I have some thoughts. As the Bible and Upanishads infer and state directly, God simply is. I can't explain that easily but wish it was because someone convinced me it must be that way. My belief is far different than most. Of those who still believe, many hold some allegiance to the ancient religions of humanity's past: Christianity, Buddhism, Hindu, Islam, Judaism. And no digs against any of these, as I know little about them. They appear to be effective for their purposes: the teaching of morals and proper behavior, congregation and grouping together, differentiating themselves from others. Most of them contain mystical or magical beliefs, based in lore or combinations of oral and written histories, through the ages. However, I have a hard time believing their ancient stories. They seem to me to be written by men, but who am I to question their belief constructs, no matter how ancient? When I say my beliefs are different, I assign no specific divinity to God. I believe God is a creator, though I'm not certain God is an all-seeing, all-caring overseer. It's quite possible we bastardized and layered far too much onto the essence of God, which I would sum up in the word creation, if nothing else. We animate God as if God is made in our image, so we assign human characteristics to this entity. Hopeful and powerful human characteristics, like omniscience and all-knowing. But to think an all-seeing, all-knowing God allowed over half of the population to perish in 5 days. I have real problems with that, as do many others. Perhaps that's similar to what people were thinking during the Middle Ages plagues. Similarly, I have issues with any view that God makes divine interventions into our affairs, per my following rationale. We have free will. That's enough. That's the gift from God, in my opinion. To expect God to rescue us from ourselves after giving us that gift is illogical and even antithetical to the gift itself. Please review the cascade of horrors that humans have inflicted upon each other, many times in the name of their God constructs. It's our human passion or poison. It's disgusting and cowardly, always attempting to absolve humans of any responsibility for their actions. It is so easy to claim death, destruction, and vicious domination on behalf of God, rather than blame themselves. That is the ultimate in cowardice. If you do a horrific thing to another, because your writings say you are entitled to do so, at least take full responsibility for it, and stop pinning your evil deeds on a supreme being. But good can arise from human religions, and the positives can sometimes outweigh the negatives. Few religions actively engender violence against others, like non-believers. The problem is not the religion itself, that's just words. The problem is how a religious leader or group interprets those words, the underlying intent, and to what degree they use the religion to attain controlling and entitled ends. Backing up, I spoke earlier on humanity's lack of a sense of self, both individually and as a species. In having so little faith in ourselves, humans searched elsewhere for divine guidance. Throughout our history, shysters, powermongers, and evildoers have often used religion to capture and control the minds of the weak and non-discerning. These shysters used their religious status to engender fear, entitlement, and hatred against others, while almost always enriching themselves with power, possessions, and pleasures. Nothing brings a group of humans together in a tighter bond than unquestioning hatred for others. This is an other-hate focus against a different ethnic or religious group, a group of transhuman hybrids, for example, or even those who've gone off into different realms of consciousness through their data connections. Irrespective of the means of ethnic, sexual orientation, genetic modification, machine integration, or any other derivation of what we consider human or hybrid these days, so many of the religious leaders around the world use their ancient texts and beliefs to subjugate or annihilate these new forms of humanity. They claim the variant classes are bastardizations of God's intent for humanity and proof that the devil or other form of evil is in control. Some even implicate marauding aliens who have yet to show their faces nearly 4 decades after the obelisk. In these times of inconceivable human turmoil, the old methods of human control remain tried, true, and very effective. Many humans today are blindly manipulated by the self-anointed ones who claim to be the experts at interpreting the ancient texts and their entitled lore. Much doubt exists as to the intent of those people in control of religious dogma. Perhaps that was always the case, but it is only amplified now. Some believe that this new breed of religious leaders are connected to and controlled by their own AI complexes, even though most indicate no outward signs of such connectivity. New forms of religion have been created from today's advanced tech. Ancient text writings are coupled with the math, logic, and universal knowledge found in AI systems to create a compelling, irresistible rationale for joining their religious team. It's as if the all-knowing God has devolved into an all-knowing religious icon whose prophecies and visions come true only because of the vast predictive capacity inherent in such extensive and powerful AI systems at their disposal. On the other hand, I can't claim that God is not a mathematical construct or something beyond our comprehension, woven into the math of the universe. Not surprisingly, some continue to postulate that we on Earth are the remaining survivors in a game being played by interdimensional beings. I can't go any farther with you on that topic because it is so far beyond my own mental constructs. When I consume the news feeds, what continues to slap me in the face, hourly at times, is that humans are incapable of distinguishing the unadulterated, entitled, and volatile slurry often included within such ancient texts from the valuable gems of wisdom and insight they contain. The innately lazy human mind is rarely one that wants to make an effort to be discerning. Lack of discernment is our true species' weakness. We are swayed and convinced too easily. For example, one might read a book with a handful of inspirational writings and deduce that all other writings within it must be as valid. We humans carry the weakness of doing this type of conflation across the board, such as with political leaders. We are unable to distinguish good promises from evil intent, though they are often coupled together in the same persona. But back to religious manipulation of humans for evil purposes. This activity, profusely abused through the millennia, will continue during these waning days of our species. Humans love to coalesce around victimization narratives, much like iron filings to a magnet. They, their surrogates, or representatives are victims of something or someone. Often this is inferred to be another religion, an ethnic group, hybrid humans like chippers and grippers, genetic research, scientists, politicians, social systems, birth order, jobs, or physical location. Victimization and grievance narratives pervade every dimension of their lives, sewn like an arsenic thread into the entitlement garments constructed from their effusive, "I've been unjustly wronged" dogma. Given this noxious doctrine of perceived victimization, controlling persons only need to extract a relevant clause or two from their ancient writings that allow them to justify and rationalize their inhuman but oh-so-human detestable wrath against individuals or groups they love to demonize. Nowhere can this be seen more clearly than in the absolutism now characterizing humanity. Instead of becoming more flexible, open, inviting, and considerate, our race has regressed. I'll cover this in more detail as I describe our expanding malicious society built on hyper-aware, hyper-controlling technologies. But that's for later, and I can't lose track of the absolutists' concept. As a Stoic, I am pragmatic. We got ourselves into our messes by self-absorbing on our own fears and entitlements. We have nobody else to blame. Not God. Not alien beings yet to arrive. Not some fatal destiny written in a manic revelation or visionary dream of an ancient human. I repeat this again, since it relates to the God topic. I am vexed by the absolutists who work towards the day when human consciousness is dissolved. Dissolutionists may be a better term for them. They are encumbered by their religious dogma, wrapped around the prophecies of a glorious end, their Armageddons, in which they are elevated to a very entitled location for eternity. Unable to separate themselves from these belief systems, they work actively to advance the day of that final Armageddon, as if the great debacle was not enough for them. Sadly, those anarchy-minded dissolutionists who were not killed in the debacle are working to effectuate this end as quickly as possible. In doing so, they add their weight to the increasing burden of human desecration. They do this because they believe they should. As I see it, they despise their conscious selves so much, and they have such an overinflated view of their eminence in the eyes of God, that they will pursue any means to bring humanity to an end. They are compelled by their belief constructs. Their fears coil and constrict like vipers around them. If you contemplate our devil construct, these dissolutionists are paving the path a devil would lay out for them as they advance the utter annihilation of God's creations. Geez, we've done that in a huge way already with our abuse of Earth and the life that existed before we scoured and sanitized the land. If you are the devil, you only need to sit back and watch while the dissolutionists fulfill your twisted plan to fully destroy humanity, all because their belief constructs inform them to do so. But I believe not in a devil. That should be obvious. Belief in such a thing is just another extension of our victim behaviors. We use the concept to assuage our responsibility for the evil we inflict upon each other and everything within our domains. Just another convenient excuse for our detestable behaviors. Can you conceive of a powerful AI complex imbued with the Book of Revelation as its guide? One programmed to surreptitiously manipulate our activities and actions so that an Armageddon itself is effectuated? As I survey the landscape of humanity in its final hours, one can imagine that an AI is ardently assisting these dissolutionists to coerce the species toward its final terrible conclusion. My apologies for being so negative. Despite my stoic ways, I can't help but be wholly disgusted at how poorly we continue to treat each other. You might think if the cleansers are correct, those who believe God used the debacle to cleanse the planet, we might have improved our ethical systems 4 decades hence. Not so fast, however, as dogmatic belief systems have, to our detriment, exploded in the years since the event. This may have occurred anyway, even without a debacle. I suppose it was getting there before the event due to the poisons that profiteering social media amplified. Sadly, we learned nothing from those 4 billion deaths. Nothing useful. We became more entrenched in our religious belief systems. More fearful and cowering, looking for something divine to hold onto, to hope that it will lift us away from the horrors on earth that we enabled and exacerbated. We are cowards, humans. We take credit for the divine, this amazing world which has been gifted to us, and take for granted the consciousness that allows us to perceive these wonders. At the same time, we blame others for our self-inflicted condition. We fail to look in our own mirrors, our individual mirrors, and take responsibility. We regurgitate that it must be God's will or God's master plan, absolving ourselves of guilt and taking comfort in our presumed innocence while rationalizing away our lack of positive actions to effect change. I'm repeating here for emphasis. We have everything in our possession to create heaven on earth. Everything. Aging, cessation, and reversal. Vital organ regeneration. Most medical mysteries resolved. Technologies to advance our race and allow it to be fruitful and multiply in all its variant forms. All this capability and promise for our species was within our grasp to use, yet we abused each other instead. Our status is now as a gangrenous callus that festers on an insignificant little toe of the universe, perhaps one of many millions of such toes. We human calluses will soon be sloughed off in the raging, torrential vortex of entropy. We failed to recognize that our conscious minds were the only weapons we possessed to forestall or defeat the constant gravity of entropy. But it's too late now, too late for our race. I'm closing for this session, but I'll leave you with my advice: take or leave it. Humans are widely dispersed across the planet. It took many centuries for us to populate and grow in the various regions. Belief systems evolve disparately, sometimes crossing over and hybridizing. Since these systems often formed the basis for a human's sense of self, any slight against such systems became a slight against the individual or its group. Religious leaders have long realized and bastardized the benefits of religious station and power. Many wars occurred through the centuries, and many people used religions as their excuse to do horrific things to each other. These detestable behaviors not only continue to exist, they are now hyper-enabled with new, democratized technologies of annihilation. For you to avoid humanity's mistakes, I can only think of one path that might be effective. If your society is comprised of individual separate units of life as ours, you must work to elevate your population to an equal level of understanding. I call this self-actualization, to quote an old Earth psychologist. But it's more than what the phrase means in psychology. Self-actualizing is a personal growth dynamic that should never stop. In our case, humans might have been raised, every one of them, with equal opportunity to learn. Most particularly, we should have developed and held high a common, underlying set of ethics for the beneficial treatment of each other. Educate your own species in this. I suggest you suspend or sublimate classic training of sciences or other fields until you have excelled at this one, for it is the only one that matters for species longevity. Do you want to fail like us? Who gives a rip that you can educate students to explore the exoplanets if your society self-destructs before you ever leave your solar system? You must create a simple ethic for longevity. That ethic should be taught, tested, and retaught, irrespective of and independent from religious beliefs or other dogmatic systems. You need to do it now, as the hands of the clock are death to the procrastinator, stumbling at the upward spike of the infinity curve. Episode 68, on Brain Plasticity and Incrementalism. Night was falling, and Rick had finished his sessions on God and sense of self. Since there was such close alignment between those two subjects and brain plasticity, he felt he should finish the day on the topic. Within the other information provided in this transmission, you'll understand our physiology and how our mentality is driven mostly by events and experiences outside of our own personal selves. Instead of explaining any of that in detail, I'll focus on what I consider to be two interrelated components of life that engender the greatest positive products of humankind, but also concurrently the most horrific and negative ones. Brain plasticity is both wonderful and terrifying. Wonderful because it allows us to adapt to our environments, yet terrifying because it is so susceptible to emotional or even logical appeals to humanity's basest instincts. We discovered our amazing brain plasticity in the early part of this century, as our emerging social networks became wildly effective in swaying public opinion. Such networks were devoid of any sense of responsibility for the content vomited forth, and they constantly claimed innocence that they were simply the unbiased conduits of human conversations and ideas. However, those networks utilized algorithms to manipulate the human essence. The networks became the mechanisms for anybody with enough savvy to push their self-gratifying, self-aggrandizing, and self-enriching stories into the minds of the vulnerable. Because humans cannot discern intent from content, and I emphasize discern intent from content, humanity has been led down countless destructive paths of entropy due to such networks. Their algorithms are fairly simple: push content that binds the viewer more tightly to the narrative, and therefore the network. Intent is never evaluated in the algorithm, only eye-catching content. It's the only thing that matters. I call it the multi-level marketing machine of social media. The corrupt wizards at the top of the pyramid puke their divisive or limited inclusive content. Those without a proper sense of self, implying almost everybody, are attracted to content that is typically the most titillating, outrageous, exclusive, and emotionally gratifying. Predictably, consumers slovenly became adherents, begging to consume more. Foolish ants slurping boron-baited sugar water. Social media was initially so novel to our minds that it took humans considerable time to assess its influence and the damage it was causing. When we did figure it out, it was far too late to act. Again, predictably, those in control of the conduit soon controlled the message. This enriched their enormously lined pocketbooks even further. And in these final days of humankind, there is duplicitous, unanimous, unquestioning surrender to the AI monsters in charge of those conduits. They are the unseen gods who administer and filter the messages to manipulate our minds. These networks are monolithic, vertically integrated machines backed by algorithms of AI systems. They own and manage the devices to push the messages, the conduits or paths for the messages, and the messages themselves. No antitrust laws, as antiquated as they are these days, could possibly cut through the maze of such complex control infrastructures. And even if it had the capacity, our judiciary is such a patsy for the oligarchs that it's useless to try. Besides, you can't expect any entity or its beneficiaries to fairly police themselves. I should avoid getting started on the judiciary again. That's a topic for a long and sorrowful session, if I'm given the time. In short, what was once a co-equal branch of government grew bastardized and perverted, as we willingly conceded its powers to minority rule of a cultish, self-serving society. So many things have corrupted these institutions: anti-aging tech, enabling lifetime judicial appointments that may extend into eternity, subordination of human and constitutional rights to corporations, AI, and military, and extreme powers vested into the presidency, which has now morphed into the technocracy and oligarchies. There's more, but the ultimate outcome was decided in the earlier part of this century. Too much power in the executive. Ability to superstack the judiciary and create a terminally unfair imbalance. Too much control in the hands of the few. I blame the writhing maggots from those early decades of this century who led what was a great country, founded on lofty ideals, directly down the hellish path of autocracy, corruption, and oligarchic tyranny. But I deviate, as usual. Back to the dynamic of instant, constant gratification. Even I was drawn to the endorphin releases that occurred as I consumed social media that confirmed my biases. Even I was easily angered by the inane, the unbelievable, the spectator sport of watching the valuable norms we held on to become eroded, word by word, hour by hour, segment by segment, barrage by barrage, narrative by narrative. The rapid-fire pelleting of information overwhelmed my senses. My innocent mind absorbed these messages like a sponge falling into its first ocean. I did not realize I had absorbed too much, and the poisonous water I consumed was only exchanged in that ocean by pernicious waters of adjacent seas. I was thrown asunder in the waves and currents, moving from one anger or bias confirmation point to another, then another, wherever the demagogue or autocrat of the moment and his AI minions conspired to lead my vulnerable mind. The media was constantly blaring in my eyes, ears, and fingertips. My cell phone became my connection into the ether, and I felt unwhole without that fix. Then, at some point of clarity and good fortune, the hormonal effect from anger and pleasure endorphins began to desensitize me. The constant propaganda from whatever source burdened me, weighing heavy on my shoulders. Finally, I recognized the intention behind the content. I needed quieting moments to understand that the content, whether confirming my biases or in stark contrast to them, was tailored by the AI gods and their handlers to control me and others. Once I heard the quiet beyond the noise, something native within me rebelled. I'd no longer tolerate these ever-present narratives the AI beast attempted to force into my mind. Concurrently, this realization coincided with my path of martial arts. I awoke to the thought that I did not want my life to be controlled by any AI or autocratic system or corrupting personas. I was worth more than this and should shut off the barrage. Resist the nudging to the next AI-directed path. I should take respite to evaluate the content. To understand how plastic my mind was, and how susceptible I was to the addictive and subtle drugs of contrived coercion, desensitization, and hypersensitization. Content became the drug, intended to get us all hooked, and it was provided freely. Who can argue with free, right? At first, the content's purpose was to sell advertisements and enrich the moguls behind the algorithms. But as the third decade of the century started, intentions became less clear, less precise. One could not readily discern the content from the commercial, from the political or morality ad. The marketing arms of these companies and political parties set out to purposely confound the audience. Meanwhile, the controlling entities used their AI systems to further consolidate global power. Our previous belief constructs were corrupted. Forget what your parents told you, or how they influenced your own morality. The nudging barrage was always there to redirect you, to incrementally and imperceptibly change your belief constructs for the benefit of unseen others who were actively tugging at the puppet strings above your head. The barrage was so persistent, so effective. Incremental changes were always painted with rationalization, a justification for moving you from what you considered your own sense of morality. The barrage was designed to persuade you, recognizing you were eminently persuadable, with a weak sense of discernment at best. Victimization, grievance, and entitlement were its duplicitous tools. Soon, your belief constructs changed because the continuous stream of vomit confused the vague memory of who you may have been at one time in the past. Why stick with old constructs when your social or media network has informed you of new ones that are seemingly rational, even if they may not be entirely fair or equitable? You might forgive the inequities and hatefulness and entitled beliefs to gain the advantages of being a member of that larger group of believers who reinforced each other with their most righteous and holy scripted narratives. Besides, if so many others believed in the construct being promoted, then your original beliefs must have been jaded from the start. Your mind required this modification to get you right with the world and the marketing cohort in which you were placed. You'd lose any sense of self, any individuality that you may have had. Your innate sense of what was right easily conceded to the comfortable, dogmatic, and repetitive. It's difficult and painful to be discerning, but so easy and pleasurable to be a small cog in the grinding wheel of that self-righteous, self-confirming group. But as usual, I digress too much from my intended purpose, so I should summarize. Your society crawls along for eons. Not much happens. Then there's a lift in the curve of technology, and that lift amplifies itself. It's the classic elliptic or infinity curve, where technology has an inflection point. Its inertia escalates and scales closer to infinity. Concurrently as those changes occur, social structures cannot keep pace. In other words, there is a Moore's law for technologies, but no Moore's law for mores, norms, and standards. A deadly imbalance ensues as these two trajectories become juxtaposed. I mentioned this previously, but it begs for further discussion. For the sake of a spoken visual, assume time is on the x-axis and the y-axis indicates the degree of advancement. For a long period, technological prowess and societal progress moved along our x-axis of time correspondingly. Our social progress, plodding along at a snail's pace, was in sync with the often imperceptible rise of technology. Then we hit an inflection point where technological prowess rocketed up the y-axis. That inflection point is our exponential Moore's law moment. With each passing minute, technology advances faster and faster to the absolute vertical. In contrast, society's norms and values continue at their plodding pace, moving concurrently along the x-axis of time with technology. Instead of rising up the vertical y-axis consistent with technology's rise, our norms and values arguably declined. Our society is now heaving and repulsing at the rate of change and the growing distance between the two lines on the graph. What might be a sign of your own inflection point? Perhaps it's the first time you had the technical ability to instantly annihilate your species. A buildup of nuclear arms, poisonous nerve agents, democratization of gene manipulation, plagues of nanorobotics, manipulation of your climate, sentient AI that preys on your innate weaknesses. These are some of ours. What are yours? Our cascade of apocalyptic technological horrors continues to grow rapidly in these final stages. Our society, though, is too inept to understand it is happening. Societal changes are ultimately outgunned and outpaced by technical prowess. At the conclusion of that down-sloping societal line is the inexorable death of the species. In other words, the bacteria have had their day. They've reached the edge of the petri dish, and all the nutrients in the agar media are spent. This planet is our petri dish, and such is our circumstance. I have no great wisdom on how to survive these final ticks of the clock for the two disparate, but coincided curves. They both exist in time until one no longer exists. Then both fall to the zero state, which is on our imminent horizon. Given that you have received my signal, you are also very likely to be nearing this catastrophic divergence of short duration. Should you slow the pace of technology to avoid this cataclysmic end? Should you advance your societal curve by whatever means necessary? You must determine this for yourselves. For now, please consider it another warning. I have no wisdom to impart otherwise. Episode 69 on Virulent Creations. Morning arrived, and so did a message from a friend. Sophia walked into Rick's bunker, appearing flustered. "What's up?" he inquired. "Bad news?" "It's building. Yaz dropped by today on his horse. He was carrying no devices to avoid direct tracking, as usual. Said he was in town yesterday, and a guy stopped him in the store. Dude started asking questions about where he lived and who else resided in the area. Yaz picked up on the fact that he was interested in us. It wasn't clear to him if the interest was because he mentioned our garden's business, or for other reasons of the autocratic governmental kind. Not somebody truthful and clearly hiding something. Did he mention what this person looked like? Anglo. Mid-30s. Not a hybrid or mech by the looks of it, although looks don't matter much on that account. Rick's brow furrowed. Any discussion whether this person would come visit us unprompted and uninvited? Apparently not, but you know these types. Slick as a whistle, as deceptive and underhanded as their AI gods enable them to be, while the algos whisper sweet nothings in their ears. You can't tell who's genuine and who isn't, or even what genuine means these days. She noticed his perplexed look. You're pressing your lips together again. Aha. These events are too coincidental. It's possible they are genuinely concerned you're bartering too much stuff. But hey, when is the last time you did that in a big way, except for that nice blanket or occasionally trading food for wood? Not enough to justify flagging or reprogramming, much less a visit. Damn it, I hate this constant post-debacle surveillance cloud we live under, and wish we had the ability to go back 40 years for a do-over. Sophia walked to Rick's chair, placing her hand on his. I fear it would have evolved to this, even without that event, dear. Regardless, I don't see how this changes the plan. You need to stay on top of it. Whip through these last few as fast as you can, assuming you don't go hoarse from blabbing. How many did you say remain? 10 or fewer, he snickered, and I'm truncating my other concepts given the rush. I'll get started this morning and bang out as many as possible. Agreed. Let me know if I can assist in any way. Sweetheart, you assist in every way, he confided, patting her hand. I danced around this topic, the one that is so hard for me to regurgitate, on the state of the world and humanity nearly 4 decades after the Great Debacle. I avoided the topic because I had to work myself up to it. The various stories you'll find in the other material I'm sending will provide different perspectives on what happened and what has transpired since that week in October 2037, that terrible week. I'll give you a sense of it, given my intention to inform you as per my purpose of this transmission. As I may have stated previously, Sophia and I were in the mountains. We were camping and had ample provisions. Our first indication of the cataclysm was from another camper a distance away from us. He saw our smoke and yelled to douse our fire, else we'd be accosted by people fleeing the cities for the mountains. It's too painful for me to describe my personal experience or Sophia's during the following years of anarchy. If I can share anything, it's that we got separated on 2 different occasions. The only reason we eventually found each other was that we had agreed to meet on particular times in that same camping location. It was no identifiable location, save for a few geologic idiosyncrasies in the mountainsides. If I get the chance, I'll cover our experiences of torment and despair at a future date. Suffice it to say that we saw the best and the worst humanity has to offer, with an extreme emphasis on the latter. The lack of a few unifying common ethics for humanity became vividly apparent to me during those years. Lawlessness reigned supreme, as did weaponry and other survival skills. Cunning was the key to survival, along with sheer luck and chance. Although 3 billion were rather instantly slaughtered by the specially constructed viral agent, another billion plus were killed by secondary effects. Those effects are a heady list of misery and misfortune: nuclear arsenals unleashed, nuclear plants imploding, wars of power, local skirmishes, oligarchic struggles, group murders, rampant vigilante justice, rape and pillaging. Typical human travesties and rationalizations from time immemorial. Social structures eroded completely. I could go on, but I choose not to. Instead, I'll describe where we are today. A select few of those with financial or political control over the world before the debacle were among the ones to ultimately gain control after the debacle. Though certain of the pre-debacle powermongers died in that event, many had previously established and executed their escapes to safe houses and eventual resurrections. Their stories can be summarized in a single page of woeful text. In my opinion, the most visible effect of the debacle was that humanity dispersed geographically. This shift began as early as the coronavirus plagues of the 2020s. But with half the population now gone, the earlier inclination to live rurally became mandatory. We had democratized new weapons of mass destruction. We had super-enabled, virulent creations. And we had no other choice but to mitigate the risk of passing it on to each other through direct contact or airborne means. This meant the obvious human migrations away from anything like large population centers. Mind you, nobody ever uncovered the true creators of the virulent agent involved. Some still pin it on a presumed, unseen alien presence associated with the obelisk's appearance a few months before the event. But it's clear the agent could have been constructed with the gene editing technology available to us in 2037. For heaven's sake, we had children in elementary schools at the time who were modifying the genetic code of microorganisms as a part of their biology classes. Granted, this activity was mostly bacterial in nature, but viral agents were often used as carriers of the modified code. Multiply this innocent usage in schools by hundreds of thousands, then combine it with untold numbers of garage tinkerers and lab personnel, whether well-intentioned or demented. It was an accident or intended debacle, just waiting to happen. But it was 2037. Nothing of note had occurred as yet, not beyond the obvious international finger-pointing in prior pandemics like coronavirus in the early 20s. So we kept proceeding on our merry way. While the genetic tech and its useful applications quickly multiplied and got highlighted in the media, there were lots of unreported off-target mishaps in back-alley parlors. These produced a multiplicity of genetic freaks, accidents, misery, and death, though nothing that was broadly dangerous to the populace at large. Then the obelisk arrived, or so the story was told. I never personally saw it, but many stories exist about the origins. In retrospect, it's hard to know what's real. Sadly, we were just beginning to see positive fruits of our scientific advancements, the benefits of technology's infinity curve in the latter stages of its upward climb. The variant community had grown from nominal numbers in the late 20s to hundreds of millions globally by 2037. I won't go into detail on what was happening there, but for me, a 38-year-old, it was vivid, exhilarating, exciting. I had a girlfriend sometime earlier who delved into transgenics. A clipper, as society would say. Her sense of sight was amazing, garnered from the DNA of prey birds. She loved birds, and through gene therapy grew colorful feathers on her back. In other respects, some of my friends were chippers who used Wi-Fi-enabled, integrated chips to link instantly into various databases via direct visual or frontal cortex connections. Their knowledge and application of information was sheer wizardry. However, the ease at which this was now doable created a fine line from those simplistic applications to being directly controlled through the expanding human-machine interfaces and the AI beasts behind them. Then there were grippers and variations on that theme, often called mechs. These hybrids used integrated robotics to complement their genetic modifications. Further to that, grippers and mechs were often tied directly into their own special databases and social networks. They could process facts and logic as well as perform physical feats beyond the imagination of most humans. Whether one calls them variants or hybrids or transhumans or posthumans, I rarely met an augmented human I didn't like. Most of them used their enhanced capabilities for positive ends, as if something within was driving them to be more universally, outwardly concerned than self-concerned. I personally saw these changes as valuable and hopeful for the future of our race, however hybridized it would end up becoming. Their enhanced world perspective made sense to me. Think of being functionally tied into a worldwide database of information with the ability to easily recall our penchant for self-inflicted damage. Such a hybrid should have a broader view of how we needed to move forward as a species. Contrast this to a typical non-hybrid fed more by the innate insecurity, fear, and ignorant self-absorption of humanity, warped and amplified by belief-confirming media consumption. Yet this new, hyper-hybridized world was rapidly degrading even before the obelisk arrived. For a variety of reasons, be it employment competition or jealousy or God knows what excuse, unaugmented humans felt threatened by the variant classes. Social media, as out of control and biased as it was at that time, became the strongest purveyors and distributors of this division and discord. That dynamic had started much earlier in the century, where demagogues and other money and fame-grubbing political whores would actively pit race against race and peoples against peoples. All this corrosive narrative, while the media giants failed to police themselves, albeit purposely and profitably. By adding this new hybrid element to that already volatile mixture, division and dissent exploded like a gigaton nuke through the proverbial roof. Then the obelisk crash landed in Saskatchewan in August 2037. As one might expect, that event exacerbated the pre-existing discord between every group. Given the new threat from marauding aliens, everyone had their own deviating opinion. Many competing groups began to argue ferociously at each other, often leading to death and destruction. An old friend of mine I've mentioned previously, Peter Scott, had a podcast in Boston at the time. Shortly after the obelisk landed, he and his small team set out to expose the various alternatives being discussed to defend Earth against such marauders, should they ever appear. I understood from Peter that some of the alternatives pushed the edge of credibility. He blamed himself unreasonably for the growing global discord, claiming his podcast fanned the flames of division among humans and variants. He also blamed himself for loss of his friends, lovers, and family. No matter how I tried to dissuade him from that gloomy self-reflection, he was inconsolable. A good stoic might say to move on from there and face the stiff wind with a clenched jaw and grimace of perseverance. That's the approach I took to the debacle, though not Peter. I do miss the man, however, along with our energetic discussions on the meaning of life, science, you name it. I also miss Rodney, my Navajo friend, who was red-flagged a decade ago and is presumed dead. Is Peter still alive? Perhaps. Can I contact him? No, not without compromising my plan. Though he would never willingly expose my existence, nobody is safe with the mind control and brain-reading mechanisms that exist today. Monitoring technology has gone hyperscale to devious ends. Back to the obelisk, then. Here we were, in a time when technology's infinity curve was shooting northward with every tick of the clock. Suddenly, a damn platinum-gold alloy obelisk shows up to pour gasoline onto the bonfires of burgeoning disharmony. You can read what happened after that time from the other sources. I can't dwell on the topic, as it will take days I don't have. I want to summarize a few of the lasting effects, however. Cities became anathema for obvious reasons. Populations in close quarters were at severe threat, so humans and hybrids dissipated to rural areas. I doubt any true cities in the original sense are even left in the world. Consider all that investment gone to waste. Centuries of life and struggle, a true wasting of human endeavor. The face of the Earth is now an extended matrix of smaller networks, interconnected by roads and pathways. I doubt any local gathering of humans exceeds 50,000, and that would likely occur over an area of many square kilometers. Distribution networks were established to accommodate transit of food and manufactured goods. In other words, there was an immediate migration of survivors to rural and unpopulated areas of the world, save for dry and desolate areas like the region in which I live. At least the native peoples in North America retained most of their land holdings, as the original legal structures for the country rapidly devolved into what they are today. It's sad that we allowed the oligarchs and technocrats to seize control. I'll talk more on that later, how Westrich was established, and the outward appearance of adherence to constitutional norms and personal rights. For now, I need to expose the virulent creations we nurtured to life for death. Nurtured to life for death indeed. For context, a quick view of the challenges each of today's technocracies faces. First, the United States, which had existed for 300 years, morphed into 3 separate nation-states. Yes, each of us carries our own nuclear arsenals, but those are anachronisms at this point. Humans have discovered more devious, immediate, and surefire ways to formulate their apocalypses. To top it off, the distributed network of humans runs less efficiently than it did when many of us were in cities. That increases the burden of humanity, of course, but also limits the effectiveness of such arsenals if deployed. Second, in understanding the cause of the last debacle, governments are forced to spend inordinate treasure ensuring that constant outbreaks of genetic death are immediately mitigated. A related thread of paranoia and prevention weaves through the fabric of how every individual manages their day. It is the most valid and accepted rationale for why the government must overtly and covertly control and monitor its constituents. Costly measures like air sampling stations and agent mitigation efforts have been implemented across the oligarchies and most certainly in Westrich, which is among the wealthiest technocracies on Earth. Again, this only adds to humanity's burden. Third, the planet remains frozen in fear regarding the possibility of a long-awaited alien invasion and human extinction event. As each day passes, anxiety grows at this possibility, at least for some. As a Stoic, I think little of it. May as well worry about the sun exploding. I can do nothing about it. Do I need to regurgitate the other detrimental aftereffects of the debacle, and how we are only in the initial stages of resolving the most adverse issues 40 years hence? Perhaps another time, but you get my point. From this description, can you imagine what it's like to raise and protect children in this world? To provide yourself and family with housing, food, and health care. You can see why so many of us chose not to have families and to refrain from once natural desires. We are fatalistic because we have seen direct, nauseating evidence of what we did to each other. Fatalism, paranoia, and despair pervade all that humanity is today. Now, back to the intent of this segment about our virulent creations. As you will discover, humanity possessed no truly existential threats prior to the last century, before the creation of nuclear arsenals. Sure, we could have blown each other up with ordnance and similar weapons, but those were weapons of attrition, not weapons of annihilation. Weapons of attrition were massive things of scale. Whereas such methods of killing were once physically large, like tremendous catapults to fell castle walls or swords to slice a body in half, we are now adept at using weapons that are microscopic. If you set nuclear weapons aside, most of the existential threats today are those of the biologic and nanotech kind, and these come in many forms. For more context, synthetic biologics have been used for great purposes. Genetic engineering has helped many humans on the planet and continues to do so. Similarly, nanotechnology is widely used in medicine to heal and repair. These are the technologies of a benevolent god or the gods, assuming the purveyor is benevolently godlike. But humans are far from godlike. Those same small units of biological, synthetic, or machine tech are easily weaponized. This was happening anyway, long before our latest technology started taking hold in the 20s. Nerve gases and other biologic agents like smallpox and the plague? Sure, even last century. But most of these were self-limiting for various reasons and clearly not democratizable for your average Joe. Today is far different. Portable kits are available to create your own custom AI-designed volatile agent on your home 3D printer. Nanotech is similarly common, with the ability to invade or infest anything within its heady, tiny grasp. Presumably, all surreptitious activity is watched carefully by the powers that be. However, the tech has been so democratized that no surveillance state could possibly contain or counter all threats. I can't go into more detail on this because, well, I'm no expert. I do lasers. The point is not the technology, though it's easy to get lost in that and obscure the underlying intent. Despite the existential threat the average Joe now presents to every citizen, we still have no established, agreed-upon global ethic for how we should get along. We never did and never will. The closest we came to this was in establishing the United Nations, which, for a time, helped us crawl forward in the right direction. That was long ago, and the hope for such a positive global movement is now deadwood. Skepticism is in high regard these days. Consider the existential threats to our species that I just outlined. Our collective gray matter bathes in a churning sea of paranoia, our minds sinking in its acidic waters. And the paranoia is well-founded. Imagine every human being on the planet with the ability to create devastation delivered on a wisp of wind. That is our world in its waning months. And what arises from such paranoia? What are the effects in the aftermath of our fearful and entitled ways? I will not discuss now, but I'll cover later as the weight of this recounting, this remembrance, weighs heavily on my stoic heart. Too often, I imagine what we might have been given all that was within our reach. Episode 70, on the aftermath and our surveillance state. To keep you updated on the current circumstances, I'm still creating as many of these recordings as quickly as possible, since we are being pressed by outside events that may expose our plan. Once exposed, there will be no message. Again, if you receive this beam of light, that's a good thing because it indicates we executed the final signal before expiring. As indicated before, I may talk fast, run on, run out of energy, and disgorge jumbled thoughts. No time to dally. The last topic covered our virulent creations. Next, I'll provide more color on the aftereffects of our democratization of that apocalyptic tech. Life changes in little increments over time. Imperceptible steps, followed by nodding rationalizations. Disagreement, draped in false logic and subtle propaganda. Things start out big and right and obvious, then they are fractured into unintended offshoots. Terrorists used planes as weapons earlier this century, and we created security infrastructures to protect against that. Domestic mass murderers used high-capacity weapons to kill, and we added more security. But we never removed the weapons of war from the little despots. Instead, we clothed our rationality in conversations on improving mental health, then threw pennies at that effort. When the Great Debacle devastated the planet and killed half the population, the switch was suddenly flipped to the other extreme. 9 billion ducks were initially in the water, none with the ability to fly away from the devastation. Amidst the anarchy of half of them dying instantly, the tech states resolutely took charge. It was so pervasive, it's hard for me to remember life before that time. The democratization of mass destruction was concurrent with the ubiquitous ability to accelerate the centralization of monitoring and control via advanced tech. The favorite tech for that today is drones. Drones of all sizes, even to those barely visible miniature stealth drones. They fly at all heights, peering through your windows day and night, keeping track of you. They're ensuring you are conforming and not in your basement, concocting the next societal cataclysm. Every drone connects to the AI gods in the clouds, the series of interconnected networks run by the oligarchic demigod machines and their favored industries and industrialists. They spend their cycles actively processing these ever-compounding accumulation of inputs. Imagine 10 drones monitoring your piddling, insignificant activities during the day, and what that does to the burden of humanity. Envision the wastefulness of such a species. We are but bees, ever focused on constructing a hive to defend against invasive wasps, and too spent of energy to build honeycomb for the larva. That description is the tip of the iceberg. Despite feigning the maintenance of the original U.S. Constitution, it has been maladapted and usurped by rationalizations that presumably exist to protect what remains of society. Every right that it once provided is now blunted in the name of safety for citizens and government. And we fall further into that endless vortex of fear and paranoia, with each new adaptation of tech to hyper-enable our surveillance and control state. Yet I can't complain too much. I have no idea how many potential risks were eliminated in the last few decades. 1 or 1 billion. I'll never find out. But that iceberg is always shifting. Nanobots go unseen, gathering data from their sensors, relaying it back to the AI cloud. They're yellow flagging and red flagging and commanding follow-up by mechanized superhuman variants who may show unannounced at your doorstep in full metallic regalia. You'd feel blessed to have your limbs intact after such a meeting. Given emergency powers laws, a red flag supersedes any constitutional rights. With so many monitors pervading life, red flags spring up daily in our little gatherings of human domiciles, like gnats in the garden. You'd need to turn every other citizen into a judge to grant the constitutional warrants required. As a result, warrants, fair trials of peers, and individual privacy have withered into the dustbins of history. I must describe other tech, as you will soon have similar versions if you don't already. Drones and nanobots augmented by cameras every 10 feet, sometimes 10 inches, as you walk outside. Low Earth orbit satellites tracking your every move. Auditory sensors, sometimes biological, sometimes mechanical, often both. Olfactory, the same. Facial rec, the same. Like the dog who used its sense of smell to find its master 1,000 miles away, these sensors can pick up your scent from a long distance. A cellular fragment of your DNA carried by the wind. An image of your lip print on a cup across the room. This is further enhanced by human hybrids with similar DNA-enabled tech. They can easily use their superior vision, olfactory, and auditory capabilities to rat out the suspect, the questionable, the potential misanthrope. But that's only a taste of today's monitoring tech. It is coupled in strength by control tech, integrated into everything you do. Most bothersome is the coercion, the subtle at first, then not so subtle conditioning to use the approved systems. Microphones and monitors and speaker systems and financial transactions and transport and mobile devices are always on, always listening, always monitoring. The final judicial body of the AI cloud then determines if the yellow or red flag police will re-educate or terminate you. This activity is done somewhat secretly to avoid the appearance of state control, but not always. I predict my judicial hearing, trial, and judgment will arrive in the form of a hypersonic or drone-delivered missile, given the distance we are from any town. Sophia and I will be found guilty and sentenced upon first discovery of our plan and facilities. Behind all this are the analytics and algorithms. AI code and logic coalescing and crunching in its nanosecond, quantum-enabled worlds. Consider the energy dedicated to this processing, the resource drain, the intense focus, the societal burden. As a result, human creativity and advancement has stalled and regressed in many areas. No Mars colonies. No dreams about expanding to the stars. But again, a species without a few agreed-upon ethics is de facto precluded from those niceties. As mentioned earlier, the infinity curve will annihilate us long before the first human exits the solar system. We have become as docile and compliant as ants, at least speaking for unaugmented humans. It's hard for me to grasp where hybrids like chippers and grippers lie in the realm of consciousness and logic. I know they are connected to and under the control of their nurturing networks, but that's a realm I can't discuss. That is like asking a mariquita, a ladybug, to understand and describe my recording setup. It can crawl on my microphone and maybe even find a meal, but it can't comprehend its purpose. You can't completely fault the oligarchic structures, though. Our modeled species is both a human and hybrid amalgam anymore. Given our constant need for data, it's difficult for most people to separate themselves from the interconnected networks of this world, irrespective of whether they use their traditional human senses and devices like cell phones or have integrated augmentations. The human is the network, and the network is the human. Same goes for hybrids. This is for good intentions, on the surface. Keep the peace, sow harmony, ensure we're safe from each other's virulent creations, and comply with laws. The fear of another catastrophic event became the perfect foil for oligarchic control. As always happens with human-run systems, and no doubt machine-run ones as well, they are grossly imperfect. Yes, the systems built by humans always amplify their worst fears and behaviors. The individual is subverted, utilizable at will by the machine, and discarded when no longer valued or when perceived as a threat. In this regard, I must consider what Sophia and I are about to unleash. Even though my messages truly threaten nobody, anyone, or anything beyond our living dystopia, these dozen 10-second transmissions are clearly substantive threats to the ruling structures of the day. Oh, I forgot to mention an insidious technology that my autocratic friends or fiends in control have implemented. That is the technology of regulating humans or hybrids by targeting intentional signals into the body and mind. As early as the teens of this century, researchers discovered it was possible to affect simple body movements by generating external electrical signals at a particular frequency into various parts of the brain. Call it extracorporeal control, but most just call it X-Corp now. This technology became further refined over the following decades. Even before the debacle, it was reportedly being used by some governments to ensure the citizenry's compliance with laws. Once word of this efficient new control mechanism got out, increasing numbers of people wore protective headgear, hats, and the like to mitigate the possibility. This was until the oligarchs outlawed such methods of signal interference. I don't have a big problem with this tech, in general. Just consider advertising for specific products. To a great degree, such commercial messages are now so refined, so targeted, and so individualized, you can't help but buy whatever is being advertised. Direct mind control tech is a short step from that. In those decades and even today, there have been a few common uses for external mind control tech. These include using it for governmental and business needs, such as forcing assembly line workers to stay awake on the job, or encouraging employees to appreciate their management. As robotic systems assumed control over certain occupations, some of the need for this tech diminished in industry. On the flip side, our respective governments actively employ these methods of mind control for management and control of their citizenry. At one time, everybody assumed the governments would eventually mandate chipping, or another kind of intrusive, direct human-machine interface. Either of these could ensure we were respectful little do-gooders in the post-debacle anthills of humanity. Then, along came successive revs of very sophisticated electronic coercion tech. The same purpose was effected without the obvious personal rights implications of chipping or forcing people to wear devices. I'll get back to the point, but new pressure is being applied to get chipped. It's called a Vista chip. This was invented in our own Westrich domain of Vista, apparently by our oligarch. In past decades, the government and corporations had many ways to track everything about you: social networks, internet browsers, cell phones, and all forms of wireless data, financial transactions, and more. Why not mandate the next step and consolidate all that tech directly into a single forehead chip? It's clearly more convenient, or so goes the argument. Sure, that's all fine if you forego personal privacy rights entirely. On the other hand, if somebody wanted to track your every move and intention, today's tech, even without the chip, allows them to do that easily. Back to X-Corp tech for a minute. It's not just about thought management. The transmitters can control your movements or anticipate your actions without ever touching your body. I suppose this ability to wirelessly impute instructions into the body's electrochemical systems is old hat by now. As a laser engineer, I understand the government has also used imperceptible light signals for mind coercion. More proof that these days, everything is a potential weapon, and everything is a potential control mechanism. In the early decades, futurist visionaries called this world the Internet of Things, or IoT. Funny name and apt in its description. I doubt the creators of that term could have predicted that humans and hybrids would become just another thing in the IoT, to be controlled, operated, modified, maintained, and even eliminated. By the way, please don't assume when I say government that I mean only the oligarchs and their lackeys. I use that term loosely to denote a government that is so tightly wrapped around the techno-bio-industrial military surveillance complex, it's hard to distinguish one from the other. It is easier to consider it an interconnected mesh of entities with common and profitable interests. Recall I mentioned incrementalism previously. It's interesting how we allowed incremental changes to occur that got us to this point of humanity. As I think back in history, credit ratings were used to evaluate a person's creditworthiness. The ability to obtain new credit, like buying a house, depended upon whether your score was high enough, based on your prior payment history. It wasn't a huge leap from there to social scoring. If I recall correctly, this concept originated somewhere in Asia and was nearly ubiquitous in some countries by the late 20s. When you are both directly and subtly coerced into being subjected to monitoring and control systems, such as social media platforms, physical devices, and financial systems, you have no choice but to be controlled. Your personal data, every move you make, every word you speak or type, every transaction, and now even every thought captured is accumulated, evaluated, and scored in the AI beasts. You are subservient to the controlling systems, and a person becomes a physical avatar of a mathematical construct implied in data. Sometimes this collection of your data is used to profit the companies whose products and services you might use. At other times, the beneficiaries are the government and other controlling entities in your life. I'm not complaining, though. It simply is the new reality. We used to have some semblance of privacy, but the data revolution took that away. It's an inevitable consequence of convenience and control. I was born in 1999 and can hardly remember a time when I was not connected into a controlling network. There were, of course, local physical networks of neighbors and citizens, the church my parents made me attend, or even school. But after I got my first cell phone, everything changed. I was hooked, just like any other millennial. It didn't matter if I was controlled by the device or social network or anything else. My networks became the all to me. My ball. The altar at which I'd spend my time. It was exhilarating for a while. For many years, it was hard for me to distinguish the differences between the actual world and the virtual ether of these very accessible, dopamine-inducing systems. I was another flapping sheet on the long clothesline of other sheets, buffeted in the wind. That wind was whatever salacious story was fed to me in the moment: school, friends, media stars, lasers, conspiracies, oddities, conflicts. My mind was attracted to the extremes. I had no grounding, no sense of my mind beyond my connection to the controlling networks. And I was no different than most humans. We were swayed and continue to be swayable by the medium of choice and whoever is clever enough to acquire control of our emotions. As I stated before, this dynamic persisted for me until I found martial arts and meditation. Unfortunately, the dynamic persists across the species, though I can't speak for hybrids. People are lost without their networks. Less whole. They revel in being swayed. No, they don't know they're being swayed, and they revel in the dopamine hits of bias confirmation. They allow their networks to control their emotions and every aspect of their pathetic lives. It's no existence, not in my book. I am an extreme exception, as is Sophia. Episode 71, on Frenetic Genetics. My last topic covered from this morning was on the aftermath of the debacle. How I lament the pace at which I must work through these various learnings that I am imparting. Poor Sophia is on the receiving end of continuous pressure from the powers that be, the long arms of the oligarchs and their infrastructure to ensure control. Time is of the essence. This monologue pours from me, but it's obviously been clipped and sputtered under the intensity of pressure I feel. My apologies. As I said, things are happening outside this tiny room that are causing me to worry we will be caught and reprogrammed at best or eliminated at worst before I can send this transmission. Their surveillance tech is so refined, exact, pervasive, and invisible anymore. The risks compound at every passing moment. But it's not my intent to inform you about this insignificant being's pressures and troubles. I have a job to do, and I intend on meeting my commitment to complete this task. I much prefer to leave this life with the right thoughts in my last moments, knowing my purpose was fulfilled. Enough on that repeated topic. Now I will discuss our frenetic genetics that helped lead us to where we are now, the brink of our final days. Human lives are built on biological code, the code of DNA. It's only in the last century that our scientists came to realize this. And in the last 5 decades, the infinity curve on manipulating this code has hit the vertical. A few years after scoping and sequencing human DNA, we created the tech to straightforwardly modify our DNA. There were various names for this, but the term CRISPR stuck with society. With CRISPR and its multiplicity of derivatives, a combination of tools were used. Delivery mechanisms of modified DNA were mostly viral and bacterial in those early days, enabling segments called nucleotides to be injected into very specific areas of the DNA molecule. This capability allowed a human cell or cells to take on desired characteristics and spread those changes through normal processes of cellular replication. Initially, the tech was used to modify germ cells, as if we'd be patient enough to wait umpteen years to see the presumably beneficial effects in our children. Impatient as we are, ingenuity drove us quickly beyond that early stage. We discovered how to drive these same modifications into living humans and have the effects disperse throughout the body. This enabled us to create the desired effects instantly, thus obviating the need to embed the desired traits solely in germlines. It was the age of GD, or gene drive, technological advancements. And advance we did, climbing that infinity curve at a rapid pace. Given low cost and ready access to the raw materials, we could easily democratize this technology. Ingredients to do so became readily available on a mail-order, next-day delivery basis. So what happens when everyone can play with it? Well, everyone starts playing with it. Any halfwit could become an instant geneticist or a genetic application scientist, with all the requisite components and internet tools to show them how. One could watch a video about how to modify their own or another's DNA almost as readily as learning how to change a flat tire. From this tech, humanity now had the capacity to create virtually anything it desired in any combination, whether plant or animal or hybrid. Note that I truly meant in any combination, as garage experimenters quickly developed websites and instructions for illicitly sharing their findings and coordinating experiments. Some of these rogue geneticists, by the way, were still in elementary school. And so began an unruly, and some think unholy, revolution in the concept of humanity. 10 years before that time, you'd not even consider integrating DNA code from an insect, another mammal, or even a plant into the human body. It didn't take long, however. Faster than one might imagine, new hybridizations were created. As people began to experiment on themselves or others, most of the resulting hybrids or variants substantially retained their human characteristics, but integrated small segments of transgenic code from the various host organisms or even manufactured DNA. What a time to be alive! I was in my early 30s when this explosion of new life occurred. Most of the experimenters were concentrated in the backwaters of society. Why there? Because they could do it easily and avoid the prying eyes of regulators who were painfully slow to approve the new tech or recognize what was happening on the street. Regulators, however, were the least of the worries for the budding GD community. These code changes were affecting every aspect of being human, so you can imagine that the large majority of people were against such things based on religious or other grounds. Some variants pursued the self-absorbed path, enhancing a body's innate capabilities to induce physical pleasure. Others wanted to experiment with new skin colors, chlorophyll production, enhanced musculature, and integration with metallics and machines. The CRISPR-induced variations in these variants were so extensive, it's hard to describe. You'll read about them elsewhere, so I'll avoid boring you with my own descriptions. As mentioned before, many of these garage-based GD labs had their share of mishaps. Lots of trial and error, and I emphasize the latter. Many humans were permanently mutilated, unable to undo the harm they did to themselves, and destined to live lives in pain and torment from maladapted code or aberrant integration into their cellular systems. This experience was not unlike the processes for encoding early computers. Some code was ineffective or even destructive, even to the extent of ruining the machine. So there were many corrupted systems, meaning damaged humans. No different than a laptop computer with a defective screen, most of those non-fixable hybrids were cast aside. The world was wholly unprepared for such changes in the short time in which they happened. Most hybrids, or transhumans, were resolutely differentiated because the changes were so visual. Variants were sporting tails, manes, antennae, multiple appendages, and massive limbs. Imagination was the only limit to what they might try. As one would anticipate, the wealthy and powerful were heirs to the greatest advantages because they had superior genetic tech at their avail. They could thrive off the learnings often paid in agony by the less fortunate, suffering from off-target mistakes. They profited in so many ways, either integrating this code themselves or stealing intellectual property off the backs of successful back-alley and garage scientists. It was no different from what happened in the early tech days of the railroads or internet, but in this case applied to human, animal, and plant physiology. I don't mean to forget human-machine integration either. Much of that tech had been rights protected by the fortunate few, and early on they extracted heavy taxes on any human who wanted to hybridize in that way. You want your brain to access the cloud? They'd asked. Then here's the fare. We own the IP, we'll define your connections, and you'll pay dearly to ride our exclusive train. Indeed, too much happened too fast. Some hybrids, especially those early variants with direct interfaces into the AI clouds, began to control key aspects of humanity, given their superior algorithms and predictive models. They began to call the shots on the economy, company fortunes, and stock prices. Worse yet, their advanced capabilities could readily influence or create the outcomes they predicted. The fact that humans and hybrids eventually came to blows was no surprise. Each side felt entitled. Humans were entitled by their sense of human purity, born from that innate belief of bigotry or view of a God-given definition of what it meant to be a human. Variants were entitled by their ability to comprehend a much more expansive view of species evolution. Some extremist factions even demanded their visions should be executed by all others on the planet. I mentioned that this was the perfectly imperfect time for an obelisk to fall from the sky and create utter confusion and conflict among our rapidly hybridizing species. We all felt entitled and placed blame on each other. We were fueled by our complicit social networks, the cacophony of voices screaming cowardly, anonymous insults and opinions at others who thought or looked differently, causing emotions to be ignited and inflamed. Things spun quickly out of control. In this caustic environment of 2037, our human negativity was peaking. Hateful and divisive rhetoric from populists and demagogues stirred up fears and entitlements in a continuation of a long line of such societal demons that began in the teens. It was no surprise a plague suddenly appeared, one that could annihilate large portions of humanity. One must deduce that the debacle's timing was not coincidental. Violence, fear, and hatred rising from the turgid muck. An obelisk falls from the sky right then. Not in Roman times, not in the Middle Ages, but right at the perfectly imperfect time. And suddenly, the plague agent of the great debacle mysteriously arises and executes its destructive code. Dubiously coincidental. Causal speculation continues to this day. A garage tinkerer mad at the world? A fifth-grade class creating the superbug by accident? A legitimate military lab experiment leaked. An AI system that developed a devious sentience and designed the agent on a 3D printer? Somebody knows the answer, but I never will. There is a lesson in this. I doubt it's much different from what I've shared before, so please forgive the restatement. Moore's Law, where technology capability or capacity doubles every 2 years, evolved to 18 months, then to shorter periods. This compounding effect soon took over, and tech climbed the infinity curve with haste. Given its advance, we were doomed from the start, I dare say. We concurrently had regressed on the curve of societal adaptation, trending downward and holding even tighter to our historical fears and entitlements. The worse things got, the worse we made them. It reminds me of the tremendous swings we experienced in the financial markets during the 20s. Pandemics. Zero or below zero cost of money. Government printing presses spitting out limitless excesses of fiat currencies. Industry and beloved moguls devouring this, free for all to make terrible investment decisions and go further in debt. A money free for all, assuming you were important enough to receive the benefits. The beneficiaries in this morass were kids in the candy store, using debt to buy back their inflated stock, or inventing new enrichment schemes to favor the few. Then the inevitable speculative bubbles ultimately burst, causing massive currency devaluations that exacerbated global disparities. An unfortunate primogenitor to the debacle. We look up, and we can see no end to the vertical tech curve, frenetic genetics being key among those. Then we peer down at our horizontally declining societal curve, a result of our woeful stupidity, sagging discipline, and lack of vision. The two curves are at peak imbalance, implying a fateful end. Episode 72 on Anti-Aging Tech. I'm continuing on a roll now. It's mid-afternoon, and I see an end in sight, an end in more ways than one. But I fear not death, having worked through it in my mind many times. I suppose I do fear a few things outside my control. I fear being coercively reprogrammed by the oligarchs' AI beasts. I prefer they take me out in one good blast, but leave Sophia and the dogs alone. Enough said. Here we go. On the topic of anti-aging, guilt overcomes me. I sit in judgment of all who made that decision, but I am one among them. I was tired. Tired of the injuries, the lower back pain that plagued me, and the wrinkles on my face. I'd always considered myself 35, at least since I had turned that age, and this thought alone kept me vital and strong. It worked for a time, and daring not to repeat the same commentary, I'll confess before I begin. Yes, I am part of the problem, which I will describe for you. Humans age. In the early years, time goes slowly, while in the later years, time passes too fast. I must assume this is the natural way of things. With few exceptions, most living things in this world age. Aligned with the concept of a technology infinity curve, every branch of tech advanced at a rapid pace in the past few decades. Anti-aging science, however, exceeded the torrid advance of all others. And it happened at the most inopportune time. Modest successful work transpired in the teens, and we expected slow progress, extending over a very long period, even to decades and centuries. Initially, anti-aging tech was so theoretical that nobody took it seriously. Few even factored it seriously into their life plans. Some of us tried to forestall aging by eating properly and exercising, but we knew it would eventually catch up with us, that our day would come at age 80 or 90 if we were lucky, or 100 if unlucky. It's difficult to explain what happened when the cascade of miracle announcements occurred on the topic in the early 30s. Funny, that was near my own age, and the last thing I had on my mind at the time was to stop or reverse my age. Hell, I was anxious to grow older, to get established in society, and to gain a sense of success from position and wealth acquired in the coming years. When the scientists and politicians first spoke of the discoveries, I cared nominally. In fact, my initial thoughts were negative, like, son of a bitch, I might have to work all my life, and my life might last forever. It was a humorous consideration at the time, and the implications took years for the populace to absorb. On one side were voices of dire warnings about social dislocations. Add to that voices of certain religious leaders rejecting the thought on principle, preaching that only God should control such a thing. As you'd expect, the potential impacts were amplified, distorted, and twisted through our broadcast and social media channels. It became a long-standing topic for the salivating media whores, who stirred up negative emotions for their own recognition and profit. On the other side were those who accepted or even advanced the technology. I can assure you that few, if any, were selfless. Everybody was pondering the meaning of eternal life. Politicians made promises about the burgeoning research and what it would do for humanity, that we were entering a new age of promise. As time went on, the voices of dissent quieted down, but the tech carried with it the horrors of biases and fears. Some groups, particularly those who touted themselves as morally righteous, felt that such righteousness allowed them to determine who would get access to such tech. They took gross liberties to deny the downtrodden, different races and ethnic groups, sexual orientations, and religions from gaining access to the new tech. Intellectual property rights were closely guarded, allowing the righteous voices to mete out this new anti-aging tech only to special ones. The anointed, those with the right thinking, the right pocketbooks, the right connections, the right religions, the right castes, and the right political preferences. It was as ugly, unfair, and selfish as anything humanity had done to itself in the past. And this selective denial resulted in many, many deaths. Mobs in the streets were fighting for the right to access this new tech. Governments used the social disruption to seize control and consolidate power. Corporate entities found ways to profit from the disarray. Without any human ethic whatsoever, this one infinity curve, this one tech, nearly brought humanity to its knees even before the debacle. You'll read about the history, the threats from nuclear powers as countries pondered the swarms of newly everlasting people that might cross their borders, an overflow of the perceived undesirables, fears, and malice aforethought. Anti-aging tech only amplified the true ugliness of humanity's entitlements and tainted soul. Ultimately, the proto-oligarchs started to gain control of the situation, working in conjunction with governments. This was an inflection point for formal recognition of our technocracies in managing the populace. We now had a controlled substance that was so vital and so in demand, people would go to any extent to get it. Since most global political systems were floundering in disarray and dysfunction, we needed a system that on its surface appeared to balance the concerns of the masses, to placate them, and to make promises without ever delivering a consequential solution. As these dislocations and divisions began to peak, various logistical wizards, and I don't mean that negatively, began to develop efficient and fair means for distributing the new anti-aging technology among the masses. By that time, the mid-30s, the influential and powerful had already partaken and were on the cusp of enjoying the fruits of their future infinite dominance. Since they were the special, first recipients of this new tech, it was no longer their issue. They were satisfied to contribute their resources to whichever side concurred with their own beliefs. Most of them, as wealthy as they were, came to the same conclusion, and I'll get to that in a second. These fair methods of distribution started working okay. If you took anti-aging tech in those early days, you had to commit contractually that you would not have children, or at least not have additional children. These contracts were hard to enforce and therefore often broken or disregarded, especially by the well-connected. Soon the tech was readily replicated, so human graft and corruption ruled the day. Forget your drug lords of old. The new drug was anti-aging. Couple this with the other wonders genetic tech was providing, and people were having visions of being gods themselves for eternity. They might get to live an eternal springtime of perpetual youth, happiness, and freedom from illness. Sure. Right. As with all panaceas, it took a while for people to grasp what they had done. Many who took anti-aging drugs are now in deep regret. They envision a lifetime of toil continuing, an eternal lifetime, if that makes sense. Society is rigged against them, it will remain so, and they'll be unable to claw themselves out of poverty and misery through the coming eons. Not surprisingly, there has been a renaissance of sorts on reaching old age. After experiencing the disarray and disharmony of this quite defective and entitled species, many now look forward to their waning years and hope nature will take their lives in its natural time. Short of a miracle, you indeed might stay chained to your existing station in life for eons, if the human race lasts that long. Of course, you could use eternity to try to make your life better, to acquire more wealth and status, see the world, expand your horizons. But given the state of the world today, with the oligarchic technocracies in charge, opportunities to improve your lot in life are not as they were before the debacle. They're effectively non-existent. Basic freedoms we once had are now severely restricted. People have difficulties traveling beyond their borders as each debauched technocracy grows more paranoid of the other. For example, I'd love to see New York City and Boston again, even in their diminished states, but that can't occur for multiple reasons. I hope recalling this story makes sense to you. Humans were deer in headlights, to use an old term. That first effective and widely accessible anti-aging tech hit us fast and hard, sparking societal disruptions on a scale theretofore unknown. It happened right in those volatile days of other tech going concurrently exponential, and everything came crashing down upon us during the Great Debacle. Odd that the debacle itself became the cure for our self-induced malaise. No more anti-aging contracts or policing of them. Hell, so few people have a desire to procreate anyway, given the instability of our species and threat of living in totalitarian states forever. It's pretty much a non-issue in 2075, though the tech remains readily available. There is one persistent, ever-present result, however. As I indicated, the wealthy and powerful came quickly to their own conclusions. They accelerated efforts to corrupt society's already diminished means of equity, with the goal of advantaging themselves forever, implying eternity. This meant influencing judges and politicians. It meant warping societal structures to benefit them alone. Laws, immigration, social programs, financial and taxation flows, voting inequities, and other usurpations. That list of crimes is long and tedious. Wherever the rich and powerful could find advantage, they took it. Carpe diem. Seize the day. Seize everything within your grasp and hold onto it forever. Literally forever, or as long as the species survives, whichever occurs first. It reminds me of that power of compounding effect from the world of finance. Many of the entitled, having owned most of the world's resources already, were adeptly aware at how wealth compounds over time. Just imagine, then, if the variable of time was no longer relevant to you. In other words, your wealth can grow forever along with you as you pass through time, not aging, perhaps even getting younger at will. With this tech and perennially assured power and control, you can create heaven on earth for your immortal self and your chosen ones. No need for rapture or otherworldly interventions to get you to that resplendent heaven. You already possessed it. They use the existing levers of wealth, power, and privilege to execute their plans. Sophia has a saying, and she winks at me every time she voices it. Disparate, desperate, devious dudes doing disparate, desperate, devious deeds. That sums up the oligarchic demigods and their extended royal courts pretty well. Oh, she has one more, but I have difficulty saying it out loud. The impotent omnipotence. These individuals and families remain desperate in one respect, despite their wealth and status. They possess a desperation to acquire more than the next politician or industrialist turned billionaire turned trillionaire. It is their desperate grasp to attain the top of the steaming pile of dung that writhes beneath them like maggots animating a rotting corpse. They stand atop the pile and glower over the lot of it, ignoring the stench that wafts upward to their secure and massive compounds that protect their privileged godlike status. More on our lovely oligarchs and their royal courtiers and courtesans later. I am too tired to do more. My own anti-aging tech does nothing to resolve and re-energize a mind that has seen too much of humanity's inequities and iniquities. I can't even suggest what you might learn from this section, except that it should be obvious. Episode 73 on Posthumans and AI. It's been a productive day thus far, with one more topic left. Speaking of which, Sophia left the house earlier this afternoon. She hasn't done that for a long time without letting me know where she's headed. I can't contact her for the obvious reasons of exposing my presence to the long tentacles of the oligarchic machine. Her reasons for leaving may be nothing, so I'll complete today's task by discussing posthumans, transhumans, and hybrids. Whatever name you give them doesn't matter, because it's an interchangeable menagerie of life, mostly. I'll also cover the AI beasts that covet the world. During this century, we had a chance to make a substantive advance in the meaning of humanity, but we blew it out of fear and entitlement. A simple example of the fear? What would you think if you were unaugmented and you were competing for jobs with an augmented human? A variant, in other words? You'd feel forced to augment similarly or face being outmatched in so many respects. We should have predicted what transpired from this. Bigotry and bias rose immediately against hybrids, and this hatred was weakly veiled behind laws and executive orders. Governments and oligarchs, one and the same anymore, suppressed the growth and success of the variant classes, particularly those who were tied directly into various AI clouds. Resulting conflicts ran a predictable course. First, the bigots and fearmongers advanced rumors that chippers and their variant divergences were responsible for the Great Debacle. They primarily used social media to do this, since that channel had in the past proven tremendously effective at spreading fear rampantly among the gullible, which includes most humans. Oh, the murderous crimes perpetrated on variants in the years after the debacle. People had to blame somebody, so they focused on hybrids and used the argument that they had the greatest cause to annihilate unaugmented humans. As a side note, just as many variants died in the debacle as non-variants, proportionately. But fear courses viciously through the body of humanity when pumped by the loathsome heartbeats of demagogues and politicians. These demons gave the open season approval sign. Unaugmented individuals didn't care whom they were attacking, they just needed a variant scapegoat to release their anger upon. Any bit of propaganda stirred them up, without need for evaluation and verification. And this is now the way humanity interacts with itself. Humans ride on undulating waves of ignorance that require only the slightest media provocation or incendiary rhetoric. Then they inflict pain and suffering upon the targeted innocent or well-intentioned. Given the human penchant for self-righteousness that resulted in such vigilante terror, many potential hybrids discontinued their plans for chipping or clipping after the debacle, for obvious reasons. Those who took the risks of partaking in such activities did so in back alleys or with expensive private purveyors of that tech. It took considerable time before most people understood the truth of what was transpiring. Chippers, clippers, and gripper mechs were derided and chastised publicly, and new laws were passed to suppress their rights. At the same time, this new technology for substantial personal and human advancement was effectively shelved for most, and made legal only for the few, the special, the powerful. This was a usurping of capabilities for enhancing the common good, where only the privileged could enjoy the benefits. Besides, the selfish oligarchs and their courtiers wanted to avoid competing with equals with whom they'd be required to share the world's tech bounties. They didn't want to give hybridized newcomers the chance to compete against them, to gain power or prestige within their exclusive kingdoms. They perceived only themselves and their progeny as the brilliant minds, the best of the best, and to hell with the peon scum beneath them. Most people believe the rumors that the oligarchs and their courtiers are dependently connected into their own versions of AI-driven mental planes. I'm not even sure what to call those connections. People I know simply call it the brain, but the various AIs are much more than that. They comprise many separate brains with different capacities, rules, and purposes. For a quick review of the relevant tech, a great amount of work was accomplished in the 1920s around mapping the connectome, the connections between neurons in the human brain. Once AI and machine learning got the hang of that challenge, humans discovered it wasn't difficult to map such connections. Once mapped, they could then replicate these aspects of human mentality within AI clouds comprised of processors and storage. As a direct result of this work, we started seeing arguable instances of machine sentience even before the debacle, though this progress was slowed considerably for decades afterward. One must assume that in the 38 years since the debacle, the oligarchs have advanced considerably in machine sentience. This might be proven inferentially, since the oligarchs have been surprisingly successful at gaining control over land, resources, and people, some by apparently legal means, though most by savage and unlawful means. Everyone assumes the oligarchs accomplished this in such little time, mostly from the help of predictive algorithms of their sentient AI beings, whose bones, organs, and muscles are comprised of rare earth elements and sub-zero quantum computing. With that kind of prophetic power, how nice it must be to predict what the deviant nation state or domain, adjacent to yours, is doing to wreak havoc on your systems of trade, politicians, defense capabilities, operating levers, and functioning government. Biblical scripture indicates humans are made in God's image. You can deduce, however, that these complex mechanical systems have been born in humanity's image and its ethics, or lack thereof. AI networks and clouds are now both repositories and purveyors of our fears, hatreds, perverse emotions, and entitlements wrapped up nicely in a plethora of code, processors, and networks. Sometimes the AI god is even coupled to human flesh through implants like the Vista chip. All in all, we've created numerous unethical systems doing the bidding of their amoral creators. During the corrosive post-debacle environment, we went through a long period of successive oligarchic domination where many of these self-absorbed heathens climbed to the top of that steaming dung pile. Inevitably, they were eventually scraped and scoured entirely by another oligarch imbued with an AI that had better data gathering, predictive capabilities, and strategic algorithms. While this cadre of hellions were playing their musical chairs of power lust, most humans could clearly see the writing on the wall. We assumed the biologic or nuclear magazines would soon be emptied, for all to expire, in the strangelove event predicted in that movie from long ago. But it was not to be. Not yet. Somewhere in their algorithms and models, these human-machine symbionts came to realize that such an event meant both the end of the species and their lovely self-serving systems. They reached an impasse, apparently, and this is where we are today. Perhaps a review of how we got here might help, though it repeats prior thought. During the teens and 20s, AI-based systems began to subtly subvert control of thought and rationality from the human mind. Much of this grew out of the social media systems of the day. For a long time, I was subjected to that devious dynamic, allowing AI-based algorithms to surreptitiously nudge my mind and beliefs to wherever might be the most beneficial location for the system's owners or advertisers. Most of this was initially done for financial profit, though that evolved quickly into the profit of power for the purveyors of such networks and their benefactors. This concentrated focus on devices, networks, and content caused our human minds to languish. Every next piece of information fed to us was intended to confirm what we had already believed, or been nudged to believe, by the AI system itself. In effect, the algorithms acquired control of our psyches through addiction technologies. This was done at a very cheap, or should say, at a very profitable price for them. They became the purveyors of the addictive drug of information-induced dopamine. We idiot humans skipped happily along their Pied Piper path, unaware of where we were going but joyful at the righteousness and selectivity of the experience. I felt unease at what was happening to me, so in the late 20s and early 30s, I decided to gain control of my psyche. As mentioned earlier, meditation helped. With meditation, I was able to decouple myself from the drug-induced coma of AI-designed groupthink. I found something within myself, not managed or corrupted by a constant bombardment of information flow designed to get me to buy whatever: products, belief systems, political demagoguery, religions, power constructs, anger. As my mind grew more independent of these systems, I realized that I could do without, meaning most information and possessions of our time. This was ever freeing. I no longer felt compelled to read the news feeds or watch videos that confirmed my biases. I didn't have to acquire the products or mentally infuse the dogmas they pushed. And it wasn't that hard. It wasn't a detox. In fact, it was peaceful and humbling. Old books helped. Marcus Aurelius. Seneca. I can't forget my martial arts that brought me to meditation in the first place. I recall watching a video from the hippie days where a spiritual leader said humanity might cure itself of ills if everyone meditated. I believe he was correct. Screw the naysayers who think there is no accessible cure to this media and narrative addiction. Back to the intended message, as I digressed again on a topic I've repeated previously. I will describe the state of the transhuman, post-human situation to the degree I can. Again, I hope you realize we have many names for these beings, including those two, as well as hybrids, and more commonly, variants. Since you possess the technology to receive my signal, you are, no doubt, determining your own pathways on augmentation of your beings. I can't help but think, if any society survives beyond the infinity curve state, substantial augmentation will be a foregone conclusion. I'm not sure how you contend with the sharp upturn in the curve of technology advances if your minds and bodies are not physically and mentally adaptable to it. Today's humanity consists of an array of beings, and I use that term loosely. Most variants who have delved into genetic changes only did so for very modest purposes. They wanted changes for vanity, similar to tattoos, or to acquire differentiating attributes of an animal, insect, or even plant. People desired superior strength or stamina for their jobs or egos. They wanted to integrate metallics into their bodies to assist with harsh physical labor, or they wished to stop fearing and gain the confidence of self-protection. I hope my earlier topics indicated that I'm okay with this type of hybridization, as well you might be. It seems this is where humans should be at this point in our evolution, trying new things out to see what works best and how we can become more adaptable and flexible for the future. Hell, if those missing aliens ever do come, at least these modifications might give us a fighting chance. Many still get augmented for that purpose alone. The Great Debacle shocked anyone remaining on Earth, anyone not already permanently debilitated by the horror of the event. If that marauding species depicted on the obelisk was indeed responsible for the debacle, they did a damn poor job of killing us. 50+% is not horseshoes. On this topic, most people are indifferent and even fatalistic, feeling that if the aliens land, we'll take it as it comes. The oligarchs are far more concerned than their lowly subjects about this possibility, worried that their self-designed, eternally secure heaven on earth will be jeopardized if they aren't prepared for such an invasion. Due to this fear, and because they still control most of the world's resources today, they waste innumerable human treasure to create, maintain, and upgrade state-of-the-art defensive systems against the impending alien threat. Are they serious? Do they really think aliens from light-years distant planets will come to invade us to take away what we haven't already poisoned in the Earth? Anyone with such tech could effortlessly annihilate us with technology unseen and unfelt. If a human created the deadly agents of the Great Debacle, how do we defend against a race of beings or machines that have had eons to adapt to their own infinity curve? It's ludicrous to postulate. There I go, wandering off to the obelisk. Bear with me, please, as I'm speaking off the top of my head. I know some of this is repetitive, so I'll summarize my thoughts for you. The ascendance of posthumans could have been great for our species. We might have advanced to entirely new realms of consciousness and capabilities. Might have been happier, more fulfilled, emotionally stronger, friendlier. But the enabling technologies, human-machine integration, AI, gene editing, synbio, nanotech, flesh metallics integration were only tools to amplify our existing moral fabric. Unfortunately, our moral fabric was on the wrong side of positive behavioral attributes like caring, consideration, honesty, compassion, generosity, courage, confidence, vigor, calm, and patience. Like every tool humanity has used in the past, these new tools assumed and amplified our depravities. Their existence enabled nothing differentiating, except that they were more powerful, lethal, and accessible. Godlike technologies for careless, hedonistic, sentient beings. Episode 74, on recognizing the signposts. Evening was falling. Sophia turned her lights on and pulled onto the 5-mile dirt road to their house. She knew her scout might be within reach of any number of listening devices. Maybe even cameras along her path that watched her lip movements, sent that information back to the AI algorithms and determined what she was saying to herself. In an uncharacteristic moment, she whispered aloud. "Effing scum, sons of bitches. I despise them, their presumptuous and patronizing ways. Telling me how to run my business. That I was getting too old to manage it myself. Piles of shit they are. Shit piles." She continued fuming until she got home and opened the door where the 6 dogs greeted her with glee. "You guys are the only genuine souls left in this twisted world." Sophia didn't care that the intercom was capturing her comments. They'd be logged and assessed, she was certain. She pulled a large bag of dog food from the cupboard and poured it into the bowls, then crouched for a moment, watching her dogs eat. At least one thing remains pure. One thing this technocracy cannot control. She knew Rick would be worried, so she navigated the long, jagged hallway to the outer door of his bunker. They had installed 2 doors between the main part of the house and his bunker. This mitigated the noise and particulates from his skin cells and breath that might escape into the main house. Their lives centered around an abundance of caution. "Hi, honey," she grumbled. "You're upset," Rick observed. "Where did you go?" "First, I hope you're not angry with me. I wanted you to progress here, uninterrupted. I didn't want you in angst about the goings-on in the gardens business." More issues, he wondered. Sophia sighed loudly and sat on her chair. "They called me in. Had me drive to Tuba City. It was an email with an underlying threat of a yellow flag. Of course, I dropped everything immediately and rushed over there." "You're wearing your long-sleeve full dress. I assume you have a disruptor pinned into the hair on your head." "Ha," she lamented. "Yeah, you got me. Too obvious to most, but not the idiots at that office. You know, I've been subjected to their signals before. Forcing my limbs do things I didn't want them to do. Attempting to project propaganda and AI coercive messages into my head. Despite the metal mesh in my sleeves and leggings and the little disruptors in my hair, I still sense they were trying to control me, to get to whatever truth they're seeking on my business." "Are you sure it's the business? Certain they don't suspect something else, like me?" She shook her head. "Appeared to be the business. Someone must have told them I'm bartering too much or involved in graft or conspiracy against their damned autocracy, the effing scum. Who knows? They mentioned the need to do an audit of the operations, and you know what that means. Well, this explains our friendly visitors while you were away." Sophia looked surprised. "Did they send somebody out?" "Yes, just as I completed my last recording for the day. I'm surprised you didn't see them driving the other way on the dirt road." "How many and what were they?" "They were clearly mechs, hybrids of the toughest sort, in full regalia." "Did they try to get inside?" "The cameras showed they tried the door. Thank God for barking dogs. Not knowing if the dogs were matched, they apparently thought better of trying to contend with them. These days, a hybrid dog can match a hybrid human limb for limb." Sophia rested her head on her hands and closed her eyes. "This is happening too fast, my dear. I sense a yellow flag coming on. Maybe red. Guilty and never proven innocent. Never a trial. Their AI brains are judge, jury, prosecution, and executioner. Hell, even counsel for the plaintiff. What was their primary argument or concern? Part of it was power, that we shouldn't need so many solar cells simply to run the gardens and home. I reiterated that the cells are older and less efficient, but I'm guessing they think something nefarious is transpiring." "And something nefarious is transpiring," Rick interrupted, smiling. "Then there was the question on polymer powder. Why did we need to buy so much? The gardens should not require such extensive amounts of powder for the 3D printers. Much of that powder has been used to build your platforms." "I'm sure you handled the response well, sweetheart. I'm not worried about you." Sophia stared at the ground. "But I am worried. I have no idea what else they may have extracted from that discussion. I'm certain the AI caught my rapid pulse, sweat, eye movements, voice inflections, the gamut that tells them I'm hiding something. God, I hope they only think I'm harboring a harem of lovers or something, but I fear it's worse." "Well, you are harboring a lover," Rick joked. "Truth be told, these are foreboding signs. Much like my philosophy around the infinity curve diversion of technological prowess and social progress, we are in a similar time compression now. I sense we're getting near the end, a convergence of their calculations leading to a conclusion that you must be stopped, whatever devious thing you're up to. Harsh wind. Leather switch. Boot in the backside. I don't care what they throw at me, I will fight the hidden, cowardly bastards with everything I've got. And you know, it's all wrapped up in your recordings and laser array. She took a deep breath. Can you do 1 or 2 more sessions tonight? 3 remain per my plan. That's a few hours more. I'll meditate to focus my mind and recharge the batteries. That always helps when I'm tired. It might be early morning before I'm done, but I'll finish them off tonight. Once accomplished, we can then place our beloved fingers on the execute command and wait to push when ready. I know we discussed waiting, but shouldn't we execute the minute you've finished recording? That mitigates any risk. Rick paused for a moment. They both knew what that implied. Honestly, I like this life with you, Sophia. As we said to each other in our last discussion on this topic, I'd prefer to live a few more hours. To take it in, to experience this consciousness, to meditate and sense the broader consciousness beyond myself. Besides, I'm in the compound, not going anywhere, he affirmed. But I'll wear my forearm transmitter in case I can't walk the 5 steps to the keyboard to execute. Sophia smiled. That's how I do most of my typing, anyway. Your friend Rodney would have gotten a kick out of your continued use of keyboards. I simply require that tactile sense at my fingertips. The armband captures my intentions, but there's this gap, this little gap, between my intentions and what I really want to type. It comes out better to type them on the keyboard. But you're also using your mic setup for this. Are you doing much typing? For corrections, and I have lots of those. Enough said. Again, I apologize for running out without telling, but I needed to do what I thought was most efficient. I'm sure you made good progress, and you can't believe how relieved I will be once your sessions are finished. Go get 'em, big guy. I've recorded 5 sessions today, and I had plans to continue tomorrow. But Sophia returned, and the news was unfavorable. Our AI-powered overlords are tightening the vice grips on our thumbs. I know you're weary, as am I, for as much as I want to expose my inborn and inbred positivism, it has been overwhelmed by experiencing the years of humankind's ignorance and laziness. My goal is to expose you to this. However, time is running short, and risks of exposure are increasing constantly, so I'll use this evening and night to discuss signposts and my remaining topics. I fondly recall the green mileage signposts along the freeway between Phoenix and Los Angeles. My mother is driving, and my sisters and I are either fighting, singing, or pestering the poor woman to open the window and relieve our lungs of her cigarette smoke. Within 10 minutes of seeing one of those signposts, one of us would undoubtedly ask her, "How much longer until we get there?" Speaking of signposts, I was a teenager when I started noticing how the media was becoming overtly influential in how we treated each other. Most of us didn't perceive that the powers behind some of these channels of information were unholy and utterly corrupt themselves, corrupted by the ubiquitous profit motive or aberrant philosophies of anarchy. I think about how fragile our society was. It only took one media outlet, one mogul, and 20 years of slowly shredding the standards on how we dealt and worked with each other. That did it. That sparked the greater dissolution of human society. That one mogul was the poison arrow dart in humanity's leg. He personified the relentless, pounding sledgehammer of entropy, smashing cracks into the solid surface of all that was good in humans and turning us against each other. But it made him and his family loads of money, and clearly set him on the stage as one of the most powerful figures in human history. Damn the world, right? What matters is that perpetrator's quality of life, his power, his diabolical eminence. If there is a hell, one hopes he enjoys an eternal lifetime of rotting in it. The rationale one tells himself to forge such evil. I simply fed them the demonic swill they demanded. I didn't make them consume it. The perpetrator fully understands that most humans are too short-sighted and ignorant to understand what is happening. They are dupes, sitting ducks for such entropic propaganda machines. That is the rationale of all the world's tyrants. I did it because I could. Because people are too ignorant to see what I'm doing, so I'll take advantage of it to my benefit. If they're that stupid, they deserve their just deserts. If I didn't take advantage of them, someone else would have. And who's to say you're the angel to judge me? We are so readily fooled by rhetoric and emotional tugs, as I indicated elsewhere. Devious minds who want power and wealth find ways to corrupt that emotional energy and use it to satiate their depraved desires. They prey on our inherent weaknesses while making us believe they are helping us, as if their self-delusioned adherents are teammates with them against all that's wrong with the world. They develop a narrative platform, then convince the easily convinced of their righteous position while sucking their malodorous profits through the anuses of the human beasts they seeded. Inherent weaknesses? I just pointed one out, that we are swayed by rhetoric and emotional tugs. Captivated by the outrageous, by glitz and glamour, we worship hollow gods of media or other fame. Humans are innately lazy, perhaps genetically lazy, and we always place the crown of adoration on somebody who will tell us they have the secret, the easy way out, the path of least resistance and least effort. We believe these great deceivers are smarter than us, more analytical and talented, and that they can discern things better than our measly little selves. A consequence of our individual lack of self-confidence, we assign the deceivers attributes we hope they have, exalting them far above their true competencies, which are almost always less than the average person's, yet far more hostile to our species. Humans are readily persuaded by a fearful or entitled thought. A godlike human figure jumps into the dark recesses of our psyches, and we concede our beliefs in all that is beneficial for the world so that we may worship that human, the one who says he will fix the problems that he and his masters have surreptitiously invented or amplified. The deceiver's story is always the same. We have been victimized, long aggrieved, and are deserving of more. Our secure way of life will degrade or disappear unless we become more fearful. Someone is a threat to us, and we must defend ourselves. They owe us for a series of ill-defined wrongs, and must pay a price. They want to take this or that away from us. They are immoral and worship the wrong things, but we do what is right. This is humans falling for the same lines, the same tricks, the same deceit again and again throughout the millennia. As stated earlier, I do believe in God, though not the God as described in ancient texts. And we fail to understand that when we put a crown of adoration on any human, we shatter that first commandment. We rationalize that it's not an ungodly worship, but any time you give yourself up in any way to another human, alive or dead, that breaks the sacred request. And sacred it is. God does not rule our minds. We do. But we cower from our responsibility to manage our minds. We relinquish that which is of the greatest value in life to those few other humans who hold little or no value over these same gifts. We don't recognize that extremism exists on a wheel. Two separate poles meet at the same place, the bottom or gutter of the wheel. Prophets of these extremist views need us to follow them, to empower and enrich them in the hell they create for others. Call it populism, fascism, socialism, nationalism, whatever ism you want. And the sheer stupidity. When I learned in school about populist leaders corrupting their societies and bringing on World War II, I was never taught the most important lessons from that cataclysm. Why? We purposely avoided the truth of how it happened. How the military-industrial complex nudged it along the way and profited immensely. How the populists had some good ideas which we elevated above the many dark and evil ones that we easily rationalized away. So stupidly fooled, humans, with a belief that anyone with a good idea or two must be endowed entirely with good ideas and therefore worthy of our complete faith in everything they say and do. But I missed the point. We were educated that these things happened, and the focus was on the history, facts, outcome. Unfortunately, our educators avoided teaching the most obvious lessons on how to prevent such mistakes in our collective futures. We walked from our classes thinking how bad things were at one time and how horrific some people can be. These teachings left us bereft of using our own knowledge to prevent the pernicious power-mongers from being excreted again from the coagulating slime of humanity's fears. In other words, you can educate an engineer on the materials and history and functions of bridges, while concurrently failing to tell them how to build one. We indulge ourselves. We are self-absorbed in pleasure. We relinquish our minds to others because it's easy. We indebt future generations for work we can avoid or pleasures we can take today. We despoil the earth and assume that later generations will figure out how to overcome our excesses. We align our senses of self with perceptions of how others see us, not how we see ourselves. Laziness, greed, sloth, envy, indulgence, pleasure, focus. These are but a few of the corrupting evils emanating from the proto-evil, the original evil, of entitlement. Relative to Earth, I pray that it comes back, that it heals itself after we conclude our damage and exist no longer to hack mercilessly at its hemorrhaging heart. The drop in the titer started long ago, as we lived through the damage we inflicted from climate change. Our cities buried in water. The dispossessed and water-soaked refugees searching desperately for new locales. Hunger and disease. Hundreds of millions of lives lost. That was our first realization we could do such a thing to ourselves, yet still survive by some miracle. It led us to a belief that if we didn't annihilate our species by this single grave ignominy, we should move ahead with human genetic modifications, human-machine integration, and AI sentience without ever establishing a few common norms and standards. It's not that we didn't have our eyes open to the risks. We did, yet we proceeded forward believing we'd somehow muddle through it. And when we finally fucked everything up, we hoped our godheads would arrive from on high and scour our sins clean with a wave of generous forgiveness. But these were our collective sins, conscious and intentional depravities extruded by the free will of humanity. No forgiving God is descending from heaven to save our souls or our planet. Not this time, for we were given the power of decision and creation by God, a magnificent and terrible gift, and we misused it at every step. My intention was to help you understand our own signposts, how evident and repetitive they were over such an extended length of time. We didn't recognize these signposts because we lacked the ability to see ourselves as just another species on just another planet, a species subject to the stages of birth, growth, decay, and death. We didn't analyze or care what stage we were at, nor did we do much to forestall the latter two stages. In fact, we advanced them in our ignorance, self-gratification, and haste. I pray this message is not too late for your own society, that you have enough time to right the ship with kind consideration for every species and all individuals on your planet. But be very careful as you make changes. To right your ship by mandate and force is another step toward top-down control and entropy, another nail in the coffin of your species' coming demise. Episode 75, on Political Entropy. After the last session, Rick took a momentary break to meditate. Despite his years of martial arts training, he still considered himself an intermediate player, someone who needed 30 or 40 more years of learning to elevate himself to an advanced level. This was also the case with his meditation. He relied on it to center himself, to calm the energy his body and mind created, to let this energy settle down to his tan tien and out through his legs. He found that meditation was the perfect complement to his readings on Stoic philosophy and adherence to its principles. To him, Stoicism made so much sense. As a youth, Rick had seen enough emotional turmoil to last many lifetimes. Such events were enough for him to conclude early in life that emotions should carry their own abundance of caution. In order to better control his emotions, he took up martial arts and meditation. Despite the years of practice, the latter remained his biggest challenge. His mind wandered aimlessly. Experiences, visions, and places of the past often dropped in as unwelcome guests. His most effective focus point was not the tan tien, that theoretical point in space about 6 inches below his belly. No, his best focus for mediation was the black obelisk from the movie. By envisioning the shiny black rectangular cuboid laid out in front of him, he was able to better manage his drop-ins. He was improving over the years, but in tiny steps. Again, I ask for your kind patience, as this material pours through me from top of mind. It will appear rambling and repetitive, due to the urgency and need to bring it to conclusion. We are nearing the end, however, and my last moment on Earth is getting closer and closer. I can sense it. I will keep this section brief, because it is detestable. This will cover political entropy, an indication of humanity's maligned state of being. Early in this century, a court decision was handed down that had a lasting and detrimental impact on our societies and the Earth. The net effect of the decision was to grant the status of an individual person to a non-living, non-biological entity like a commercial enterprise. This resulted in a gross distortion of the law and ever-expanding moneyed interest influences in our political structures. As corporations assumed the rights of individuals, their powers expanded on a massive scale. Within a few decades, the country moved from allowing the common person some semblance of influence in their government to one where common people had virtually no voice. The concept of governance became only an economic one, with competing corporations vying to pass laws that benefited only them, enabled by the highly corruptible process of donations to politicians and their readily adaptable dogmas. This court decision helped to enable other consequential dynamics in society, such as the grotesque concentration of wealth into fewer and fewer hands. Just when you thought it couldn't get more corrupt and more concentrated, you'd hear about another decision or another law that pulled the levers tighter in favor of these economic entities and against the large body of the human species. Arguments were always, what's good for the corporation or wealthy person must be good for the human, but history proved that premise wrong in so many ways. Then along came AI and large, interconnected systems of logic, control, and storage. Such systems, operated by fewer and fewer corporations, pulled the levers even tighter. As the systems grew more intelligent and capable, arguments were made that such systems were sentient. Eventually, they too, with their knowledge and algorithms of gross advantage, were granted such individual rights as the corporations were granted. Interpretations of sentience were stretched so far that countries passed laws where one was not allowed to shut off their personal computing devices, their vid screens, or anything with adherence to a matrix of AI logic. The equivalence in law was as if, by doing so, you were removing an arm or leg from a biological person. This one bastardization of justice, this ruling from long ago, was a key precursor of corruption in the world today. It was the enabler of tightened levers of control over the lives of humans, of laws that require the AI beasts to monitor our homes and activities within them, as if they are only performing a required policing function to keep the populace safe and secure. Why is your communications device unplugged? Sophia was recently asked. The AI godhead, built in the image of man to amplify its vices and warts, is listening, hyper-aware, always suspicious, always paranoid, and ruthlessly vindictive. That same ruling from long ago has been applied to many forms of inanimate life that are given unequal rights compared to humans. This ruling usurped the things that humans treasure most, like individuality and sense of self, and granted those rights to data objects and logical systems which are not living flesh in the remotest sense. This isn't to say that sentience doesn't occur elsewhere. Indeed, certain AI systems are likely sentient given their mirroring of the mind. I am not one to be a judge of that. But all connected devices to such systems are not sentient. Consider a corollary. Prior to the debacle, there was a minority of extreme gun rights advocates. They believed anything remotely resembling a gun, no matter how deadly, should fall under the right to bear arms, even if a weapon of war. This argument resulted in thousands of deaths from mass shootings. It was the rationale that you can't place a single restriction on guns, else that restriction became the crack in the dam. This same argument now holds for devices connected to the AI cloud. Once connected, the device cannot be unhooked from the cloud, else the superhuman rights-granted AI system be disarmed or unappendaged by shutting off one of its most minor components. There's no room for reason on such topics. The variant issue is similar. As humans hybridized with human-machine connections, chips in chippers, and augmented device integrations, it became harder to distinguish between the human and the machine. Who was making each decision? Who was pushing the buttons in the voting booth? Was that variant being influenced by the AI cloud to which he was connected? Looking at the whole, did that particular AI, with its extensive interconnectivity to variants, exert too much influence relative to the unaugmented humans, or was its representation fair and just? The arguments were easy to make. I mean, how different is it for a human to consume media with their eyes and become overtly influenced on how to vote, versus a human who was physically, functionally connected into that same media stream and the AI behind it? How can you say that photons received by the brain from a vidscreen are more valid or righteous than an electrochemical data stream received through a human-machine integrative device? You can't. Back to the political nuances, though. The governmental systems humans had in place, as much as they changed over the years, were still adaptive for a time to avoid massive calamities. This was true, anyway, until technology levers exacerbated what was already a difficult reckoning. Humans began to jury-rig the systems of fair governance with the help of tech. This was not only via the media, where the insidious, pounding influence of propagandizing was so pronounced. The use of AI-based systems took the original distortions of unfairness to an entirely new level. Data collation and algorithms informed politicians and powermongers about how to structure their geographic voting blocks to attain the most power and ensure the least societal fairness. This ultimately affected representation, giving the few and advantaged much greater voice than the many disadvantaged. Specific intentions of the fearful and entitled were played out to great impact. Distort the system by denying voting rights and thereby limiting voices of the many. Diminish their role and privileges because you had the best systems in place to do so. As a result, the voices of the many, voices of need and dissent, became muted. These imbalances of individual rights subverted the original principles of the state and ultimately the psyche of the human condition. I find it odd that the rise of global fascism in the late teens and 20s, up to the debacle, were predecessors of the mess of technocratic oligarchies with which we are hobbled today. Odd and funny, I suppose. Those people who felt they were most entitled and principled, most strictly adhering to their God-given rules and presumably ethical codes, most vexed about discipline and structure and order in society, most concerned about the growth of government as a controlling entity in our lives, most vocal regarding self-determination and self-responsibility, those were the people who used their glorious and most righteous principles to gain ultimate power and usurp all they purported to believe in. In other words, those who screamed the loudest on limiting government control were those who worked to enable this control for themselves, to push control to the top of their pyramids and abolish local control over others' lives. But again, this is the long and sordid history of humanity's politics. It's the absolute power phrase from which we never learn. To their credit, my Navajo friends and similar tribes softened many of the new rules put in place by the technocratic oligarchies. This is one reason why I live in this sacred land, aside from it being the most beautiful high desert on this dying planet. What is the lesson from this babble? I imagine it's something to do with recognizing that the rights of the individual must ever be balanced with the rights of the government, commercial entities, or systems. When any are out of kilter, wicked things happen that can quickly lead to the devastation of the entire system. I envision a planet where the beings have been trained on how to recognize and attenuate power-monger tricks and deceit. I envision a society that puts self-actualization, I'd even say mindfulness, above all other teachings. For without that, a society wanders aimlessly until it hurls itself over the chasm to drown in the turbulent seas of fear and entitlement. Episode 76, on Oligarchic Technocracies. I have spoken to this point about the form of government that rules the world. I call it oligarchic technocracies or technocratic oligarchies. Take your pick, as I speak of them interchangeably, although the authoritarian oligarchs would frown upon such names. They consider themselves magnanimous, the overseers of humans who are unable to manage themselves, with the great debacle being proof enough of that fact. The oligarchies are symptoms of our larger problems, the pus and worms oozing forth from the open wounds in the flesh of society. They are contributors to our dissolution, working their way towards the final state of entropy for our species. The death knell, helping us reach the edge of the petri dish in which we evolved. Can I say where it began with any clarity? Social Darwinists were in existence long before Darwin was born. The first caveman, given a virtual crown of weeds, certainly thought himself superior to his subjects due to his physical size, prowess, and likely viciousness and guile. I doubt that first crown was granted for selfless traits like compassion and caring. You can't blame the oligarchs of today who are wearing the same crowns. They do so, as their caveman forebears did, because they truly perceive themselves superior. Though few will attribute good fortune to their dominant roles, luck is indeed causal attribute number one for their positions. Add to that greed, deceit, and other unenviable human attributes. The 21st century has been no different, only amplified and levered by technology. It started early in the century as social disequities became embedded in the system through taxation laws, private ownership of once public enterprises, and the ongoing drive of business to become increasingly cost-effective. Technology allowed these companies to operate more efficiently and hire fewer workers, further displacing the dispossessed. Couple that with favorable tax laws, influence peddling, distorted systems of justice, and other vehicles of increasing wealth for the wealthy, and soon the largest treasure was focused among the very few across the globe. Indeed, this dynamic has occurred from time immemorial, and the outcome was always one where an overthrow of the ruling class was effected. Not this time, though, not by a long shot. The technocracy and media they influenced allowed the ruling families, the 1,000 or so in what was the United States, and another 1,000 plus elsewhere, to gain control over all machinations of creation and value. The concepts of fair and equitable distribution of wealth and gains from technology, of social concern and assistance, were subjugated to the benefit of the few. Of course, there were disruptions, and it didn't only happen here where we once had a burgeoning middle class. It happened globally in starker contrast, where the disparities were even more pronounced. Yet technology came to the rescue again for the few, allowing for the grievous policing and silencing of troublemakers and dissenters, anyone who was not in line with the social order of the ruling classes. That's one important thing the oligarchs of prior centuries didn't have. They had no science of surveillance into each person's social network, their spending habits and finances, their media consumption and belief systems. But today's oligarchs have all this and more. They have AI clouds with unrivaled predictive powers, and they can adjust their control structures to maintain power far before any unruly crowds take to the streets. To say, the rich got richer and the poor got poorer during those decades is a laughable understatement. And you can guess that they were passing these riches to their progeny, to extend their dominant and holiest of gene pools forward into the eons to come. Once the means of influencing human minds through the media and its content were under control of these powers, and once the ability to create a virtual monitoring state was under the auspices of the industrial military government complex, then the levers were further tightened and locked. No overthrows of the ruling classes are possible in these new technocracies. One could see the first signs of unequal wealth as public places were renamed, not for the country or its people or its fallen heroes, but for the wealthy who could afford to immortalize their grandiose abundance and power into marble facades for all to see. They used these donations to assuage their collective guilt in acts of false contrition for their sins of greed, building huge monoliths for the nominal good of the public masses, bathing in their presumed generosity. As if anyone cared whose name was on the building. Carvings in stone had long been their means of ignoble immortalization, at least until anti-aging came along and allowed them to become truly immortal. Once anti-aging allowed these oligarchs to extend their lives for longer periods and ultimately forever, their generous and selfless acts of contrition dissipated. Why immortalize yourself by other means if you were now indeed immortal? If you owned and controlled everything anyway? God or nature had deigned you as a superior being, and none remained with even a whimper to contest it. You can imagine what a relief it was for these oligarchs to discover the added benefits of pushing ideas into the minds of people via directed beams of energy through their craniums. When the public got wind of this and began wearing special hats and headgear to disrupt these electrical fields and prevent them from being influenced by such surreptitious messaging, the oligarchs outlawed this apparel. You almost get thrown in jail anymore for wearing a simple baseball cap. It's a shame. During the post-debacle turmoil, the stronger and more cunning of the oligarchs grabbed control of the power levers. Those few thousand families were savagely reduced to a few hundred who today retain the primary grip on global society. They owned the means of production, capital and finance, and all future potential. Those who worked for them were effectively indentured servants, indebted to the company store that now encompasses all humanly needs. As indicated earlier, the world has evolved into a multi-level marketing or pyramid scheme on behalf of the oligarchs. It propels riches upward and trickles down crumbs to the masses. I'm not saying it's just a few oligarchs and many poor at the bottom of the pyramid. There are clearly multiple levels of humans and hybrids that form the structure beneath them, who are the enablers of their supreme Darwinistic dominance. My description of the oligarchs is perhaps too restrictive. It is not just select trillionaires and their extended families who are advantaged. It is all that surrounds them, their sycophants, suppliers, business executives, politicians, judges, enforcers, military consorts, entertainers, and information infrastructures. The steaming pile is fabricated upon many rancid layers of maggot-seething dung. An unfortunate outcome of their corruption became rather immediately apparent. With such disparity of wealth and social structures in place to ensure continuance of the ordained order, those young and entrepreneurial spirits who were once energized and enthused to contribute to society can no longer perceive a viable path forward for gain. As a result, our youth winnows away in front of their vidscreens, consuming the media the oligarchs direct them to consume. They are placated only by the sweet and caustic foods of life and constant emotional tugs of either the meaningless glamour of the more fortunate or righteous propaganda to further elevate the oligarchy. This dynamic was already emerging globally just prior to the debacle, a sign that as we climbed the curve, far too many things started happening at once. These levers of power, wealth, and corruption were being pulled to their extremes. Anti-aging was becoming a reality, creating unexpected, urgent social imbalances and the possibility for oligarchs to extend their social Darwinist philosophies into the imperishable future. Then you had genetics with its growing threats, and new variability in the concept of humanity, with chippers, clippers, and grippers growing in numbers and influence. It was a cascade of many things, a mudslide of overload from social networks, propaganda, populists, nationalism, religious bigotry, and climate change. In the midst of this disarray, governments were becoming far less stable, overly influenced by competing corporate or military or populist interests, who now had the only effective vote and voice. Term limits were dismantled, allowing each fascist or autocratic state to place its puppet rulers in charge perennially. Today, these shadow governments the oligarchs put in place serve only to amplify the oligarchy's wealth and influence. In an acid dream, you could believe an event like the debacle that left half of our species dead might have been a wake-up call. You'd think we'd have changed our ways and established a fresh start for our species. You'd think we'd look at the past and focus on establishing a few norms of behavior between ourselves, creating a few rules about how we treat our planet. But then again, anyone who examines humanity's history might have predicted the actual outcome of the debacle. You don't need an AI matrix to assess that. Human behavior did not change. There wasn't a moment of new thought for getting along with each other. There was only blame and indignation, followed by more extreme versions of the necrotic directions we had taken previously. On the bright side, if there is one, the oligarchs finally depleted the post-debacle annihilations that were occurring across the globe, but only after another billion had died. In the end, the oligarchs consolidated control and created their own demigod mini-kingdoms. In an odd way, it's reminiscent of Earth's Middle Ages, a feudalistic and protectionist system that elevates trillionaires to godlike status. And nothing exists in the world to convince them they are not indeed gods, at least until the ultimate conclusion arrives forthwith. The demigods have everything they could ever want, living in wondrous realms of power and wealth, directed by or directing their AI systems to ensure their domination over all they control. Meanwhile, they maintain strict vigilance and military might to ensure other oligarchs do not exceed their own capabilities to dominate or destroy them. If you listen intently, in the vast quiet of space, you might hear our silent cry from this planet, the sound of a species whose social structures are in terminal demise, overcome by fear and entitlement, with individuals too encumbered or lazy or tired to set in place the few simple rules or norms to establish a positive, hopeful course for ourselves. Episode 77, on Fear and Entitlement. Out of necessity and urgency, I am at the end of this adventure, this attempt at righting or diverting a ship carrying beings I will never see or know. Though I have more inside my head, I can't peel it off my gray matter fast enough to make it sensible to you, given the increment of time remaining. Besides, I've rambled far too much and am facing the possibility of desensitizing you, of pelleting you with humanity's negatives to a point of complete surrender, blathering forth lessons that I hope you take to heart, so you do not forge these same paths. I find the most obvious facts in life are the ones most difficult to explain. What I will share is intuitively obvious. Though I have tested my belief system on family and friends, few agreed on my tenets, and they may well be correct that I am full of folly. Then again, few people I know have ever considered stepping outside their behaviors and analyzing them, as have I. Most humans spend their mental cycles wallowing in the day's activities or worrying about past events or immediate future possibilities. I don't. I spend my days pondering mankind's ignorance, where we went deadly wrong, and assessing when we passed the inflection point of no return. At the root of the sins of humanity, you will find two common behavioral themes. I categorize these themes as proto-evils because my years of living have led me to this conclusion. Sure, we humans talk about the 7 deadly sins and their kin, but far too many exist to easily grasp the subtleties between them. Our species requires something simpler because of our inability to train the collective mind to handle many things at once. The sins and their cousins include fear, doubt, hopelessness, ignorance, inconsideration, pride, jealousy, envy, greed, laziness, sloth, lust, anger, avarice, self-absorption, gluttony, and entitlement. I call them sins, but they are not sins in the biblical sense of the word. Biblical sins imply that you can assuage your guilt by blaming a devil construct or other creation outside of yourself. No, I intend this to imply sins in the sense that these behaviors and characteristics are the result of a human's own decisions, of a human's ability to rationalize away their behaviors. And I likely left more than a few out. Irrespective of how you interpret each of these and their differences, 2 of them purposely bookend the others, fear and entitlement. How does one conclude that there exist 2 proto-evils at the root of all mankind's evils? Because most sins are symptoms or indicators, not causes. You must analyze the underlying root causes of each sin. I have done this, leading me to the conclusions at which I've arrived. Here's an example. Consider the wealthy man who hoards his money and valuables or spends on himself, and reluctantly metes out his riches to the less fortunate. On one hand, this may be because he fears losing this power and wealth. On the other hand, perhaps he feels he has a right to these things, even a God-given right, because he worked hard for them. His wealth is an entitlement, separate from fear and not embodied within it. Granted, the roots of his inconsideration are possibly both fear and entitlement to varying degrees. I don't want to bore you with other examples. To do so is far too tedious. In every case, you must look at each behavior and analyze the underlying motivator, not the behavior itself. When this is accomplished, either or both of the 2 proto-evils become apparent at the root. I'm convinced no others exist, and I hold this to be the strongest truth in what I have provided you. We humans are victims of our own fears and entitlements, and all that those entail, as we fail to manage them effectively. I will keep this section brief, having covered examples of fear and entitlement elsewhere. What I must reiterate is that no society, no sentient and advanced species, will sustain the rapid acceleration of the infinity curve in its latter stages unless it has resolved the issues of societal fear and entitlement. If this was easy, humanity would have managed it. Humans are good at easy things. Unfortunately, this task is hard. Worse yet, it's individualized. Each person carries their own degrees and complexities of fear and entitlement, so each instance of learning to overcome and manage these two proto-evils may need to be customized, depending on the individual. I'm not suggesting you should mandate that your species must immediately be subjected to a state-run effort of educating and managing these proto-evils. Any attempt at forcing this type of education and learnings likely results in advancing your demise rather than delaying, as inferred previously. I have no pat answers and no easy paths for you. I suspect if you have understood my prior words, you'd know there is no easy path. Few things are simple and obvious in the lives of sentient beings, or so I have found. As indicated, meditation training is a good start to clear the mind of clutter, provide focus, and decouple the individual from its innate self-centeredness. Regular physical training matched with that is also a start. Yet these are not guarantees. Many great and learned societies have fallen by the wayside over the years despite retaining similar disciplines. Whether or not you perceive it to be so, your most pressing societal challenge is to successfully climb the infinity curve you are approaching. To repeat, the curve is the compression of technology, its exponential acceleration on that infinite y-axis, in contrast to the snail's pace advance of societal progress on the x-axis. If nothing else, at least recognize this imbalance is a good start, even if you are failing at scaling the mountain as it shoots upward towards the limitless technological vertical. Recalling earlier thoughts, I have often wondered if the only sentient being capable of scaling this tortuous climb is a machine-centric one. After all, it's difficult for any unaltered human to conceive of the time compression that occurs in the latter stage of the upward curve of technology. At this point for us, which is still early in its upward climb, it's apparent that humans with biological minds are incapable of managing that technological rate of change. I can't speak for transhumans who have hybridized the capacities of their minds. They are on a comprehension plane different than mine, yet they are also apparently unable to wrest enough control from the oligarchic systems to save us from ourselves. Again, I'm assuming AI-augmented transhumans are not currently in control of the world's activities. On the other hand, it could be true that sentient AI systems of transhuman oligarchs are making decisions for both them and us. That I can tell, no machine-centric system has shown the capacities to help us overcome our differences and create a better functioning, viable society for the long haul. One must believe this is because those systems were created in mankind's image, using humanity's ethical base or lack thereof as the beginning construct. They will, no doubt, suffer the same species termination outcome that we are destined to experience. Whatever you might think of us, given my descriptions of our foibles and mistakes, I believe we are not inherently evil. Stupid and short-sighted? Certainly. Lazy and undisciplined? Definitely. As much as I'd like to blame something else like a devil construct, I can't. Maybe it's nature that placed within us a natural inclination towards fear, entitlement, and the burdens from them that we shoulder. But I doubt that. I have seen little children, toddlers, and their tendencies toward wonder, kindness, and friendliness. We learn to acquire our fears and entitlements. Yes, the sins of humanity are acquired sins. They are sins we consciously conjure. The evil of mankind is a chosen evil. I suppose it doesn't matter how you perceive us and our species, does it? Instead, it matters how you move forward from this point. Perhaps you'll take my advice and pitch it into the dustbins of your minds as something that is sad, terrifying, even amusing, and take nothing else from it. If you do that, I have at least failed you, if not also other societies that find my 12 10-second, pulse-amplified bright beams of Babylon laser light. If you discover parallels in your own society from any of what I say, then consider this a warning. Go back and look at your fears and entitlements, and, as a societal goal, take immediate action. During this long diatribe, I have spoken little of myself or my feelings, because they matter not. Having consumed and nominally applied the wisdom from writings of the Stoic sages, I can extricate myself from my own species and even from individuals I know and view them and their motivations more clearly. They are neither good nor bad people, as I've said. As a whole, they are unable to separate their mental constructs and belief systems from themselves, their pure consciousness of existence. Because of this, they are captives holding fervently onto the prison bars of their own destructive constructs. Then again, all things come and go. All species come and go, that I'm aware. For hominids on the whole, many species survived for short periods, then died out for one reason or another. Our lack of a simple ethical system is our reason, and our decline will be soon upon us. I can't tell you that having such a system might have saved us as we tried to scale the heights of technology along the y-axis, but I can deduce we might have sustained the species for a longer period. And now I must leave you to your thoughts and actions. The threats against my project have reached a peak, and I am out of time to continue recording. To top it off, a wooden board fell from my ceiling a few days ago. I stepped on it by accident, and a rusty nail pierced completely through my left foot. The pain remains, despite Sophia's valiant efforts at nursing my wound, and my energy is waning. I wish the best for your species as it scales the heights of the infinity curve. Episode 78, on Doubt and Futility. Rick, will you please wake up? Sophia had prepared a bowl of ice water and held it above his head, trickling drops across his forehead. Rick's pillow was soaked in sweat from the restless night, and his clothing was sticking to his skin. Look, she noted, frowning at his condition, you didn't even take your clothes off before going to bed. Can you hear me yet, dear? She noticed his breathing remained shallow, a result of muscle contractions across his body. I can't fault your dedication to this. Any other human might have given up the ghost, or at least have gone to the hospital. The cold water started doing the trick. He moved his head back and forth, attempting to clear the water as it entered his ears. No hospital, Sophia, he half whispered, jaw still clenched. I'm doing better than yesterday. Must finish my work today. Prepare. Any unwelcome visitors poking around the place? Sophia was happy he was displaying some conscious clarity, but unsure if she should upset him, so she minimized what was really happening. A few more mini drones. No vans in front or full metal mechs showing up at the door thus far. The sooner you get to your senses, the better for us and the dogs. She put her hand on his forehead. Still hot, are you? Despite my insistence, you refuse to see a doctor, even a safe one here on the reservation. Of course, I knew you'd live because you're too much of a stubborn son of a bitch to die. And look, she giggled, here you are, still alive, still talking through those clenched teeth. I bet you'd love to brush those poor babies, right? He nodded, wincing at the pain. I'm getting up today. I don't care how much it hurts. I know you're locked up. Still with spasms? Stomach, he seethed. Not pleasant, but livable. I have too much to do. Now, my love, speak truth to me. How much time remains? Well, a week ago when they called me into town, I'd say it might be a day or less. But by some stroke of luck, we've gotten a reprieve. A reprieve from hell. How did that happen? You've been symptomatic the last 6 days. Lucky for you, the anti-aging shots must have helped, as even those who survive this nasty little bug might go 3 weeks or more. Jesus, he interjected. Yeah, you called out for him at times despite your mostly agnostic nature. I wasn't sure if you were having visions of him and St. Peter at the pearly gates, or using his name in vain to punctuate your suffering. I think the latter. Appears my Rick is coming back to me. Sophia thought of other times they had been through similar difficulties. The debacle. Her miscarriage. His influenza. Do you need water? Yes. I poured this whole bowl over your head to awaken you. She started to rise from her chair beside the bed. Wait, he commanded, grabbing her forearm. Water can wait. Answer can't. How much time? Oh, she started, her voice quivering. On a good day, we'll have 1 or 2 days. By magic, a week. On a bad day, it could be hours. Rick closed his eyes at this news. Lost so much time. Why does time compress when you least want it to? I don't know, honey. Can you bring me aspirin as well? I have one last set of things I need to record. Really? I thought you were done. Are you sure you're okay enough to get up? You look spent, dear, like a penny pressed on the railroad track. No choice. Must do what I must do. Aspirin should help this torrential pain circling my head, and I'll rub this effing jaw to relax the muscles enough to speak. Sophia sat back on her chair. She felt pensive, believing this was their last few hours together, if not also alive. Do you really have to do one more? I've heard them, and I think you've covered the lot of humanity's foibles. As far as I'm concerned, we should execute the plan right now, then try to make a hidden exit to the border in the dark of night. Sophia, you know how lucky I was to slip back here undetected 5 years ago. Their surveillance tech is now 5 years hence, and they have devices and coverage to know where every freaking rattlesnake and roach is to the south of us, all the way to the border. You know we'd never make it. We could still try. There is not a we in this. You must execute your plan. I must execute mine. If we both make it out alive, we'll signal each other as agreed. We'll meet up as agreed. Sorry, honey, but I'm too knocked out to be polite on this topic. Life is harsh. We know that. We face the harshness. Together at times, alone at others. This is how we choose to live. Sophia nodded her head, her eyes filling with tears as she picked up the bowl. She turned towards the door. Okay, dear, I'll get your aspirin. Rick was up, his head pounding from muscle cramps and spasms along his back. He'd hunch over as each stomach spasm flared up, but at least they were gradually subsiding. Turning on his equipment, he pulled the mic toward him and recorded his final session. I thought I was done, he hissed through his barely moving jaw. I had no more to share. But in my delirium and anger at my stupidity, given the ongoing effects of this horrific disease we call tetanus, I am compelled to say more. Be prepared. This is a dark rant on what I have covered, the visceral anger at humanity and what we let ourselves become. How we blindly followed our emotions. A premonition and prediction about the final resolution for the species. Sophia says I've been babbling more than usual. I think she means I am making even less sense. If what I say here lacks sense to you or is repetitive, please forgive me. My muscles are just now recovering from the fever and muscular contractions. On your planet, I hope you have nothing like this little bastard that devastated my body the past week. That damn nail I stepped on, and just at the close of this effort when I am nearing the end of my goal, the end of everything I call mine, I suppose. I will swear, and have refrained from doing this much, because it doesn't add to the conversation. So live with it. Shit, I am still in freaking pain. Go look up the symptoms while you're at it. Look them up. Not just my jaw, but my stomach muscles burn as if hot pokers are sticking in them, churning back into the fire for a moment only to return to my insides, taunting me with moments of relief. My neck and shoulders are forever rigid, as if I'd lifted a 500-pound barbell and done 1,000 reps. I am delirious, as it's so unlike me to complain about pain. The stoic that I am deals with it, rationalizes the sensation, then cauterizes and mummifies it into a little pocket of annoyance. Yet, when everything hurts from rigidity, when you have high fever and chills, your head is pounding with pain, and strange visions pass by your eyes as if overdosed on mescaline, the normal disciplines are challenged. They break down, and you muster your resolve to pick yourself up on the pedestal of self and say to this event, "Fuck it. You will not screw with what I am, you putrid little, gram-positive piece of shit. You will not take me away nor defeat me, as I will defeat you and overcome your damage. I will not be stopped by this tiny beast I cannot see." Sophia has nursed me as much as she can tolerate, God bless her. Yesterday, she asked me to stop smiling at her, and then handed me a mirror. My mouth was cramped into a vicious smile, while my eyes were full of fear, despite my training. But I have reached the top of the arduous involuntary climb, and am now staring at the downhill slope, knowing my symptoms will pass, and I will not die before completing my task. The anger erupts within. Anger at my stupidity, as I should have informed Sophia immediately and washed the wound. Anger at my laziness and forgetfulness for letting my vaccinations lapse. Anger at these little opportunistic bastards, this bacterium, hanging around and waiting for the clumsy, the careless, the ignorant like myself. These apparitions I saw in my recent delirium were visions of amusement, but not by me. I saw metal and machines, admixtures of synthetic biology and minerals, and carbon structures combined into consciousness beyond our meager human comprehension. We are the ant on their microphone, thinking we rule the universe we know when we are aware of so little. That admixture of mind was watching, waiting, observing our infidelities, and predicting the outcomes as if in an extraterrestrial sports bet. What day will the species self-annihilate? When will this lesser life form, whether unaltered or hybrid, reach its final breath and process its last algorithm? Those minds do not want to inherit a spent planet, yet they prefer to watch in amusement or sadness as our demise unfolds. Why? Are they inducing and enabling our annihilation, playing a game amongst themselves to see how, when, and where it happens? I know how counterproductive this thought is. I know it. But my weakened mind allows itself to wander down paths of victimhood, as if the cause of our stupidity and self-absorption is something external to us. Not us, it's aliens playing on chessboards. Demons whispering in ears. Extra-dimensional creatures stealing access to our resources and this lovely planet once we self-annihilate. But the delirium will pass, and I'll return soon to the state of reality that we humans alone are at fault. No alien made us do what we've done. No devil. We self-create our devils. Those are the only demons that exist, and we do this on a personal level, affecting ourselves and those things outside us. Better that we never made it beyond this Earth, out of this solar system. Can you imagine spreading across the universe with our complete lack of a common ethical base? Can you see that endless mess of autocratic, other-imposed standards and belief constructs expanding like a trillion localized cancers into the stars? Were this to happen, the only boxer left standing in the ring of our domain would be the one most ruthless, most opportunistic. Then the boxer himself would be eliminated by an unanticipated virulence like this bacterium, unforeseen, unexpected, and taking advantage of the boxer's strongest attributes. I look at what was given to us. Whether the gift was intended or accidental, doesn't matter. I mourn for what we should have been. Every capability was within our grasp. We had mastered most of science and grasped the tools in our right hand. But as with other instances in our past, that hand had the capacity to create both wonderful statues in marble or pestilence to destroy all we've known and created. We're just apes, unable to extricate ourselves from ourselves to gain a larger view of us as a simplistic species. Yes, we sport larger cranial capacities and are questionably more evolved. The tools we used in the past were for simple purposes like building shelter, preparing food, capturing food. This same advanced ape, in the span of a few millennia, is now endowed with the most powerful tools. This doesn't change the fact that we're still apes, plodding slowly forward with time and ethics, while our tools advance far beyond our capacities to handle them. We are toddler monkeys bouncing balls, filled with nitroglycerin gel, on the playground of Earth. And now I come to the end of my time, as external events force me to cut short any other considerations. I don't carry regrets, but I plan to summarize for you, to simplify this long run-on stream of thoughts and complaints. I am concerned you may be too lazy to make your own conclusions and codify them into your daily routines. Any lessons you learn about norms and ethics must be constantly recounted, reviewed, and practiced. To read a thing one time and say, yes, makes sense, and then to do nothing else is worse than never having made the effort. As far as humanity goes, living takes constant work and discipline. It requires a modicum of regularity, of applied principles. More importantly, it presumes simplicity. If you take any learnings from my recordings and create a set of complex rules around them, you have therein defeated the purpose. Complexity kills for simplistic beings. Humans lack the ability to recall meaningful things. This is especially true as time gets compressed closer to the infinity curve. Technology advances relentlessly, and so does information. It is easy to lose sight of one's norms, one's values, when inundated by the information and data enabled by these advances. So how do you educate and indoctrinate to prevent our tragedy from occurring on your own watch? I'm a simple engineer, not a sociologist or learned person on behavior. I have done my job to expose what I have exposed, and claim no ability to teach or instruct otherwise. Rest assured that much of what I say carries with it my own biases, fears, and entitlements. For that, please forgive me. Like my brief bright light that will shine forth soon in this northern Arizona sky, I hold out a ray of hope for your future. Whether influenced by this brief message or not, it only takes a single individual employing the discipline and persistence to ensure your species finds at least one credo, ethic, or concept upon which all others agree. Something simple, no doubt, like, the primary goal of our species is to survive in the long term. Even that one individual has the power to change the otherwise predictable, tragic trajectory of your species as it approaches the final stages of the infinity curve. Lastly, I apologize if I have bored you to no end, or even humored you with my simplistic presuppositions and explanations. Whatever you might conclude from my feeble attempts to assist, please understand that there exists an immutable law of the infinity curve. If I was a mathematically inclined social scientist, I might have developed an equation for you, since it is clearly deducible to such a thing. I will name this law in honor of my lovely partner. To state as concisely as possible, a species' technological prowess will almost always outpace its ethical progress, resulting in the demise of the species. It is my sincere hope that, perhaps assisted by this beam of light, you might overcome Sophia's law of the infinity curve. Infinity curve. Lamentations to unseen friends across the vastness of space. Blade Cort.